teaching you a system, and it's repetition that's going to cause you to actually implement the things that you've heard before that you're not currently doing. And some of the things that you're currently doing can be improved upon.
Deadline for implementation. I learn something new every single time.
We're going to bring you, myself, Craig Proctor, we're going to go right at this and make these 3 days full of generating an overflow of business and converting more of those prospects to lifetime customers.
Todd and I, we had a mission with this. We want to create something that does not exist in real estate. And there is nothing else like this. Here's what's different about this than any other coach or mentor or guru. We have studied the marketplace to find out what our competition is doing and what they're not doing. And I really like the results that our members are getting compared to anything else that's available in the industry.
Where are you right now on having the life that you want, the marriage that you want? And if you're not a married person, just put relationships. The money that you want. How many of you have all the money that you want? The only way you can grow your real estate business is to have an overflow of it. There's no other option.
Every single event brings me back to really the basics and brings me back to all that we still have to implement. So every event we go to figure out what we're going to implement next, we set the goal for 2 to 3 things, and then those things are implemented by the next event.
Then you focus on doing one thing, making another quantum leap.
Yes. Let's get started today. Mr. Craig Proctor, how you doing today, my man?
I am great today, Todd. How are you doing?
Better than good, buddy. Better than good. Glad to be here. It's one of my favorite topics today. The entire VIP buyer system on steroids, all the advanced sides of it. I can't wait to get to it, my man.
No, we got a big day today. Grab yourself a coffee, a notepad, and a pen. And remember, you got to write down these ideas because ideas are like slippery fish. If you don't stab them with the end of your pen, those ideas will get away from you. So take lots of notes, ask lots of questions. We've got our team monitoring chat. I think we've got, let's see what we've got to start with here today, Todd. We have, I think we're coming in on over 400 with us so far. So
Nice.
Good stuff. Yesterday we peaked out at about 930. So hopefully we can do better today. So talk to us about what's going to happen this morning, Mr. Walters.
Let's do it. Okay. So, hey, we probably, yesterday, if you guys missed yesterday, that's too bad. We basically covered systems and performance guarantees and the secret to successfully selling. So it was a great day, and congratulations to all of you who showed up. You got to show up to go up. All right. Day 2 today is the VIP buyer system. So Craig, you've heard me say that there's some obviously amazing pieces of collateral to come out of the Craig Proctor system. Okay. Number 1 for me would be the entire team system, manual and supporting materials and systems. Number 2 is the Craig Proctor Guaranteed Sell Program, which Shelly did a great job yesterday walking everybody through that. And number 3.
Yeah, she was really good yesterday.
Yeah, no question. And number 3 on the list, greatest things in my experience to come out of the Craig Proctor system, out of all those many things. Number 3 on my list is today's topics, the VIP buyer system. Absolute game changer for real estate companies. I don't know how you scale up a successful, super profitable sales team business without this, especially if you're into profitability. okay, and lifetime customers. And you're going to discover all that today. We're going to start with understanding the buyer and the whole process, applying the firm formula, going from ad all the way through appointment. We're going to bring Keller Lawrence in, who has essentially about a 12% market share where he is. That's right, multimillionaire real estate agent. Keller Lawrence is going to come in. He's going to talk about demonstrating value, which is how you generate more income. Cost is only a factor in the absence of value. Then we're going to talk about actually collecting your optimum fee, regardless of the circumstance in a buyer transaction. We're going to show you actual deals and walk you through that. And then we're going to split the room today. We're going to break out coaching members, Craig Proctor system coaching level members. You're going to just stay put right here. You're going to get more of Craig Proctor and myself. We're going to talk about putting all this together so that you continue to make quantum leaps. Platinum members and everyone else, platinum, titanium, everybody else, you're going to go over to the Platinum private Facebook page at 3:00 today. And we're going to be reminding everyone of this. So that's right. You're going to log out of here. You're going to go to the Platinum Facebook page at 3:00 Eastern time today. That's noon on the West Coast. And you're going to get a big, steady diet of John Reeves showing you how to win every single deal in a multiple offer situation for your buyers. It's a game changer. So that's a big full day, Craig.
Hey, awesome day. But I want to talk to the team leaders. Hey, team leaders, if you don't have your outside sales agents, your buyer agents on our meeting here today, you want to make sure that you get a hold of them now. Anybody on your team that speaks to buyers, works with buyers, I mean, they need to be with us here today. We're going to lay all this out so it makes sense. Some of these things you may have heard from us before. Other things you have never heard from us before. We're going to lay it all out. So rather than you trying to convince your team members later to do the thing that you want to do, make sure they're with us here this morning. Okay, because if they're not, they're missing a lot.
Yep, for sure. So why don't we do this, Craig? Before we get rolling, why don't we recognize some of our Craig Proctor system members who have done some outstanding quantum leaps?
Yeah, we're definitely going to do that right now. So I am going to share some Quantum Leap Award winners. And hang on a second here.
So while you're bringing that up, a quantum leap is what we want everyone to achieve year in and year out. If you're in, we want you to get it. I would define a quantum leap. I got the definition from you, Craig, so I'm not making this up. As at least a 50% increase in business or more year over year. Okay, we have many members that are 100, 200, 300% increases, and I'm talking coming off of already pretty good cash flow to be able to grow the business by 100% or more. So, but that's what you're after. You want this thing to increase. Life is about progression. I heard your wife say that, Craig. Catherine, that stuck with me. Life is about.
If my wife said it, it must be right.
Oh, no question about that. Yep, she did say that. That stuck with me. Life is about moving up.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, it is. It is about progression, never standing still, because things are moving. So that's why these Quantum Leap Awards are so special. I remember getting mine from you many years ago when I was just a kid. And I still have that sitting in here on one of my shelves. So thanks for that. That was a great day. And it's going to be a great day here for some of our special people.
Well, type into chat if you would like to be considered for a Quantum Leap Award. Okay, a Quantum Leap is simply that. You're going from X to 2X to 10X to like 1,000X like Todd. So we're going to recognize some of you that have taken this quantum leap, and we'll give you the specifics of what happens. You're going to get to meet them, but we want everyone to have a quantum leap. We want the year 2021 to be your best year ever. So let's have a look at our award winners. First of all, from Palm Coast, Florida, we've got Jesse Warmka. Okay, and this is the information we got from Jesse. began real estate career in 2015 with a net income of $55,000 the first year. So he wasn't killing it, right? 55 grand, but he was making a living. Then Jesse becomes a Craig Proctor System member in 2018, and his income goes from $55,000 to $126,000. So more than double. With implementation of the Craig Proctor System and then moving to the platinum level, Jesse increased his income by $280,000. Right now, he's on track to finish this year, 2020, with a net income of $350,000. I attribute my success to the platinum level coaching system. Now, we are going to be talking about the platinum level. If you're in the coaching level, we're going to be talking today about the platinum level coaching system. And when Jesse moved up to platinum, he really started to kill it. You can see another huge quantum leap. The growth in my business has opened many doors to gaining my ultimate goal of financial freedom. It's given me the opportunity to give back and help others in my community. Jesse says, I want to thank Craig Proctor, Todd Walters, and my coach, Joey Tremblay, for helping me exceed my goals. I'm looking forward to breaking new barriers and building a sales team that will dominate my marketplace. Let's give a big virtual applause to Jesse. Okay, congratulations, Jesse. That is awesome. And we love hearing these Quantum Leap success stories. Let's have a look at our next Quantum Leap Award winner, Maricela and Lucas Smith from Anaheim, California. Okay, let's check out their story, Todd. They were in the business for many years as a team since 2013. We were always considered top producers doing 30 to 40 transactions a year. However, like many real estate agents and teams, we found ourselves on an income roller coaster, good month, bad month. Lucas was a heavy cold caller as members of another coaching group that promoted this. Yeah, Todd, there's still people that promote cold calling out there.
Dumbfounded.
Yeah. Most of our business was coming from either cold calling or from our small sphere of influence. And then we joined the Craig Proctor System in April of 2018. It is the best system. I didn't write this, they did. It is the best system for creating an actual real estate business. We became platinum level members. See the theme here, folks? Became platinum level members in 2019. Last year, we closed $8 million in production. This year, we're on track to close $16 million in production. That's a doubling of the business, a 100% increase, which of course is a quantum leap. We truly believe that you become like the people you hang around with. Well, ain't that the truth? Mm-hmm. We joined and aligned ourselves with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, a brokerage that supports and encourages the full implementation of the Craig Proctor System. It is headed by the great Rudy Kasuma, one of Craig Proctor's top system members in Southern California. Currently, we have 5 agents on our team, as well as 2 admin staff and a virtual assistant. Our production year over year is up 30%, and our goal in the next 12 months as a team is to serve 100 or more families here in North Orange County. We're so grateful and blessed that we found such an amazing home here in the Craig Proctor System. We would like to thank Rudy Kasuma, Kristen Stampini, Craig Proctor, Todd Walters, James McDonald, who've all played an integral part in our journey thus far. We're excited and blessed to keep serving big. And next year, we're looking forward to being back in front of all these amazing people, we hope. We would like to accept our $1 million GCI award. Let's give them a big hand. Congratulations.
Beautiful.
I worked hard, Todd, by the way, on that virtual applause thing. I just want you to know that. That didn't happen easily. Okay, next from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, we've got Senia Warhol. Senia became a Craig Proctor System member in October of 2018. That's not a whole long time ago. Mm-hmm. She's smart. She ascended to the platinum level coaching in spring of 2019. Her income for 2019, $78,000. However, this year, $300,000. I've grown my team to 5 agents. I've also become the rainmaker. I truly have a business now. Special thanks to my coach, Brett Zarin. At times when I was overwhelmed and wanted to give up, Brett, he believed in me. So I had no choice but to succeed. Thank you, Craig Proctor, Todd Walters, and my coach, Brett. Thank you for your guidance and all your efforts. It's been a great honor. Let's give her a big hand.
Nice. Good job. Yes.
Hey, now here's a few things I want to say. The fact that they did it means that all of you can do it. I want you to type into chat right now if you have experienced a quantum leap with the Craig Proctor system. If you've experienced a quantum leap, let us know. Type it into chat where you're from, who you are, where you're from, your quantum leap. We want to know. This will encourage others that are new with us that they can do this. The fact that one person can do it is positive proof that others can do it. So let us know in chat. Let us know in chat if you've experienced a quantum leap and what city you're from, what your location is. Okay, Todd, we've got this afternoon, we've got some millionaire members that we want to recognize. Talk to us about the Millionaire Award.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to handing those out. That's quite a prestigious award. We consider that when you get your real estate enterprise, your business up to 1 million or more in revenue, annual income, it's quite a milestone. Quite a milestone. Once you start making $100,000 a month, you'll never go back to making $100,000 a year. So we want to recognize that accomplishment and that milestone. And to date, Craig Proctor system, Craig is responsible for more millionaire agents being created out of, rags to riches stories over any other real estate company, coaching program, system, doesn't matter. More millionaire agents are created here. And I'd say that's the essence of what we would like everyone to do if that's your goal. And if it is, lean in here, commit, go all in. And I can assure you, we'll be handing you one of those super cool plaques that you can forever hang on your wall and remember that milestone for many years.
Yeah. And let me say this. This is how you do it. Okay. My advice to anyone not making $1 million doing this is, first of all, believing you can, because we have so many others that are doing the thing that you want to do. Mm-hmm. It's the easy part is just copying. The hard part is getting out of the way. You got to get out of the way with the bad habits, the old paradigms. Todd, you and I were talking this morning, and I want you to share what you said about like people's reaction to new ideas. For example, maybe the guaranteed sale program is some of the other, advanced aggressive things. You said some people kind of respond with like, how do I do that? Mm-hmm. How can I make that happen? How can I make this work? Mm-hmm. And then others respond how?
I can't, or it won't. And that's what we hear. Now, I want everybody to hear what Craig is saying. So I've been part of the Craig Proctor system since the mid-90s. Platinum coach since 2004 when we rolled it out. And this is a consistent theme that we hear. There's a group, people are divided into two camps. And the two camps are, I can't, or it won't. I can't do that. I can't afford it. I can't afford to buy a house. I can't afford to hire an assistant. I can't, or it won't work, or my customers are different. That's one camp. And the other camp starts their comments with how. How can I buy a guarantee to sell a home if I don't have any money? How can I hire an assistant if I lack sufficient cash flow? How can I implement things faster? How can I get my ads to work better? How can I become number one in my marketplace? How can I achieve my hopes and dreams sooner rather than later? Two camps. And everyone watching today gets to decide which one. It's a choice. Which one do you want to be in? That's why we started the day yesterday, Craig, with paradigms. Is that we could spend a 3-day conference on helping people grow and adjust their mindsets, but you need to recognize if you're in the I can't or it won't camp. You've got to recognize that, because until we can get you into the other stadium of how can I, there's not much we can do. It doesn't matter.
Okay. What camp you guys in? Let us know. Type it into chat. How can I, or it won't? I love it. That's a great observation. So I want you to question yourself right now. When you are confronted with a new idea, it's an idea that's not familiar with what you're doing. It's like different. It's the thinking about it is different. It's not what you're currently doing. When you're confronted with a new idea, is your immediate initial response, how can I, or it won't? See the difference? Because if you go down the road, it won't. Believe me, whether you think this stuff will work or you think it won't, you are right. You get to decide. There's nothing that we can do to make you do something you don't want to do. Our job is to introduce you to new, innovative concepts, methodologies, and hopefully light the spark. But just be aware of that old paradigm. Everyone has a paradigm. Everyone lives in a self-imposed prison. I don't know about you, but I don't want to live in a prison. I don't want all of my old habits, all this stuff, this old thinking. I don't want it to control the way I think. I don't want this old thinking to control the decisions that I make. I don't want it to control not only what I think, but what I do. And understand, make no mistake about this, your paradigm controls how you think controls what you do, and what you do controls the results that you get. So we all get to make that decision. You're all free to make that decision. How can I, or it won't? Great observation, Mr. Walters.
It is. A lot of people think that their customers are different, their marketplace is different, and we've heard this. I'm just letting you know, we've heard it. But I can assure you, in your marketplace, there's probably a Craig Proctor system member who has turned the tables on that way of thinking and is number one, or will be.
Or people worried about what other agents are going to think, or what will the other agents think? You weren't put on this planet to make other people happy. You're put on this planet to make yourself happy, right? Like, of course, the other agents aren't going to like it when you succeed. It's just, how many of you have realized that? Yeah, they're not going to like it. That's not your problem. That's their problem. Incompetence does not like to be exposed. Okay, right. So if you were aggressive and you're ethical and you're doing things that are positive and you're pushing your business forward, don't worry what people think. Worry about what you think. Okay, worry about what you think and your family thinks. Don't worry about what other people. These people are not your friends.
No, they're competitors.
Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, everybody should be good. We got your head turned on, right?
That's important.
Yeah.
It's important you bring that up because we're getting into the VIP buyer system here, and it completely turns the tables on industry norms and standards. And it is a requirement. If you want a super profitable sales team business and you want agents to join your team and stick, and you want them to be successful and you want to make a profit, it's just practically an impossibility without full implementation of what you're going to discover today. So I would lean in, get everybody on your team here. If you have them, lean in. And if you don't have team members yet, this is your future. Okay. So I'm ready to get rolling on that. You ready, big dog? Oh, what do you got? You're going to do something there. Won't, can. That's right.
Beware. That'll cost you money right there. Won't, can't. How can I? How can I? Everyone write that down. How can I? All right, let's rock and roll. Let's get into this valuable information. Game changer. Yep, change the way you think about this whole buyer side of your business.
Yeah. Like I said, there's so much amazingness that's come out of what you've done with your business there and changing how things are done, in the landscape of the industry. And this system right here was 100% for me in the top 3 VIP buyer system. So for the record, I've really never made a commission on a home that I can recall in 25 years of selling real estate for less than 3.5%. So regardless of whatever was going on in the marketplace. That was just sort of the minimum. And we're not going to tell
Well,
you
that's because your market's different.
Yeah, we're not going to tell people what percentage to charge. We're just going to work with you on why it's important that you absolutely learn and get really good at setting, negotiating, collecting an optimum fee, so that you can actually run and have a business versus being a slave to what other people. Let me say it this way to start. When a listing agent and a seller get together, okay, lean in and listen really close. When a listing agent and a seller get together and they negotiate a fee between themselves, so listing agents 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever the commission is, and then they make a decision collectively to offer up a commission to a buyer's agent. I want everyone to know that whatever they're deciding to offer up to a buyer's agent is what it's worth to them. Okay. But the buyer has their own ideas of value and what they want and what they want to pursue. And does everybody get that? So the seller and the listing agent have no concern for, quote, the buyer. What they're concerned with is themselves. What's it worth to us to pay a buyer's agent anything? And what would that be? All right. They're not talking about, well, what does the buyer want? Well, what is the buyer's value? You know, what do they want in an agent? And what do they want? And that's what we're going to get in today. So you're going to have absolute clarity on how to pull this off and do a great job of it. But it starts with those words right there, Craig, is that purchasing is a process. It's not an event. Okay. So we've got a way in the Craig Proctor system of attracting prospects who want to make a move now and who want to make a move in the future. Okay. And we would say that, look, you want both kinds of prospects. If all you do is pursue buyers who want to move today, all right, you're always going to be chasing people down because there's less. How about this? There are less buyers that want to buy a home today than there are real estate agents. There's more real estate agents than there are now customers in the marketplace. So it's smart to set your business up to get prospects earlier in the process as well as later in the process. I can assure you, you're going to wake up in 6 months, 8 months, or a year, and it would be nice to wake up and have an abundance or overflow of prospects because you attracted them now when they were early in the process of considering making a move. But either way, our job, your job, is to make sure that prospects, your ideal customer, has top of mind awareness and the uniqueness on how you can help them achieve what they most want. Okay. All right. Let's talk about what we need here. So let's pretend that you're joining the Craig Proctor team. Okay. You're a buyer's agent and you just are onboarding on the Craig Proctor's real estate sales team business. Okay. Or mine, because it was pretty much an exact duplicate. Okay, so what do you need? Well, the first thing you need is that you need to know how we do things. So we've put it all into a manual. It's called a Working with Buyers Agent Manual. So whatever you're missing here, write it down. I'm going to go to the coaching site and show you where to pull this off. Okay. Number 2, you need the VIP buyer benefit presentation. All right. You need the attachments that you're going to bring along with your benefits presentation so that you can demonstrate value. You can actually prove and show your claims. Now, before you ever go out on appointments, we got to be able to check these boxes. These are things you need to be able to know. You need to know all the scripts and the dialogues from the agent manual. You got to be able to role play with me cold we don't want to go out and practice on the prospects. So if you're joining an agent on my team, we got to be able to role play cold. You got to be able to look me in the face and role play cold. Okay. The benefits of doing business with us as a buyer, right? That includes the buyer profile USP, how to make compelling offers, deal with objections, and answering those in close, and all of the unique buyer benefits that we have to offer. And that buyer presentation, backwards and forwards, whether to speed up, slow down, summarize, or get into fine details based on personal concepts of the prospect that we're going to be talking to. You know all that. You know what? You would be fully equipped to go out there and tackle it and do a great job as a buyer's agent on the team. Okay, now why don't we do this, Craig? I'm going to go to the coaching site. All right, check this out. Okay, so everybody will know sort of where you can get your hands on some of these materials. and do a little more demonstrating. I'm going to go to the file library. You know what? I'm going to go to resources first, session material. So regardless of the level that you're at in the Craig Proctor system, coaching, platinum, you have access to these session materials. Okay. And down here is when we get into a little bit of the buyer system right here, session number 5, VIP buyer presentation. Everybody see that? Okay. And then we create a little bit more of buyer's agents, outside sales agents on session number 15. Okay, so everybody see that? So there's 2 great resources there, materials and webinars by the kingpin himself, Mr. Craig Proctor. Now, let's go to file library. So let's say you're in platinum. Okay, let me tell you what we've done here for platinum members. Okay, I'm going to come down. It's called the Platinum VIP Buyer System Libraries. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down. These are all in alphabetical order down the right-hand side, not chronological order, alphabetical order. And check it out. We've got the VIP Buyer Appointment Library. We've got the VIP Buyer Prospect Follow-Up Library, and we've got the Sales Process Library. Okay, follow-up comes before appointment. Appointment comes before the sales process, or after you get the buyer. That's what we're calling the sales process. So 3 libraries there, okay, full of materials. If I was to click on the VIP Buyer Appointment Library, look, there are 30 files in each one of those libraries, okay? Now, let's look at one more piece of collateral here before we jump in and start coaching and teaching you more about this system, all right? Craig, you're going to like this one. I'm going to come down here to the Platinum Recruiting OSA Library. So stay with me. Okay, here we go. Platinum Recruiting OSA Library. And I'm going to pull up the Outside Sales Agent Agreement. I want to share something with all of you. So if you're an agent and you're joining Craig Proctor's team, Todd's team, any of our top members' team, you're going to sign off on this agreement when you onboard. Okay, and I'm going to take you to one of the pages here in the agreement that deals with a lot of what we just talked about, like what happens on hiring day, okay, what happens as soon as you onboard, okay, with all of the training that goes on every single day. We train every day, okay, and before you're going to go out and start meeting with buyers, these boxes have to be checked. So when I said you've got to know this material really well before you're just running out there practicing on the customers. We don't practice on customers. Practicing is what we do before we're in the game. Okay. So I wanted to draw everybody's attention to that agent agreement. So if you're a team leader and you don't have these kinds of KPIs, key performance indicators outlined, training processes and onboarding processes laid out for your agents when they join your company and your team, this is something everybody can improve on, including if you're a buyer's agent. Okay. So I'll take you right back to the coaching site there. You can see that's ID number 3008 for platinum members. Okay, everybody get that? All right, now let's get back to the actual materials. Okay.
Hey Todd, every time you flip the there's like a camera clicking sound. Can you just hit the mute button on your computer? It sounds like a camera shutter every time you
like
I see that. Yeah.
Like that?
Did you mean that to happen?
You know how long this power?
Because I've got Mike Hogan here in chat. He's like, yeah, I don't like it. So
all right, hang on. Let's see if we can fix that.
Okay.
That's sound effects that we've built in there before. So
how many of you like the sound effects? And how many of you don't like the sound effects?
I fixed it.
Okay, we fixed it. Okay, Mike, we fixed that. Yeah, I found it a little distracting, to be honest. But anyway, I can make sound effects every time you click it. I could go. Ka-ch.
All right. So now you can't hear him, can you?
Very faintly, can still hear him though.
Yeah, it's coming through my microphone.
Okay. Any way to shut it off?
I don't know, buddy.
Okay, well it's better.
I thought I did. I ended my stream. Check this out. When you go to share screen, for those of you guys that use Zoom, when you share screen, you can share computer sound and optimize share for video, and I cut that off.
No. So mute your computer. If you mute the sound on your audio on your computer, that'll kill it. Yeah, that's it, my man.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got to be able to hear you.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's keep going.
Yeah, man, let's do it. Okay, so we talked about attracting prospects. All right, we talked about the materials that we need. So everybody's got that checklist. Okay, now let's talk about the actual need for a buyer's agreement. So, Craig, you taught me how to work with buyers, sort of like we work with sellers. Like we're not going to run out there and start representing a buyer, showing them homes, doing a client relationship job with them without a buyer agreement. So, when did this come about? Because when I didn't even know the thing existed until I connected my wagon to you.
So I created a buyer agency agreement here in Canada before we even had them. There was no such thing. So I set up an appointment to talk to my real estate attorney, Jack, and I said, "Can we do this? Would this be legal if I had a contractual agreement with a buyer?" Even though this is not coming from the real estate association, it's not coming from the real estate board, I want to have a contractual agreement where I get the buyer to commit their loyalty to me, and they must sign this, or we're not going to go out and show them houses. And my lawyer says, yes, it's legal. It's a contract between you and another person, so it doesn't have to be endorsed by the real estate board, the real estate association. So that's how we started off. And I started using the buyer agency agreement. I talked to my team about it. Of course, they resisted. They said, it won't work. This is not going to work here. Buyers won't sign it. Why would a buyer sign this when they can just go work with another agent? All the stuff that people think. Eventually, I got Lindy Black, my top agent. I got her on board. I got her trained to do this, and all of a sudden, Lindy's coming back with these buyer contracts signed. And shortly afterwards, the rest of my team members, they all become interested, right? Because I'm getting the buyers to sign it. Lindy Black's getting the buyers to sign it. And so eventually, I won my entire team over. Now, we started with we're just accepting whatever's being offered on MLS, but it's just a commitment. And if the buyer broke the commitment, okay, and they bought through another agent, in the beginning, we did not demand the full commission. We demanded $500, okay? But then we ramped it up. This evolved over time. So, this is 20 years ago. So what I'm talking about here, just to be clear, is before the advent of buyer agency. So it was a great time to do it because I was the only agent in the Toronto area that was signing buyers up to buyer agreements. So, obviously it's a great time to do it when nobody else is doing it. The other agents didn't understand it. The buyers didn't resist. We didn't have much of a problem. The biggest resistance I got was getting from my team members. My team members, before they gave this a chance, pushed back with all the reasons why they didn't think it would work. And what we found is it was very easy to get them signed because in the initial stages, you're convincing the buyer to pay you nothing. How many of you watching this right now think you're skilled enough to convince a buyer to pay you nothing? Okay, that's where we start, is we're going to do this for you and this for you and this for you and this for you. And none of our services cost you a penny. All we ask in return is for your loyalty. Does that sound fair? And I'm looking them right in the eyes. And it is a fair request because we do an awful lot for buyers. And if they balk at this, if they don't think that that's a fair arrangement, that you're going to do all this work and all these benefits for them, and in exchange, you don't ask them for any money, all you're asking for is your loyalty. If they fight you on that, that tells you something, right?
Yep.
So you will not lose any more buyers doing it the Craig Proctor way. You'll just lose them faster. And so the key is we want to generate a lot of buyers because not every buyer that you speak to, not every buyer you speak to, you even want to meet with. Some of them you determine are not motivated. Some of them are not qualified. So we're not trying to, we're not saying to you, get a meeting with every buyer at all cost. Not at all. You should only be meeting with buyers that you should be meeting with.
Yep.
Don't set up a buyer meeting just because you can. Some of you are so good with the universal callback script. You're so good with that buyer offer that you can pretty much get buyer appointments at will. Okay. Like, don't do it just because you can. Only set a buyer appointment because you should. And the only time you should be setting a buyer appointment is if they're motivated and their timing is realistic. And we're going to go through all these steps of how to do this properly, so you can have a very, very profitable buyer side. And buyers,
by the way, I think the industry norm standard is, I think, for most agents that I've seen, is they never get a buyer agreement signed until they're working up the purchase and sell agreement. That's when they kind of slide it in there.
Well, yeah, but that's a good point. So how many of you would agree that eventually you always get the buyer to sign the buyer agency agreement anyway? But the problem is you're getting it signed when you really don't need it anymore, right? You're getting it signed at the end when they're making an offer. Now, I mean, you have to get it signed then, right? Because you're representing the buyer. But why not get the buyer agency signed at the beginning of the relationship when you first meet them to guarantee that you're going to be compensated? Why would you wait until the end? I could argue at the end, it doesn't matter. They're buying the house that day.
Mm-hmm. So to make all this happen, it's just, it's a system. Working with buyers, sort of like working with sellers, it's a system. So, but understand this, cost is only a factor in the absence of value. So we're going to walk the buyer through our benefits. And then when we're done presenting benefits, they'll sign a buyer agreement. No problem, hands down. Okay. So what we're going to share with you is how the top Craig Proctor system members do this. Okay. And you'll be, should be really clear on it, but type into the chat any of your questions along the way. We'll try to answer those as we move through it, but keep an open mind here. Okay. Now, survey says, what do buyers want in a buyer's agent? Okay. Well, full understanding of what a buyer wants in a home, up-to-date, thorough knowledge of homes on the marketplace, superior negotiating skills, specialized knowledge on the best financing options available, and a service program that makes it quick and easy for them to preview the homes they're interested in. Now, if we go back and look at this, superior negotiating skills. So when we're doing these platinum level workshops all these years, training team members of Craig Proctor system members, and I asked this question, like, what do you believe? What does superior negotiating skills mean to you? And I get all kinds of answers, Craig. Get them the best deal. Get them the lowest price. And all these things. And but after it's all said and done, it's like, dude, get them the house. How many buyer's agents? Let's say you're a listing agent. How many times have you been presented an offer from a buyer's agent, and the buyer's agent is the one that is keeping the buyer from buying the house? Okay,
they're in the way of the transaction.
Yes. Yeah, to just facilitate the transaction. Like, give an example. The buyer's agent has got a buyer. They're in your listing, and buyer's all excited. Wow, we really like this house. And the buyer's agent says something like, well, they're asking $300 for it. I think you can get it for $290. And immediately, the buyer was like, it may take $310 to buy the house.
Right.
So superior negotiating skills is to get the buyer the home. Get them the home at the best price with the least amount of house. Everybody get that? But you can't let the house slip away that they most want. Okay. Now, here's another big point. Most real estate agents, if I was to call you up today and ask you a question, say about one of your listings, and I said, hey, that house you got there at 1065 Gunner Court, if I was to put down 20%, what would my monthly payment be? And most real estate agents would say, I don't know. Let me quote, forward you over to our mortgage company person, and in other words, I'm going to screw up the sale. Like, look, the best buyer's agents are extremely knowledgeable about financing and financing options that exist out there. They get this information fed to them from their mortgage guys. In no way did I learn from Craig Proctor to punt on financing questions.
Great point. So you're saying many agents don't think that that's their business.
Yeah, they don't think that they basically give up responsibility of putting deals together versus assuming responsibility for everything. How many times have you guys had a mortgage person totally bumble the deal, put a bad taste in the buyer's mouth, and they go away? All right. So trust me, people buy on terms. You're going to see that when we get into negotiating the deals later today.
Well, the other benefit
when we're in the home negotiating a deal, everyone's going to see how to use terms to get the buyer to move forward comfortably with paying at or even more than the asking price, because that may very well be required of them.
Yeah. So you want to have a knowledge of financing. Okay. You don't want to abdicate that to a lender, and here's why. Before I understood financing, I would make that mistake. As soon as a buyer asked me anything in regards to financing, I didn't think it was my business. Like, that's not my job. That's how I justified it. So I would abdicate responsibility on the financing to a lender. It wasn't my job. I thought it wasn't my job to know anything about financing. However, when I made the effort to learn as much as I could about financing, what I realized initially is some of the buyers that I was sending to my lender could have actually been financed. Mm-hmm. But the lender wasn't financing them because it was harder. Does everyone understand this? How many of you have sent a buyer to a lender and the lender didn't get them financing, but the buyer ended up getting financing somewhere else? And maybe you even lost the buyer because of it, because your lender said no. Now, look, just like there's lazy realtors, there's lazy lenders. So you want to make sure you hook your wagon to a couple of different lenders, make sure they're aggressive, because remember, part of our job, whether you like it or not, part of our job is making what we sell sound more affordable. That's what we do in our marketing, okay? And making what we sell easier for people to buy. So if you don't know anything about financing and you're abdicating responsibility, you're just sending your buyers to a lender. And if that lender isn't that knowledgeable, if that lender's kind of lazy, if that lender doesn't go the extra mile, then that buyer doesn't get financed. Again, I'll ask you this question. How many buyers have you sent to a lender? The lender blows it up, and then you find out that your buyer actually did get financing somewhere else and they bought the house, but not from you. So this is why I love that term. You don't want to punt the ball, drop the ball.
Yeah, punt.
Look, in a football game, quarterback throws the ball to the receiver. Receiver doesn't run down to the 5-yard line and stop. The receiver runs through the goal line, right? Do you guys like that analogy? Because if you're okay, so Rainmaker generates the appointment. Okay, that's the quarterback. Quarterback throws it to the receiver. That's the outside sales agent. Outside sales agent catches the ball. They're running down the field, and then we got to get financing, and so the receiver just stops at the 5-yard line. Okay, but if you knew about financing, okay, if you had arrangements with lenders, you could run right through the goal line.
Yeah, and most people are buying on terms, man. They're financing the deal.
You talked about that yesterday. Yeah, you talked about that yesterday. It's so important. Yeah, it's so important because look at the way you buy a car. How many of you buy a car just on price? Maybe some of you, but how many of you buy on terms? If you look at the way a car dealership sells cars, this car is $89,000, or it's $3,000 down and $879 a month.
Yeah.
So big ticket items are usually sold on terms, not just end price.
Amen. Okay, now firm formula.
Love it.
Love this one, Craig. Yep. So you're going to, if you're doing well showing up here and involving yourself into these systems, you're going to generate an overflow of prospects, okay, leads and opportunities. So when deciding whether we're going to work with a certain buyer, then we want to ask ourselves these questions right here. Okay, number one, are they financially stable? Are they interested in signing a buyer's agreement, realistic in their purchase expectations, and motivated? Can they buy? Will they buy? Okay. Type in the chat if you've ever had a buyer who they could buy, but they wouldn't buy. Or they want to buy, but they can't buy. Like, how many of us have had these things? So this firm formula right here, we call them, Craig, on my team, we call them car-worthy buyers. Okay. These are the people that we put in the car that we went out and we showed homes for. So if they didn't fall, if we couldn't check these boxes, it was a different process. For example, maybe their credit was too low or they didn't have enough for a down payment. It wasn't that we told those guys to get lost. Quite the contrary. We had systems in place to help them and relationships with companies that could help them improve their credit score, for example. Okay. And some people just aren't, they're tied up in a lease for 7 or 8 months, and it's too costly to be able to get out of it. Okay. Even though I would wager that we could probably, if the buyer's motivated, they could get out of their lease with some effort and work. So anyway, that's the firm formula. So thank you for that, Mr. Proctor. That thing worked pretty well. And the way to find out is like, we're going to ask this information straight up. Okay. And it happens automatically throughout the process. Okay. So if you were paying attention a little bit ago, when I pulled up the outside sales agent agreement for agents that join, like a Platinum members teams, they're all pretty much using that agreement. These targets were listed in the agreement. So an agent joins and they know sort of what the targets are. Like, what are our key performance indicators? Like, what are we running our business? What's being measured? Okay. What are the things that make the most sense? And it would be all of these right here. Okay. We need to obtain an appointment with a buyer, and an appointment with a buyer starts before looking at houses. So we didn't count, Craig. We didn't count running out and showing a buyer a home as a VIP buyer appointment. That was just simply somebody wants to look at our listing. We couldn't close them on meeting ahead of time. So we ran out and showed the listing, and we sort of knew how most of those worked out. They didn't buy the home they would call on. We never counted that as an appointment in the grand scheme of things. Okay. VIP buyer agreements. Okay. In other words, we got to get the agreement signed. We can have the greatest presentation in the world, but if you can't close on getting the buyer agreement signed, we got to deal with that. Okay. Next, once you get a buyer agreement signed, we got to get the buyer out to go look at houses. If they're not physically looking at homes, how are they going to buy one? Okay. And in order to actually have,
can we go back to that one for a second?
We got to write offers. What was that?
Can we go back to the showing homes?
Yep.
Point? Okay. So I got this one from Coach Rick Brash. I believe it was Rick. Rick said that Rick had a very good buyer business. And Rick said that one of the things that they learned is as soon as the buyer agreement is signed, you need, before you leave the meeting, whether it's at your office or at their house or apartment, but as soon as the buyer agreement is signed, you want to get them out looking at houses as soon as possible. Like that day or the next day. A common mistake that's made is we sign them to a buyer agreement and we treat it, Todd, you've said this before, right? We treat it like a listing. Okay, a buyer agreement, we treat it like a listing. Oh, I've got them signed up. And then the buyer leaves your meeting. You've got the buyer contract signed, but then time elapses. Days and weeks go by, and you may be emailing the buyer information, but all of a sudden they're not responding. So what it turns into is you're just sending them a bunch of emails. Maybe they're driving by the properties. Maybe they're not. Look, you've got to strike while the iron is hot. They're never going to be hotter on this idea on buying a house than when they meet with you and they sign that buyer agency agreement. You need to get them out, like keep that momentum going. That's what Rick Brash said. Keep that momentum going. Once they sign the buyer contract, we don't want them to cool off. We don't want days and weeks to go by. Let's get them out looking at houses later today or tomorrow or the next day at the latest. But we got to keep that momentum going. Keep it going. Get them out there right away.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The best buyer agreements among our top members do have a spot on the buyer agreement for a time and date to go look at homes. It's the next step. Okay. So now writing offers. Like if you're not writing offers up, like you can tell your buyer, and we're going to role play this a little bit later today. Hey buyer, why don't we go back to the office? Okay. Or why don't we bring out the paperwork and let's take a look at what an offer would look like. Okay. Pretty simple. And this is where we're headed. We're trying to get homes under contract, pending sale. We can't control necessarily if it closes or not, because we're not the one buying it. Okay, does everybody get that? But what we're trying to do is get pending sales. So one of the things that I do with Titanium members on consult days, Craig, is the leading indicator, key performance indicator, is how many pending sales they have on any given day. I'll give you a quick example. John Leahy was in the office here a few weeks ago for a consult day. And I said, okay, Jonathan, what's your big goal for 2021? How many homes do you want to sell? He said, I want to sell 500. And I'm like, awesome, dude. Okay, so how many homes do you have under contract today? Pending sales. He said, I've got 52. And I'm like, okay, well, how many deals do you put under contract that don't close? We went through all those numbers. And I was like, you've already done your 500 closings, bud. Like you don't need to wait till next year, because on any given day, your pending sales are climbing. Okay. If you got over 50 pending sales, that's 500 and that's 600 deals that you're on track to close, as long as you keep the pending sale numbers that level or more. Like you're going to do 600 closings, like you're already on track. So you've already accomplished your goal. You don't need to wait to a year before you've done it. You're doing it. So pending sales, or how many homes you have under contract, is a leading indicator. So most of you watching right now can absolutely identify with this, is that feast and famine roller coasters happen when you don't have customers under contract or pending sale. Okay, you've got a customer, you get a buyer agreement signed, you negotiate a deal, you get them under contract. Okay, it closes and you've got nothing else under contract. So you start to think, because it takes some time, it might take 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. So what we want for you is to have consistency on the number of pending sales you have. So imagine this, imagine always having someone pending sale. That's your future income. Closings are about what happened in the past. Okay, pending sales are a representation of your future. Okay, so make that a leading indicator on your scorecards and measure it against how many pendings you had the same time last year, same exact day last year, and watch those numbers begin to climb. Okay. Oh, and the other big target is a 5-star review. So let me say something about that. Imagine if your business you couldn't pay your bills with commission checks. Okay, everybody listen. You couldn't pay your mortgage. You couldn't pay your car payment. You couldn't eat. You couldn't send your kids to college. You couldn't go on vacation. You couldn't pay your credit card bills. You couldn't pay any bills with a commission check. The only thing you could do with a commission check was like a trophy. You could admire it. You could put it on the wall and you could say, wow, look at all my commission checks that I've earned. But you couldn't pay your bills with it. You could only pay your bills with a 5-star review. So now you're dependent on generating 5-star reviews. Let's say that was the real currency in your business. And let me ask you, if it were the real currency in your business versus a commission check, would your business be different? And this is sort of where we work with Platinum members on this, is we want to turn this thing into, instead of a commission check driven business, into a 5-star review business. And that means a lot more commission checks for you. Okay.
Yeah, that's really flipping it around, because right now people are focused, maybe they're focused on the commission check.
Yeah, focus on commission.
And the 5-star review is the award or the trophy that's on the shelf.
Amen, brother.
Right. So your mindset is flip that around. If you make the priority or the currency, the 5-star review, lots of commission checks will come your way.
You got it, big dog. Okay, now let's talk about why even get a buyer agreement signed. You talked about this pretty well in depth, Craig. Well, number one, where I am is the law. Like if the buyer wants me to represent them, the state says it has to be in writing. So if I'm running around pretending I'm representing the buyer, and it is sort of a pretend, if it's not in writing, according to state law, I don't represent them. So when we look at the buyer agreements a little bit later, you'll see it. It's right there at the top. It says state law requires. So it makes it easy. Hey, buyer, if you want me to represent you, we have to have an agreement in writing. I would love to do it on a handshake, trust me. Okay, but the law says it just needs to be in writing. So that makes it even easier. Another reason is, like you said, Craig, loyalty. Okay, and to me, one of the biggest reasons is it establishes clear expectations. There's an alignment. This is what you're going to get. And this is what you're going to give. Okay, so there's no ambiguity on it. There's no guessing. It clearly outlines what the buyer can expect from us, and we're in agreement. Okay, and the big bullet point is to actually get paid your optimum fee. Otherwise, you don't know what you're going to get because you don't know what house the buyer is going to buy. Okay, so we want to deal with this now. How to, in other words, establishing and actually collecting your optimum fee, no matter what home the buyer buys. Okay, and no matter what the commission, if any, being offered. Okay, so this is when sometimes agents get a little nervous. They get a little squirrely, Craig, because they've never done this before. They've always relied on a listing agent to pay them whatever the listing agent decided it should be. And then when the buyer's agent doesn't believe the listing agent is giving them, quote, enough of their money, the buyer's agent gets mad and angry with the listing agent. All right, well.
But understand, the listing agent isn't obligated to give anything to the buyer agent.
No, there's no law that says they have to do that.
No. So when the buyer agent gets upset with the listing agent, understand the listing agent isn't obligated to give any commission to the buyer broker, zero. You're seeing that play out in most of your marketplaces right now. Mm-hmm. Okay, you're seeing that the commission being paid to the buyer broker is going down and down and down and down.
Yep, 100%, dude.
Okay, and now we know that the commissions aren't being split equally often. Okay, so we could have an example where the listing agent is getting 3 or 3.5%, and they're giving away maybe 2.5% to the buyer or 2% to the buyer. We're seeing commissions in some marketplaces being offered to the buyer broker at less than 2%, at 1%, and in some cases, zero. Now, Todd and I believe that the way real estate always should have worked is each party, the buyer and the seller, would agree on the amount that they're going to pay their representative. Todd, you like to speak about opposing counsel. So I'm going to let you talk about opposing counsel and give some examples in the real world outside of real estate, how paying opposing counsel is a ridiculous concept.
It is a ridiculous concept. Imagine where you find yourself in a courtroom, okay, and you're being, quote, sued by someone, okay? You're being sued. So you're in the courtroom. So you're on one side of the courtroom with your attorney, okay? And the person suing you is on the other side of the courtroom with their counsel, okay? You're paying your attorney. And then throughout the process or somewhere in the process, you discover that you're paying your attorney and your attorney is paying the attorney representing the person that is suing you. The person suing you their job or their goal is to take something from you. And their counsel is there to help them do that. So what person would think it's a great idea to pay your representative and then have your representative fund the person who's trying to take something from you? It's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard of in the real estate industry go on.
You know why it's set up that way, though, right? Why did they do it this way? Why did the real estate industry set it up that the seller pays the commission, all the commission, and it's split with the buyer? Why was it set up that way?
Tell us.
So the commission could be financed. That's why. Right? The commission could be financed, right? Because the sale price, the commission is built into the sale price of the house. The sale price of the house can be financed. So the buyer agents, both commissions are being financed. If you did it,
and everything's being financed. I mean, everything's in the deal.
Correct. So by doing it this way, where the buyer pays their own agent, it's not financed. The buyer has to pay it directly. It's not, amortized over 25 years in mortgage. So that's why they did it this way. So it was set up not because it's right. It was set up because it was the most convenient way to do it. So way back when, it's like, yeah, this is the most convenient way to do it. Now, this is being challenged. Of course, you all know this. There's a big lawsuit happening right now. The attorneys that took on the lawsuit, they're suing the National Association of Realtors, all the big associations and all the big franchises. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that lawsuit, Todd, and what the argument is.
I actually have that embedded here. So let's just step through it step by step so we can get our brains wrapped around this. So look at this bullet point. Let's say that you want to run and grow a profitable business. Okay. How in the world can we do that if we don't know what we're going to make? Every company that's successful in the world knows their quote profit margin and their expenditures, and everything's wrapped into their whatever it is they're selling and how much money they're going to get. Has everybody got it? So there's projections that are being made. So I would wager that one of the reasons real estate agents fail at enormous levels is because they don't know what they're going to make. So they're unwilling, they hold back on making investments in themselves and in their own business. Okay. All right. How about this one? How can you get and keep great salespeople, which is a requirement to have a great sales team? How can you get and keep great salespeople if you have to look them in the face and tell them, I don't know what you're going to make? All right. So imagine this, Craig. Real estate agent shows up. All right, they're going to join my team, and they say, hey, okay, Todd, how do I get paid? I'm saying, well, when there's a commission on a buyer, you're going to get half of it, and I'm going to get half. And then the buyer's agent says, okay, awesome. Half of what? And my answer is, I don't know. Some homes out there are at 2.5, some homes are at 2, some at 3, some at 0. The buyer may buy nothing, or they may buy a for sale by owner. I don't know what it's going to be, but you're going to get half of it. So that's where it starts on trying to scale up and build a world-class real estate sales team business. It can't start there.
And as the commissions go down on the brokers, on the buyer broker side, as those commissions go lower and lower and lower, and as a team leader, you're splitting your commission with your outside sales agents, the profits become very thin for both the outside sales agent and for the team leader. I mean, if you're splitting 2% or less than 2%, it becomes pretty skinny, right? So we just want to let you know, you don't have to do it that way.
No, you don't. And that says it right there. If you don't know what your income will be, how are you going to have confidence of making investments into your business, right? So now, look, here's another big thing. We don't want buyer's agents to steer buyers to listings that they make the most commission on. We want them to give buyers access to everything. Buyers already feel like they're being denied some of the properties that that are available in the marketplace.
That's a big point. How many of you would agree with that point that Todd just made, that the buyers are kind of onto this? Why do you think the buyers want to do the research themselves now? Why do you think that is? Why do you think they're happy to go to Zillow, go onto Google? Why do you think they want to go look at their own homes? Some of you may argue, well, maybe it's convenient. Yes, but some of you would agree that the buyers are concerned that a real estate agent may not show them certain properties because they have a financial incentive not to show them certain properties. I'm not saying any of you do this, so don't get me wrong on this. I'm not saying that any realtor in the Craig Proctor system is steering buyers away from listings that pay less. But we do know what happens in the industry. Okay, you've heard about that. You've heard about agents that will, they've got a buyer, they've got a buyer contract signed. So you said, Todd, in the state of Georgia, if you've got an exclusive buyer agency agreement with the buyer, you're supposed to be working on the buyer's best behalf. You're representing them. So if the agent is supposed to be looking out for the buyer's best behalf, then they should be trying to help that buyer find the right house for them. That decision shouldn't be made. What I'm going to show the buyer and what I'm not going to show the buyer shouldn't be made on what commission is being offered to the buyer broker. But we know that happens out there. Yep. And because we know that some agents are making those decisions on what the buyer is going to see and what the buyer is not going to see, well, guess what? The buyers are onto this now. Some buyers are onto this now. So it's another reason why buyers don't want to work with an agent, right? So what if, though, here's the big what if. What if you knew you're going to get paid whatever it was, 3%, 3.5%, regardless of what home the buyer buys? You would know that, but so would the buyer. That's an argument you can make to the buyer is, hey, look, my fee's been negotiated. You know, there is no financial incentive for me to keep you away from any houses. I get paid the same rate no matter what property you buy.
Yep, exactly. Here's what I've discovered doing fully implementing the VIP buyer system. You get more buyers calling you saying, hey, I found something I want to go see. It's a for sale by owner over here. It was a previously listed home. I heard they were going to put it on the market. Like, you get those calls. I ran into a builder, new construction deal, whatever. The buyers will call you because they know that you're in it for them. Okay. Yeah, it's not a cool thing to just email buyers homes that are active in the MLS. If that's your practice, that is by definition limiting a buyer's selection of homes. And buyers are scared to death they're going to miss out on the perfect deal. So I did a poll at one of our live meetings, Craig, where we had a lot of outside sales agents in the room and platinum level members. And I just asked them straight up, how many of you, I'll make my point here, how many of you own a house right now? You bought a home within the last 5 years. And a good bit of people in the room stood up. And I said, okay, if you found the home on MLS and bought it, you can sit down. Okay. And you would have been amazed at the number of people that were left standing that found their own house outside of MLS, including the guy talking right now. It wasn't listed in the MLS, the home that you've been to there, Craig, the house that Craig Proctor built.
The Todd Walters mansion on the hill.
Yeah. So look, so it's not the listing agent's job, as you said, Craig, it's not the listing agent's job to negotiate a fee with their client, the seller, to pay the agent representing the buyer. Okay. Does everybody understand that? All right. No seller is going to get, as Craig said, they're not going to get excited about this. As a matter of fact, the more they understand and realize it, they're like, what is that about? So you're right, Craig. There's a class action lawsuit. It's still ongoing. The Justice Department is involved, okay, in this deal as well. Okay. Some boards have made some changes to the way that they present commissions and stuff like that, even companies. But it's likely that the way that it's, quote, been done around here, we'll probably, it'll just be differently. We're already seeing commissions on the decline. It's not like they're going up, I don't believe, for buyer's agents really anywhere. So, hey, if I'm a homeowner, I'm not going to get excited about paying opposing counsel to take something from me.
Okay, so does that make sense just on a logical level, everybody? That it doesn't make sense that the seller is forced to pay opposing counsel. Now, we don't know what's going to happen with this lawsuit, but let's say there is zero commission being offered to the buyer broker. Let's say that you woke up tomorrow and that's the way it was. Do you feel confident that you can generate lots of buyer leads, get high quality buyers to meet with you, compel the buyer to sign a buyer agency agreement and negotiate your fee? Do you feel confident that you're really good at that? Some of you are, but all of us need to be, because no matter what happens, we can be assured what Todd just said is true. Commissions aren't going up. I can tell you that. They're not going up. Look at the trend. You have the right as a sales professional to negotiate your fee when you work with a buyer, just like you've got the right to work with which buyers you choose to work with. You've got the right to decline other buyers. In fact, that's how you get wealthy as a real estate agent, is you have to be very particular on who you spend your time with and how you spend your time. If you want to sell a lot of real estate, you want to make a lot of money and you want to make more money and work less, the way to do that is to have awesome lead generation, be very particular which buyers and sellers you spend time with, and negotiate your fee.
Yeah, man, just have a lot of opportunities, customers. Okay. So plus, how about this industry model is to essentially just send buyers emails of homes that they already have access to. Like, imagine the buyer. Okay. So Craig, you're the buyer. Hey, Craig, here's how this is going to work. I'm going to email you houses that you can pretty much find on your own on the internet. And so if you'll do me a favor and sign this agreement here, pledging your loyalty to me and my fee. Aren't you excited about that?
Yeah, well, that's what they think, right? Buyers think that everything an agent can do for them, they can do for themselves. Okay. I can search for my own homes. I can do the research. I can look at the stats. They believe, and with virtual tours the way they are, the buyer can actually go in and have a pretty darn good look at the house. So, what is it that you bring to the table? The buyer's asking, right? Not me. The buyer's asking, what is it you bring to the table that I can't do myself?
Yep, exactly. So we've established these things today. Okay. And we've made a good case for actually not just learning about this system. I'm talking full on commitment on it, on getting this implemented into your business. And at some point, you either will or you will discover an impossibility on scaling up a super profitable real estate sales team business.
Yeah, I thought of another point, Todd. Mm-hmm. Okay. So what have we always said as an industry that we do for the buyers? So we help you find the house, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So the buyers would argue, well, that's been taken away from you, real estate agents. That's been taken away from you because we can find our own house now. Then we would say to buyers, yeah, but we're good negotiators. Like, we've got all this information, but we're also good negotiators. And the buyer's response to that is, yeah, you know what though? I can just call the listing agent now because I know who the listing agent is. And right away off the top, I'm going to save 2.5 or 3% by dealing directly with the listing agent. So Mr. and Mrs. Real Estate Agent, whatever negotiating benefit that you thought you were bringing to the table, I can do that myself now. I can go directly to the listing agent and I can negotiate that 2.5 or 3 or 3.5% right off the price. So look, I'm just saying this is what buyers think today. The buyers don't think they need us. So it's our job right? To show them that they really do. How, like, what value do we bring to the table? If we can't communicate our value, then they're not going to sign a buyer agency agreement, and we're not going to be able to negotiate our fee. And if they don't sign a buyer contract, we all know what happens. Some of the buyers will take advantage of you. You will show them homes for weeks and months, and they will leave you behind when they're ready to buy. How many of you have had that happen to you before? Almost everybody, right? I don't care how great your personality is. I don't care how much you've got this relationship. You're relying on your personality. Hey, here's the problem: when you start to work with enough buyers, when you start to work with a lot of buyers, it's hard when you're working with a lot of buyers to have that personal connection with a lot of buyers. Mm-hmm. Now, I get it. If you've only got one or two buyers, I can be lock and step with them. I can keep right on them because I've only got one or two buyers, and I can leverage off my personality and build that real strong relationship. But even still, some of you that you thought, oh my God, I got this real solid relationship with this buyer, they disappoint. Mm-hmm. Okay, so got to do this right. We've got to learn how to generate lots of buyer leads, only meet with the best of the best, the most motivated, the most sincere, the most ready to act buyers and sellers, because that's going to increase your chances of when you meet with them, they're going to sign the buyer contract. But what's your language going to be in that meeting? It can't be, hey, here's something I want you to sign that's good for me and has zero value for you. You can't be talking about all the stuff they taught you in real estate school. Look at all the stuff they taught us, Todd. This is about agency and representation. Okay, that's what they teach us. They teach us. Now, it's true, the buyer contract is about agency and representation. I'm not saying that that's not true. However, it's not number one on the buyer's list. The number one thing the buyers want, Todd, is what?
Access to homes. Like, they want a house.
Yeah. They want access to properties, but not just properties that they can get on their own.
Yeah,
okay, not just property.
Scared to death they're going to miss out on the perfect home. That's why they keep going back. They leave you. You get done showing. You showed them 10 houses that day. Boom, they jump in the car. They're driving around even more. They get home. They jump right on Google. Start looking.
Biggest fear they have. Write this down, folks. The biggest fear the buyers have. The thing we're going to leverage. We're going to leverage off this fear. We're going to leverage off the biggest fear the buyer has. The biggest fear is they're terrified that they're going to miss out on the perfect property. And for good reason, How many of you have had a buyer, you've showed them a whole bunch of houses, and then somehow, some way, the perfect home came on the market and you missed it or they missed it. And now, oh my God, all the buyer wants to talk about is the house that got away. Ever happened to you, Todd? The house that got away. It's like, oh, every house you show them from that point forward, they keep comparing to the house that they missed out on, right? It's like nothing is going to be as good as this house they missed out on. So it's for good reason. I understand why that's the biggest fear the buyers have. That's why we leverage off that fear. And when we call them and they say, well, gee, Todd, I'm already getting emails from another agent. Your response is, I'm not sure what the other agent's sending you, but my list includes bank foreclosures, distress sales, company-owned properties, homes that are not on the internet yet. They're not on MLS. It's free of charge and no obligation. Would you like to get those as well? It's free of charge, no obligation. Would I like to get those as well? You're not saying don't get the other listings from the other agents. You're not saying to them, don't be up all night looking on Zillow. You're just saying, I've got something unique that you may not be getting. It's free of charge and no obligation. Would you like to get those as well? You planted the seed. And of course, they can't help themselves. There's, yes, I need that. I want that. That's when you come back. Great. When would be a good time for us to get together? Yep. Why do we need to get together? Why can't I just tell you over the phone, Todd, what I'm looking for? Todd says, because I want to do a good job. If I can sit down for 15 or 20 minutes with you, I'm going to have the same great understanding that you have. That way, I'll only be sending you homes that are a perfect match and we'll never miss out on the perfect one. When's a good time for us to meet?
Beautiful.
Mornings or afternoons?
Okay, so yeah, we're walking you guys through this whole system. All right, but let's address the money real fast. How many of you would like a pay raise? Now, Craig, you and I have said behind closed doors before that we've never seen a group of people more adverse to giving themselves a pay raise than real estate agents.
No, they get mad. They get mad. I shared a story with Todd that I was flown in to Philadelphia to meet with a board of realtors. Now, Warren Flax, one of our longtime Titanium members and coach, Warren had talked to me about this. He goes, now look, I just want to let you know that even though your session is about negotiating your fee, you're going to get a lot of resistance. And he was right. I never met a group of realtors that were so upset about this whole idea of negotiating a higher fee when you work with buyers and sellers. It was like I'd been flown in to talk about cutting their pay. It was like the opposite. It's like, yeah, we're bringing Craig Proctor in to convince you to charge your clients less. It was the opposite. But a lot of the realtors in that meeting immediately went down the road of we can't or it won't. Again, this is again one of those things, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you are absolutely right. We're just letting you know, hey, this is what the top Craig Proctor members are doing. If you decide you want to make more money and work less, this is how to do it.
Yep. I'm going to prove it. We're going to prove it too. We got a panel coming up in about 30 minutes, and we're going to look at some actual real closings and deals. So you guys can see this ain't new. This is being done now.
Hey, Todd, we have 901 watching us on YouTube right now. 901.
That's beautiful, man.
Will we hit 1,000?
It's likely. 928 yesterday were here. So it's probably easier to find out who's not here because most everyone is. Great job. Okay, so let's just talk about it then. And let's see what the differences are. Let's say the average selling price in your marketplace is 300. According to Real Trends, this is about the norm right now in the United States, and I would even say probably in Canada, okay, on an average of commission percentages that are collected now, not charged. There's a difference between actually it being out there and then what actually happens at the end of the deal, right? So 2.25%, that's $67.50. Okay. Now let's involve the Craig Proctor system. Okay. So in our company, which goes back, goodness gracious, Craig, to when I first met you and you handed me this amazing system, the VIP buyer system. I don't recall selling homes. I'm not going to say it didn't happen. I just don't recall doing deals for less than 3.5% with any regularity. So it's about 3.5%. Okay. So that's a pretty substantial amount of increase in the same amount of energy, time, everything. So what can you do with an extra $3,750 on every single buyer transaction? You do 20, 30, 40, or 50 of these a year. That is a tremendous increase in what you can do for yourself, your family, and your business or your customers and clients. Okay. Now, if Craig or I were your buyer, we're not really interested in being, quote, shortchanged. Okay. We want more service. We want more help. We want more catering. We want more access. We want more of your time, not less. Okay. And so this allows you to be able to fund those things out. So you guys can run the math in your own head, but you need to decide sort of what is your optimum fee and what it's going to be. Okay. So let's go, Craig, and we'll just kind of role play this out.
By the way, if you wanted to hire the best architect in your city, would it cost you more money? If you wanted to hire the best lawyer, the best surgeon, would it cost more money? Some of you are already providing the extra services. Okay, you're providing a better experience, but you're charging the same fee as everybody else because that's the industry norm.
So let's just start from the ad. I'll just go conjure up an ad. Look how quick this is. Buford. Closeouts. Homes under, what's a good price? We'll say 500. That's a pretty good ad right there. Buford Builder closeout homes under $500,000. Okay. So let's say we're running this ad and we're generating prospects, leads. Beautiful. Okay. Now what happens? Well, here in the Craig Proctor system, Craig makes it easy for us. So I'm going to go back to the dashboard. We're going to go right here to the follow-up system. Now, let's say that you were joining Todd's team, Craig Proctor Light, and it was your first day. You just showed up. Well, if you recall from the agreement that we looked at earlier in what the onboarding process is, this is part of the onboarding process. All right. We're not going to start the training process until you memorize the offers that we make on the follow-up script. So this was a requirement, Craig, for the administrative people, the inside sales agents, OSAs, everybody needed to know from the minute that they started with our sales team that we're in the marketing and sales business. Like, we're not in the real estate business, we're in marketing and sales. So we make offers. So I want you to know what offers are being made when we talk to prospects on the telephone, and I want you to be able to articulate these offers back to me. So we pull the follow-up script, we take a big giant black magic marker and we draw it around these essentially 4 offers: home hunter service, sell first offer, newsletter, and longer term prospects. Number 6. That was it. So Craig, if Craig was a new agent here on Todd Walter's team, it would be pretty simple. It's like, okay, how long do you need to memorize these 4 offers, Craig? And if Craig said, well, I think I can do this in a few hours, I'm like, awesome, dude. So it's 11:30 now. So what do you think? Craig would say, well, by the end of the day, 5 o'clock. I'm like, awesome. Okay. So 5 o'clock rolls around. Craig comes back. He looks me in the face and I'm like, okay, sell first offer, go. Buy first offer, go. Longer term prospects, what do you say? When the offer, and if he can't role play with me cold, it's like, yeah, dude, you got to go back and memorize those. Like, you can screw up a lot of things here, but you know what we can't screw up? The offers. So it's almost, Craig, like you.
Okay, I love that. You got to say that again. I love that. Did everyone hear that? Repeat that again. You can screw up a lot of things.
Yep, you can. Like, we can mess up a lot of things. We can mess up some of these questions, but you cannot mess up the offers. That is how we actually get appointments. That's how we move to the next step in the process and get a prospect through the pipeline to become a client, to become a lifetime customer. It's a series of offers being made. Okay, has everybody got it? We're making the offers. They say yes to them. That moves to the next point in the pipeline or the lifetime customer line.
So you can work hard, you can generate all these leads, you can call them, finally get them on the phone, they're receptive, they're motivated, their timing is now. It's a really good prospect. However, sadly, you mess up the offer. You're not good at the offer. And Todd's point is, it's game over. You can be good at generating the leads. You can be motivated and good at calling them and be persistent. And you've got them on the phone and they tell you they're ready to buy and they're going to do it now. And they're telling you why and when and where they're moving to. And it gets to the part of the offer and you can't do it. That just means you wasted your time doing all the other steps.
Right. So that served me really well. Taking that cue from you, everybody in your company seemed to be solid on making these offers. Role playing was quick and smooth and easy. I'm like, okay, we just got to start everybody out with making the offers. And let's say Craig comes back at 5 o'clock. New agent on Todd's team, Craig comes back at 5 o'clock. He bumbles it. He fumbles the offers. I'm like, yeah, dude, you don't have it. So how much longer do you need to get this down? And he's like, well, let me just work. Let me give me a couple more hours. Okay. So we pick it up the next morning. He comes in. I'm like, okay, go. And he bumbles it again. I'm like, hey, dude, this is strike 2. And he goes, yeah. I said, how much longer do you need to get these committed to memory so you can role play this with me? He goes, I'll have it by lunchtime. Lunchtime comes around. Craig comes back and I'm like, okay, go. And he bumbles it again. I'm like, look, dude, it's 4 boxes. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't think this is for you. And that was it. So, and if the person said, yeah, I guess you're right, this is really not for me, then it was over. But if they said, no, I can get this, I can do this, I'm like, great. That's what I'm looking for. All right. Because I just challenged them. I don't think this is for you. Do you think when they go out on appointments and they're talking to buyers, they're going to get objections and be challenged? Well, how about this from a buyer? I think we can get a better deal if we just go directly to the listing agent.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yes, exactly. You know what? The other agents I talked to, that they didn't say anything about charging 4%.
Yeah, you should probably work with them.
Yes, exactly. So that's why we started the process with buyer's agents on the team from these offers and me role playing with them. And if they couldn't get it, I challenged them. And if they fold up like a tent, they need to go work for somebody else's sales team. They can go work for my competitors. Okay. And that's pretty much the way it worked. This is why we sold 500 homes a year when I was just a kid. Okay. Before the Google, in the algorithm, then in the internet, we're doing that level of business. This is why. We're doing a great job of copying and implementing this system. Now,
I wonder if 500 homes a year back then is equivalent to 5,000 homes a year now with all the technological advancements and efficiencies.
Yeah, you would think so. I don't know, but it seemed like a lot, and it is to this day. It's almost like you had it was weird. It's almost like you could see the future. So I'm looking at this buy first box here, this homeowner service box. And you baked into the script all those years ago when practically every single home was in the MLS. Like it was a rarity for homes not to be listed in the MLS, way more common today. Even all those years ago, decades ago, you baked into the follow-up script words that indicated that the buyer's likely to miss out on the perfect home. So we can give you access to homes that you can't readily find on your own or quote on the internet. It's like you built it in with bank foreclosures, company-owned properties, distress sales. These were these were words that the buyers believe represent great deals that they can't readily find on their own.
Offering them stuff they want works way better than offering them things they think they already have.
Yeah. So here's what that offer looks like right here. This buy first offer, guys. I would write this down. It's priority access to proprietary information. Priority access to proprietary information. Proprietary information essentially is information that we can provide you that is readily hard for you to find on your own. And priority access means you're going to get it sooner than other buyers in the marketplace. That's it. That's the importance of having those offers committed to members, coaching members. Some of you guys are, really want to move up the ladder with the Craig Proctor system. And that's great. We want you to. But these are foundational building blocks. So just like Craig and I wouldn't start giving leads out and appointments out to somebody who didn't understand and have these offers articulated, you've got to get this down. Now we role play this out every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern time on the Role Play Clinic, right, Craig? So Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern time on the Role Play Clinics, it's all there for you. Make sure you guys are showing up to those and you're committing here. So the starting point when phoning back the leads with buyers is not, is Mr. and Miss Smith there? Hi, my name is Todd. That's not the starting point. The starting point is the offers. So everybody got that? That's a great tip for you. Okay, it'll change the dynamics of your business and the culture of it as well. Okay, so now that we've talked about that, and everyone certainly understands that, now you're free to go back and follow the follow-up script, because now psychologically, internally, we know that we're a company that makes offers. We're in a marketing and sales business. Okay. Most real estate agents believe they're in the real estate business. Okay. So let's talk about that. Okay, you guys ready? Let's talk about that. So when a buyer or anyone decides to, quote, make a move, everyone should know that they do not have to buy. No one in North America needs or must buy a home. It's an option. They can rent or they can buy and own. Okay, does everybody understand that? And some people would even say that owning a home as your primary home is a liability, not an asset. Okay, what does that mean? Well, that means that there's more money going out than is coming in from that home. So that represents, quote, negative cash flow. That would make it a, quote, liability. Okay, so why do people buy real estate? You guys ready? All right, to elevate their lifestyle. So you're not in the, quote, real estate business, you're in the sales and marketing business. And what you do is you help people elevate their lifestyle. Is everybody clear on that? That's what you're selling. And everything that we're talking about here today and what we're going to continue to move throughout the day with is about that. Changing someone's life, helping them elevate their lifestyle. Now, look, let's drill down on it a little bit more. If you're a first-time home buyer, you're in an apartment and you're making some money now, you maybe just got married or whatever, and you want to go and you want to buy a house, spread out, have some room for kids or whatever. Okay, everybody understands. Yeah, that's sort of an elevation of lifestyle. Okay, let's reverse it. Let's say that you're on up there in years, and you've got this big house with these stairs, and all the kids are gone. It's you and spouse. It's like, we need to get rid of this house, man. I mean, the stairs are killing my knees. Let's get something on one level, a little bit smaller. Okay, what's happening there? They're elevating their lifestyle. Okay, so even move downs. Let's say it's a divorce sale. Husband and wife, Splitsville. Things aren't working out anymore. They're going to go their separate ways. They need to sell the house. They're elevating their lifestyle. People make moves, buy and sell real estate to elevate their lives. They do it to make their life better, more fun, more interesting, never worse. Has everybody got that? So that's why people buy and sell real estate. That's all you need to know. So if that's true, then what we're doing in the words that we're used and how we present this to people is about that. Okay, has everybody got that? All right. So I love that. I love that offer, Craig. So everybody get good at the offer. You're going to be in good shape there. Let's go back to our PowerPoint. Let's deal with some of the most common objections here that we get.
Everyone should do role playing with their coach on that. Coaches, I want you to, next consultation you have with our member, I want you to role play the offers. And if they can't articulate the offers, they got to go back again and take another shot at it.
Yep. Because
someone once told me, you can mess up a lot of things, but you can't mess up the offer.
So I swear I'm just repeating the words that I've heard come out of your mouth at some point. But I'll take credit for a few things. Simplifying the language, because I'm down here in the South, dude, Georgia. We're pretty simple. Can't you just send me some listings? Why do I have to meet with you? I can just tell you what I'm looking for over the phone. You know what? That all sounds good, Craig, but I just want to see that house. So those sort of basic objections that you're going to get, you've got to get really good at the role play of overcoming those objections.
Yeah, like don't be surprised when you get these objections. This is called normal. Mm-hmm. Like you shouldn't fall out of your chair when the buyer says, well, why do we need to meet? Why can't we just talk about this over the phone? Or why can't you just email me the listings? Or I only want to work with the listing agent. Mm-hmm. Like I know the answers, like really good answers. When you get an objection, what you got to do is you got to bonk the prospect on the phone. You got to on the head with a logic hammer. Okay, so when you hear an objection, you should know a logical answer to that objection. You got to bonk them on the head with the logic hammer, because if your response to their objection makes sense, then you've handled the objection. if what you say in response to the objection doesn't make sense, you haven't handled the objection. But all of these objections have logical answers that make sense, and the prospect's going to go, okay, well, that makes sense. So here, let me do one for you right now.
Okay.
How many of you have had the objection, like you get a buyer calling you and the buyer says, yeah, I only want to work with the listing agent. How many of you have heard that before? I only want to work with the listing agent.
We think we think we can save more money if we just buy.
Well, I asked them that. I say, well, why is it that you only want to work with the listing agent? And they usually say something like this. Well, my Uncle John told me, or my dad or my mom told me that if I deal directly with the listing agent, I'll save money. And I will ask the question, well, why do you believe you would save money going directly to the listing agent? Well, because the listing agent's going to cut my commission because then I'll have to pay another agent. So I question that. I say, well, is there any guarantee that the listing agent's going to cut their fee so you get a better deal? See, I question this. I question their logic on this. And they say, well, no, I mean, there's no guarantee, but they probably would. And to which I say, well, why would they? Why would the realtor representing the seller offer you a discount? And how hard are they going to be negotiating for you when their client is the seller? Their fiduciary duty is to the seller, getting them the highest price. And if this deal doesn't go together, you've already told every agent that it's not like they're going to care about your relationship, because if this deal doesn't go through, you're not going to buy this house. You're not going to buy another house through that agent, because you're only interested in buying through the listing agent. So why would the listing agent want to get you a better deal? Furthermore, if you're calling every listing agent, like you've called me this morning, and you're saying to every agent, hey, I'm only working with the listing agent. Do you want to know what you're telling the listing agent? This is what you're saying to the listing agent. Hey, listing agent, unless it's one of your listings, don't tell me about something that might be better for me. So every listing agent that you call and you say, I only want to work the listing agent, the listing agent may actually know about properties that would be a better match for you. But they're not going to tell you about those properties if they're not their listings, because you've said to every listing agent, unless it's your listing, I'm not going to deal with you. So let me ask you this, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. What's most important to you? Saving potentially a couple $1,000s off the commission because you go directly through the listing agent, or buying the right property? What's most important, buying the best property, getting the best deal on the best property for you, or just getting a little deal potentially from a listing agent? And usually they would say, well, obviously I'd want to get the best deal on the best property for me. That's why you want to have an agent represent you to find you the best property for you, not shave a few $1,000s off just a house. Find the best property for you. Does it work all the time? It doesn't work all the time. When they say, I've already got another agent emailing me properties, your response to that should be, hey, I'm not sure what the other agent is sending you, which is true. You don't know what the other agent's emailing them. However, my list includes bank foreclosures, company-owned properties, and distress sales. It's free of charge, no obligation. Would you like to get those as well? Okay, so for every objection that you commonly hear, we have answers. Okay, and we've got to handle these objections with the logic hammer. And if you do a good job of this, quite often it works, where the prospect pauses and says, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. Just like when you're calling a new lead, maybe it's an ad you got on Facebook, and you introduce yourself. Hey, Todd, this is Craig Proctor with ABC Realty. The reason I'm calling is I received your request for blank, and I want to let you know I've sent blank out to you. And the prospect says, hey, I didn't even know this was coming from a real estate agent. That's not even an objection. That's an observation. It's not an objection. So don't get all defensive. Oh, yeah, you came from me. So we have to understand the difference between an observation and a true objection. But these objections can be handled. There's only about 8 objections that you're going to hear over and over again. There's about 8 of them. So here's the question. Would you feel better prepared and more confident on the phone if you knew what the 8 objections were and how to handle them? Yes or no? Type a yes or no. Give me a yes or no in chat. Obviously, you would be more confident on the phone if you knew how to handle the common objections that we hear over and over again. So let's be aware of what those objections are, and let's not fall off the chair when we hear them, because these objections, that's why we call them common objections. You're going to hear them over and over and over again.
Yep. So over the years of doing this, we've documented every single objection. We do some on occasion. We'll do some platinum webinars where this is the webinar. We cover the objections and we role play them out to make sure everybody's on the same page with it. Here's a pretty good manual for many of you. The responses to every buyer and seller objection ever. And this is part of the buyer's agent manual, ID 443. I'd write that down. That's pretty powerful stuff right there. So yeah,
443. Everybody write that down.
Yeah, a lot more confident when you can deal with these things or know what's going to come your way. Plus, you can build these. You can deal with the objections before they ever come up. I'm going to share more of that with you after 1 o'clock today.
You know, what'd be great, Todd, is if we had a little earpiece like this, and we could give it to all of our members.
Yes.
And when they're on the phone or at a listing presentation, they get an objection. You could just whisper the answer into their ear. You could say, say this. Yeah, say this.
It could be the future, man. Type in the chat if you want Craig to figure out how to pull that off.
No, in the future, what we're going to do is we're going to implant a little chip in your brain, and it'll be programmed to do all this stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Now, once somebody says yes to meeting with you, we're not just abruptly hanging up the phone. So now what we're going to do is we're going to, quote, qualify the appointment. Okay. So this is a buyer appointment confirmation script, and following up with them after we hang up the phone so they have our information, and to prevent or diminish the likelihood of a cancellation or no-show. Okay, so how many of you guys have ran into buyers not showing up or having heavy cancellation rates? Like that can't happen. Okay, we have systems to prevent that.
Right. If it happens a lot, if you get a lot of cancellations, a lot of no-shows, if it happens a lot, it's you. Okay, it happens to everybody. Hear me on this. It happens to everybody, but if it happens a lot, it's the repetition that moves it to a common cause. Mm-hmm. A special cause is you have a buyer appointment set up, but they have a 2-year-old son, and he falls down and cuts himself, and they have to take him to the hospital. That's a special cause. Okay. Mm-hmm. Or the buyer runs out of gas on the way to the appointment. Okay. A common cause is something that we can prepare for. So if you're getting a lot of no-shows, okay, above what our system norm is, then it just means there's something you've got to learn. There's something that you're either doing or something you're not doing to cause that to happen. Okay, so I'll give you a couple of things that are very common mistakes. So Todd's my buyer, and I set my appointment up for a week Wednesday, a week tomorrow. Well, right away, you're probably setting yourself up for failure because time is not your friend. I want that appointment with Todd as soon to now as possible, as close to now as possible. I want that appointment like right now. I want that appointment this afternoon or tonight or tomorrow. But there's a pretty good chance if it's a week from now, Todd's probably going to forget about it, or something else bad happens to intercept it. Like Todd gets off the phone with me, goes back to work, mentions to his coworker, I've got a real estate agent coming over next week. And his coworker says, oh, my brother-in-law is an agent. Boom, you're done. Okay, now, what are other problems? Okay, here's a big one. Todd, you know about this, right? Sending out reminder texts and emails.
Yeah, I'm looking. Just a reminder, we have an appointment tomorrow or 2 days from now.
with no benefit in it. Just we have an appointment. Did you guys know how easy that is to blow you off? Okay, watch this. Here's my phone, and you guys have an appointment with. Okay, we just got off the phone yesterday, and we have an appointment booked for the weekend. And you send me a reminder email. Well, since I talked to you yesterday, I've had plenty of time to talk myself out of this. And now you've made it so easy for me to cancel the appointment just by texting back to you, oh, sorry, something come up. We have to reschedule. Look, if you're going to call people, if you're going to remind people, pick up the phone and call them because, and don't leave a message, actually speak to them. But here's the thing. If you follow my rule number 1, which is make the appointment as close to now as possible, you don't need a reminder. You only need a reminder email or text, which I don't want you to do at all, but you only need those reminders if the appointment isn't close to now. So if you follow rule number 1, you won't break rule number 2. Rule number 2 is if you're going to do a reminder, pick up the phone and call them. Don't leave a message, but call them. And when Todd picks up the phone, and I say, hey, Todd, it's Craig. Just want to remind you of our appointment this weekend. Go ahead and try to change it. If he tries to change it, I'm going to rebook it right now while we're on the phone. If he's trying to talk himself out of it, I'm going to talk him back into it. I can do that on the phone. But if you're sending them a text message with a reminder or an email, you are making it way, way too easy for the prospect to blow you off and cancel it or reschedule. So anyway, these are just examples of things that can go wrong. Now, how do you know if you're doing a good job with your no-shows and your cancellations? By the frequency. If it happens every once in a while, it happens to all of us once in a while. Happens to me, happens to Todd, happens to all of us once in a while. If it happens a lot, it's you. It's something you're doing or something you're not doing.
So we're going to pick it up there, role play through this at 1:00. We're going to run right into the buyer presentation and demonstration of value. Okay.
You're going to run right into the fire.
We're going to run right into it. So that's what you get to look forward to this afternoon. Then we're going to negotiate an optimum fee. We're going to look at real deals, negotiating our optimum fee. It's going to be a great afternoon. So has everybody got that? So just to remind everyone, we're not going anywhere. This day continues. Okay.
Till 5 p.m. East Coast time.
Yeah. At 3:00 today, we are going to split the room.
Break it.
Coaching members are going to stay right here. Platinum members, if you missed this earlier today, platinum members, you're going to, at 3:00, you're just going to move over. We'll announce it. But you're going to move over to the Platinum Facebook page, the Platinum Closed Group, private Facebook page. And you're going to be working with John Reeves there for the rest of the day. That's going to happen at 3:00 Eastern time, noon Pacific. Okay?
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Nope. So, but around noon Eastern time every day, we like to hear from some of our superstars. So, Craig, you've got an all-star panel lined up today.
I don't know. Are they superstars? Are they all-stars? I think they're mega stars. That's who we got coming up here, mega stars. Yeah, and they've provided some really good stuff that I have sifted and sorted through. And so Todd is he's going to lay down, have a nap, maybe make himself some chicken noodle soup. And I am going to take us through this panel here for the next hour or so. Are you guys excited about the panel? Type into chat, I'm excited about the panel here. And we'll give them a warm welcome as we bring them up. But Todd, before you go, you started off today. About reactions people have. Go through those reactions again. What are the reactions?
Yeah, there's two groups of people on planet Earth. And it's really obvious in real estate that we've been dealing with. And this is one reason I think, Craig, that you exist. There's a group of people.
I want to know, why do I exist? Tell me why I exist.
Is to help people move from one group to the other, to move from the I can't or it won't group to the how can I do it? How can I get this done group? The I can or it won't to the how can I? Right. And I think that's why God's got you set up here, buddy, is to solve those, is to answer that question and help people like me move from one place to the other. So thank you.
All right, Todd, will you take a well-deserved break and let's introduce the megastars, the best of the best, the Craig Proctor $1 million producers, mega $1 million producers. So I'm going to introduce them here, and they have sent us some stuff. But first of all, we're going to get through the whole panel, introduce everybody. So you guys ready? Here we go. First of all, it's Nancy from New Jersey. How you doing, Nancy? You got to unmute yourself, my dear.
There we go. I am very well, thank you.
Look at this beautiful slide we did for you, Nancy.
Love it. Love the black and white.
Now, what I like behind all that money, which is exactly what you're making in New Jersey. So, Nancy, just share with everyone, if there is anyone. I'm not sure there's anyone in the Craig Proctor system that doesn't know who you are, but give us the Reader's Digest version of Nancy. Tell us a little bit about you, and then we're going to look at some of the things that you submitted here after we introduce everyone on the panel.
Cool. So I've been in real estate for 15 years, got involved with Craig Proctor just about 7 years ago. Found you because in spite of working really hard and doing all the right things that you were taught and giving up an entire summer, not spending time with my kids, right? Taking them to the pool, not getting in the pool, just being miserable and having an entire summer, 3 months worth of money evaporate overnight. I cried for a day or so, and then I dug in and found Craig Proctor and this system. And I nibbled around the edges for the first 2 years. Dumbest thing I could have done. I was smart when I found you, kind of sat back a little bit thinking I was overwhelmed and I got it. I didn't need to come to conferences, those things we tell ourselves. And so for 2 years, I made money. I went from making $36,000 1 year to making hundreds of thousands and doing okay. But it wasn't until I started going to conferences 3 and 4 times a year and really paying attention, listening to what everybody had to say, sharing and implementing fast, a lot faster, that I am now on track this year to do 3 million GCI. So 300 homes for sold. And it's been an amazing ride.
I love that distinction between nibbling around the edges and going all in. If you're watching us right now and you're guilty of nibbling around the edges versus going all in, learn from Nancy. Yeah. That's the regret Nancy had is like, hey, I did this. I was nibbling around the edges and it was working. But when I went all in, attended all the conferences and really immersed myself in this, kaboom. Life changer. And Nancy, we are so proud of all your awesome accomplishments. I mean, that fire is lit now, and you are well on your way to continually building your business. What's your goal for 2021?
So the goal is 450 homes. And to get that third brokerage open, as you know, this past year I opened Your Home Sold Guaranteed as a second brokerage. So we're going to get the third brokerage open this year, 2021.
And Nancy can sit by the pool anytime she wants now with her kids. She's got this business up and going. Although I suppose today in New Jersey might be a little bit cool for the pool.
A little bit chilly. Yeah, it's a little bit chilly. Yes.
Nancy, thank you so much for being on our panel here today. We're going to come back to you shortly. We're going to look at the information that you've submitted. Great stuff. Let's next move to Tempe, Arizona, the Carol Royce team. And with Carol, we've got Carol's daughter, Vicky, and Carol's daughter, Tim. You can open up your mic there, please, guys. And warm welcome. Thank you for being with us today. Tim, I think you've got it muted.
Yeah. Unmute. Okay.
There we go. And Tim's a pretty technical guy, so I knew he'd figure out how to use that unmute button.
Well, it's a balmy 90 degrees in Phoenix. So Nancy, come on over and you can swim all day.
Yeah.
Well, I woke up this morning, Carol, and we've got our first snowfall here. And I threw open the drapes and I said to Catherine, look at how beautiful it is. And yes, it does look beautiful until you have to go outside. Look, if there is anyone with us that doesn't know the Carol Royce team, Carol is a legend really in our marketplace. She's been doing this a long, long time. Everyone in her marketplace knows her. She's brought her family into the business. Vicky and Tim do a great job, and Carol is very, very active in the business and is still excited after all of this time. She's competitive. The whole team is competitive, but they're smart. They're super smart. Wait till you see today the information that Tim submitted on behalf of the Carol Royce team. Is there anything that you would like to share, Carol, with our especially with people that are kind of new with the Craig Proctor system?
You know, Craig, when we joined you, we were already a top producing team with Keller Williams. We were part of the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book that Gary Keller wrote, but we hit a plateau. And at that time, KW couldn't bump us up, couldn't get us any higher. And I remember talking to Dave Jinks, who co-wrote the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book, and he said, go see Craig Proctor. And the day that Vicky and I went to see Craig Proctor, you were in Phoenix at the JW Marriott, I said, this is it. This is it. This is what we need. And we haven't looked back. It's been great.
What are your goals for 2021, Carol?
All right. What are our goals? They're big goals.
We're going to push for about 700 homes. With COVID, we missed our goal of about 600 this year. But I think, we're trying to set we sort of did a lot of changes this year with all this. It's not really about transactions. It's about really about high level service and the experience. And man, we peeled back a lot of things in our business. And I'm excited to share, because one thing with business, we can look at the transaction, we look at the number of homes. But what experience have you left behind? What's the taste in the mouth of the clients and consumers? And that's something that's really big for us.
That's really big. But I'd also like to say to those listening that are smaller, when we joined you, Craig, we were not a big team. We are not a brokerage. We are within a brokerage. So you don't have to have a big team to do this program. It can be you and a transaction person, you and a husband, and so no matter how small you are, put those goals down and you can achieve anything you want if you stay in line with the Craig Proctor system.
Yes,
that's great advice. So many think, well, other people can be successful, but I can't have this because, and they go down the road of why they can't do it. Well, maybe Carol has things that I don't. Anybody can do this. Your attitude is just the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Tim, what you talked about a minute ago is what Todd Walters spent some time on this morning. I think you were there for it. He said, if the real prize was not the commission check, but the real prize, if the commission check was like maybe the trophy, but the real prize was the 5-star review. If you really looked at your business and treated your business that way, you'll get a lot more business. You get a lot more commission checks because the priority would be the 5-star review. And that's exactly what you're talking about, is you peeled back and you had a good detailed look at your business and how you can improve that 5-star experience.
That's absolutely. And, you said something yesterday, like marketing, and prospecting, hope it works, but, your system provides results. I mean, if you do what you put in front of us, it provides the results, and there's no hope. You take the hope out of it. Same for service and same for the experience. There's things that you can really go on a deep level and process, and you can make these outcomes be very favorable. And that's what we've really dived into hard this year, and put some great processes in place where the 5-star reviews and the experience is just like that every time. It's just like that every time. And you do get every now and then one that's not favorable, but you learn off of that and you change some things up that need to be changed. And from there, you're really building on something, because the marketing always works. So we looked at the service side of our business this year very heavily.
I love that response. Did you hear that? Tim said, every once in a while we get a failing grade, but we don't get upset. We learn from it. It's a learning experience. Hi, Vicky in the background. How you doing?
Hello.
And I'll tell you, Craig, let me just introduce Steve down below. He's down below our screen. I think they do a wonderful job. I've picked up a lot of stuff from the stuff that they're doing from a service standpoint. And kudos to Steve and his group. And we're and Jessica, we're really a student of watching them quite often. So I just want to give hats off to them, and I know they're on the panel today. So I'm excited to hear what they have to share.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Carol Roy's team. So Jessica and Steve, that's quite the intro. You didn't think you'd be getting introed by Tim, but your microphone is muted. If you can unmute and tell everybody a little bit about yourself. Still muted. There we go.
Hey guys, thanks Craig, thanks Tim.
So tell us all about you. If I've never met you before, I'm a real estate agent and I'm newer with the Craig Proctor system, and I don't know you guys. What should I know about you?
We're definitely in the service industry. So our whole model, our brokerage, the culture here is just serve, serve, serve. And we've picked this all up from you and Todd. The size of the hole that we give through is the size of the hole that we're going to receive through. And so we're all about service. Homes are just the product, and those change from day to day. But as long as we have good service, everybody's going to come back. They're going to tell all their friends and family, and put everybody first.
Okay, the audio is a little bit shaky there. I'm not sure what you're using as a microphone, but maybe get closer to it. Now, Steve, were you in real estate first, or Jessica, or did you guys both start at the same time?
She was in real estate first. So back in 2002, in 2002, she was in real estate. I got into real estate. I was a contractor, got into real estate in 2006.
So you were building them and you thought maybe it's easier to sell them.
I'd look at the guy out the window rolling up and going, I want his job.
Okay. So how did you find me? How did you get involved with the Craig Proctor system?
It was the best free half-day seminar I've ever went to. Usually when somebody calls me and they say, hey, I got a free seminar, I tell them I'm still trying to pay off the last free item I got. When I went and met James in Seattle back in 2000, I believe it was 2010, that was it. I signed up, went to Anaheim, met with you. I actually went up to Rick Brash at my first super conference, and I introduced myself, and I said, I will be on that stage within the next year or two for the Quantum Leap Award, and I was. And I implemented, I hit the ground running. As I was sitting at a conference, I was emailing our marketing director, we got to do this, we got to do that. And I doubled my GCI in the first year in your system.
Cool. Well, thank you for submitting information for us to look at on the panel. And you're on the panel again here, Steve and Jessica. Thanks for doing this. We're going to next meet our last panelist, Sandy. Sandy, yep, she's got her microphone unmuted. Sandy, welcome to the panel. Thank you very much for doing this. Same question for you. Tell us a little bit about you. You're in San Jose. Tell us a little bit about, you work with your husband. Tell us about your business and how you found Craig Proctor and what's happened since.
Yeah, good morning, Craig, and thanks for having me. So, yeah, we were doing okay in real estate in San Jose. Bob and I both come from a tech background. And when we found Craig Proctor, I think the timing was perfect because I was really trying to figure out how to grow the business, how to level up, and how to break through some of the barriers that we had. I just didn't have a clear path forward. And so when Bob and I went to your conference, it was like a light bulb went off. I had been pressuring him to quit his tech job because he was in real estate part-time, and I was doing it full-time. And I was really pressuring him, saying, I really need your help. I really need you to help me grow this business and implement all these systems with all your computer science background. And after we went to the conference, then he was sold. He's like, I'm all in. I have a clear path. I know what I need to do. I know what I need to implement. This can keep me busy for a couple years quite easily. And so that's when he made the decision. He literally quit his job the following week. We went all in and we just started just head down, dug our heels in and focused on implementation. And at the end of the day, the faster you can implement, the faster you will see the returns on this in this model, in this business. And it really works. And it was the best decision we made, and we have not looked back because we have seen some tremendous gains in our business, growth in our business, and our team. all of our systems and processes were overhauled and revamped, and all of our marketing collateral, our entire mindset and how we do business and everything that we do was completely turned upside down and redone. And it's just a completely different business, and we love it, and we are so excited, and we have so much more on our list to accomplish over the next couple of years that we just couldn't be more enthusiastic about it.
Okay, I want everyone to realize that if I did give my panelists scripts to read, this is exactly what I would write in the script, by the way. Thank you so much.
That was unscripted.
Yeah, no, it was very good. It's perfect. Now, despite COVID and the challenges, how did you guys do in 2020?
Oh, we had our best year ever. When COVID hit, we didn't miss a beat. We were already pretty virtual, working on Zoom as our normal way of life. So we didn't stop. We didn't hesitate. We just kept on charging through with all of our transactions, everything that we were doing. We just kept going. We just added some masks and some hand sanitizer and some booties and a couple of pictogram signs, and we just kept going. So it really didn't set us back. We had a couple of fall throughs in the spring, but we rebounded from that in a big way in the summertime, and we've had a phenomenal year, and we're going to meet our goal this year, and so I'm really excited about that.
Excellent. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to go through each panelist because they've submitted material that we want to share with everybody that is all about organization. It's about systems. It's about processes. That's what the theme of the conference is about. So thank you in advance, everyone, for taking the time to not only be on the panel, but to share with us this information. So we're going to start. Oh, we've got Vinny here too. Is Vinny with us? Let me just see.
I have not seen Vinny yet.
Okay. All right. So we're going to bypass Vinny. Let me know, Andrea, if Vinny joins us.
Will do. I'm going to check in with him now.
Okay, cool. All right. So we're going to start with Nancy. Nancy, as I click through these, if you could be so kind to explain what you've sent us here and the importance of each item. So we're going to start with your listing file checklist. You're muted again.
Mute. Okay, so in this business, the thing that you've taught us, Craig, is to be really good at what we do. We need to make sure that it's seamless for everybody doing this. If it's in my head, it's not going to be the same process for everybody. So we have checklists for everything that we do. So when we list a property, we have everything that's written down that the staff can expect, the buyers and sellers can expect, no matter what we're doing, there's a checklist. So the listing file checklist literally talks about what's going to be in there, the things we're asking of the sellers so that we have a complete process and a complete listing when we're ready to go to public, because we're going to have multiple offers. We're going to have lots of things flying at us. So we want everything, all ducks in a row. So the listing file checklist is everything that we do. Once we go ahead and take that listing agreement signed, first thing, everything follows.
You know, this is so important for you because, when things get back to normal, you're the type of person that likes to travel, and you like to know that everything in your business is working regardless of where you are. So your whole business is like checklists, processes, systems. So the idea is first of all, the same great experience is going to happen. The same things are going to happen over and over again, but it doesn't depend on you. The system really is the solution. You're the one that manages the system, but you've designed all these systems. Now, with your personality, did this come naturally to you? Are you like a detailed type person, or you just learned to be?
Not at all. So if you look at my DISC profile, I'm a high D, and the next thing is an I. So I'm a DI. I have no S and C, literally. So when you sit there and look at me and say, the idea of getting in real estate, we think we're going to have freedom. Ha ha ha. That becomes whatever client is your boss. And by the way, you're probably your own worst enemy because you have checklists in your head. It's insanity. So the only way that this happened is when I sat down and my first hire was someone who was my marketing person and admin. Nancy likes to be in front of clients. Nancy likes to close deals. Nancy likes to be out in public. What else don't I like? Everything else I don't like. So I hired someone to help me start that process. And as we grew, that person became not marketing and admin, but switched off into marketing and then became admin. And everybody that came on pushed me a little harder. Nance, a checklist would be a good idea. It's not you talked about these things, but other people, and I'm like, I don't have time to sit down and do that here. Let me vomit this on you, for lack of a better way to say it. And they sat down and said, okay, here's what we've come up with. What else do we need to add? So the other part of this is you learn. Talent pushes you. So having the right person on board says, let's make this a little more formal. Let's double check this as we change our processes to make sure we've got it all down, and anything we add or change is going to be reflected throughout the entire organization, which is now not just 1 or 2, it's 25. So it needs to be on a checklist.
I love that. Did everyone hear that? So what Nancy's saying is, here's the way we do it here. I've got these talented people. This was all in her head. And so the D part of her wants to get results. And even though she's not analytical, the D part of her is like, hey, Nancy, if you want to get great results, we got to get this out of your head. And then she's got these talented people that helped her pull out of her brain what she knew how to do. And then they perfected it, and they do it that way every time until or unless they find a better way to do it. And when they prove a better way to do it, everyone does it that way.
Correct. So these checklists were the first, so listing and then closing, but then we have open house checklists, which have become, it's one of our biggest. So this is literally what it looks like on a folder that I go out with, because the listing agreement signed in the honey-do list, everything flows from there. So every office is a little bit different, but this is how it flows within my business. And then we realized that we were doing so many coming soons and so much pre-marketing, we needed another checklist. So when, we created a couple of, those markers, those pieces. And so those things all became incredibly helpful to make sure, again, it's a seamless experience through the coming soon, the listing, the closing, the marketing, all of it. And checklists make sure everyone has that 5-star experience, because what we've decided in the office was that everybody that we come in contact would have a 5-star experience. That's the only way to get it done.
Okay, I want you to type into chat, are you this organized? Let me know in chat if you're this organized. How many of you want to be like Nancy when you grow up? Okay, look, anybody can do this. Nancy's saying, hey, look, I wasn't a detailed person, but I learned how important this is. So let's look at your closing dashboard sample here.
That's Carol Royce's.
Oh.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
This is the one I want to go to. Okay. So I'm sorry about that. We'll get to Carol in a minute. Okay. How long did it take you to get this kind of organization in place?
So it kind of morphed. It doesn't all happen at once, for sure. So we started out with checklists that we just made copies of. And then we became more detailed. And I'm going to say over the course of my first year and a half, it was by the seat of our pants. There were only a few of us, and it became painful. Things were dropped. I think the pain points is a high D&I are something falls through the cracks, and it's like, okay, that was my fault. It was my fault. I have to take responsibility, and how do I make sure it doesn't happen again? So it reveals holes that we then patch. So all of these checklists have evolved over time. And I think this most recent one has probably been in place for probably a year and a half. Not much has changed on the closing file checklist, but we make sure that everything is there for compliance, because as you become more successful, you're scrutinized more. So we want to make sure that everything that we do has a place and that we can answer questions.
Okay, so give us some examples of the activity plans you have in your business.
So the activity plans, so our open house activity plan. So you can see here on the folder, the file folder checklist, this is what's going to happen through some of our marketing department, but the girls in the marketing department have a whole other set of checklists. So Devin is my listing coordinator. And so she helps make sure that some of these things are done, especially the voice broadcast and the listing going live. But then there's other pieces. I have a virtual assistant through Kristen Stampini, who's amazing. And Vema Rose has her own checklist of what happens with every listing, because every listing is worth at least 3 buyers. That's my goal. And of course, at least 1 or 2 more additional listings. So we're going to sell the house, but what else are we going to do with that marketing? So this is kind of an idea of what we do in our office. This is literally a hard file that goes from place to place. But online, we have more specific checklists for everybody that comes in contact with the file in a different way. So Rose, there's an Allison, she's my college student who comes in and helps out with social media. So Allie comes in and she has a checklist that's really long and detailed that she has to go through because we have omnipresence. So we're everywhere on YouTube and Instagram and LinkedIn, of course, which is one of our biggies. And Facebook, we have multiple Facebook pages. So there's a checklist, and we actually put in, because multiple people touch the file, you put in the date and you initial it. So we know who's done what to make sure that things are getting handled. So it's become remarkably detailed, because there are so many new pieces. That college student coming in was a lifesaver. She's just here 2 hours a day. Oh my gosh, is she busy? And she, she kind of looked at me and went, Nance. I'm like, yeah, checklist. So because
Nancy, I think we've converted you from a high D possibly to a high C. I mean, so I know Nancy quite well, and so you're saying in the beginning, as a high D, like I don't need checklists and charts, and it's all up here. And now it sounds like you and your team are just sitting around all day creating checklists. You've got checklists for your checklists.
It does. And, but the interesting thing is, and these are holes again. So a number of years ago, I went to Rome for 10 days in May. Hugely busy time for us. And, time difference is huge there. And I was a wreck about going, but I could not be more excited. It was something I promised my kids who had been through so much with me. And the agreement was that I would call, at a certain time every day to check in the morning before we really got going with our day. It was a good time. And, we were so on top of this checklist idea. And because they didn't want the text from me in the middle of the night that said, hey, how come this didn't happen? Because that is when, things don't happen. That's how we find out. And I will tell you that was almost, I think it was 3 years ago. That trip was a life changer because we wanted to make sure we were so spot on. And from there, my business changed and it has allowed me much more freedom.
That's a great test for your business, right?
Yes.
To be able to just say to everybody, hey, I'm going to Rome for 2 weeks or a month. And let's see if this thing's, whether it floats or sinks.
Yes.
All right. Well, Nancy, thank you very much. We're going to see if we have time for questions at the end of this, but I better get on to the Carol Royce team. Thank you so much. Okay. So yes, we're to the Carol Royce team. And Tim, you provided me so much great stuff that I'm going through this and I'm like, okay, are we going to have time to go through all this? And I was tempted, okay, I'm going to cherry pick what I think are some of the best things, but I didn't do that because they're all best things. That's the thing, Tim, you sent all best things. So we're just going to have to quickly get through all of this, which is going to require you and Carol and Vicki talking very quickly. So I will let you explain what we've got as I click through them.
Yeah, closing. This is our closing coordinator, Tamara. She just has checklist, everything in the process within the transaction. And basically, Craig, I think Jonathan said it best yesterday in his panel. You can't get anything unless you measure it. You just can't get anywhere in a business. And for people that are starting, basically, this just came from a lot, from complaints or something that happened or broke down in a process or system. We just put this in place. We listened to a complaint or something that fell through, and this is how this all evolved. So just to be better, to make sure that experience is like the best there is, this is how this all evolved. So this process is all the transactional things like Nancy's checklist that we just check off to quickly explain that with closing to make sure that we're good in those areas. Okay,
cool. What's this one?
Active tracking, active listings. That one's not ours.
All right.
I'm not sure whose that is.
I don't know how that happened, but I apologize.
I don't think that's ours.
I know this one's yours because it has your logo on it.
Yes, that's ours. Home information. This is a cool sheet that we came up with because always at the end of the transaction, the buyer, our buyers or sellers, even we try to make it favorable for the other buyer side, for the buyer agent on the listing, is to make sure that we have all the trash, the keys, the mailbox number, if the garage door openers, all that stuff is all listed. So when we turn over the house, we're not having a lot of callbacks, trying to find all these different keys and whatever. Craig, if you went back to Donna.
No, finish this off.
Yeah, but that's fine. My mistake. So yeah, that is a really good thing to have in place, like security alarm codes, that kind of stuff.
Because we would have sellers on their way out of town to another state, and they'd have the garage door opener still in the car, or the mailbox key still on their keychain. So we thought, you know what, let's get all of this stuff together. And so that when we close, the buyer has everything.
It has it. Yeah. And Craig, that's my mistake. That was Donna. If you went back to the last screen, that's ours.
That is ours.
My mistake. I'm so sorry.
So that's.
If you wanted to click back.
Okay. We're going to click back in a second, but everybody have this. So where this came about is the Royce team is like getting these issues on closing about keys and the garage door opener and such, and so they said, well, let's stop all this. Let's stop all of these last minute frantic calls into the office, and let's create a little checklist. I love where the seller fills out. Here's what I love about the home. Here's what I love about the community. This is almost like a little love letter to the buyer prospect. I really love this. So you guys should do this.
I love this. I love this. You're adopting the clients too. Look at your logo all over it and the love. I love it.
And you see, if Nancy, who's making millions of dollars, and this is the benefit of hanging out with people that are doing like this isn't guesswork, right? Hey, Nancy, if I wanted to become a better tennis player, should I play with people that are better tennis players? Yes, right? So you guys are hanging out with the best of the best here. So when Nancy looks at the Carol Royce information here and says, yeah, this is really good, I'm going to adopt this, right? Yeah. So we're always learning and growing, and it's the sharing here that is so awesome. So we're going to go back one.
My mistake, Craig. Yes, I couldn't see it. Okay, so this is really a cool sheet. This is our customer service, Donna, for active listings. So each week, the client's getting a report how their house is tracking, how the other listings are, like new listings that come up, what Zillow's saying about the home, what realtor.com. It's all this data that we compress. Each week they get touched with certain information, and it has the bullseye. Your bullseye is your home on target, because really within 10 days, there should be at least minimum of 10 showings, and the house should be under contract. And if they're missing it, it's always pointing back to the price. So this helps us get the price reductions very easily when we go back and say, reflect it back to the market and what buyers are saying about the home with all the buyer feedback. We go back and get our price reductions in about 30 days.
So this is a system really to get the price right.
Yeah, to get the price right. And it's got all the data and information in there. Yeah.
The other thing, Craig, is that so many people hear my name on radio that of course I'm not going out and listing all of these houses. One of the other things that we've instituted as a Rainmaker activity is during that first week that the paperwork is signed, I get those sellers' names and phone numbers and address and the agent on my team that listed the property, and I call the seller to welcome them to the Carol Royce team, to let them know how honored we are to be in business with them. And here's the response that I get: "Oh my God, Carol, I can't believe you're calling me." And
that's a great Rainmaker activity.
Yeah.
And then I also call every seller, and Donna gives me their names on a form. So I'm calling them at the end of 30 days. If we don't have an offer on their house at the end of 30 days, we're off track somewhere.
And they have the data. So it's just not you just calling, like saying, hey, your house is overpriced. Mm-hmm. They actually see how everything is turning out. And so anyways, because all sellers at the time they list their house they're not thinking right, where the value is. They think obviously their house is worth more. So anyways, many of them do. Raving Fans. I know we got a lot of material, but Raving Fans, credit this to Sarah. Mm-hmm. She introduced this to us, so all the credit goes to her.
So this is Sarah Reynolds that you folks met yesterday, #1 KW agent in the world. So this is an example of sharing, right? You saw Nancy a minute ago saying, like, you know what, I'm going to take that. and so that's, you saw Sarah present this, and you're like, this is a good idea. We're going to do this.
Yeah, this is a USP, guys. So a lot of these things, like service is a unique selling proposition. Raving Fan is a unique selling proposition. You're labeling this as a unique selling proposition. So this is something that you got to let people know what a Raving Fan is. You got to let them know how they can become a part of it. If they had a transaction and a great closing experience with you, they will refer their friends, coworkers, family, and friends. And that's basically what this is and how they get introduced into the program. But you got to let them know what that is and what you expect in return. And then all of this does tie into the charity. A large portion of that goes into our charities. And this is part of our Raving Fan club events that we've done. This last month, we wrote a check for $50 for each of our Raving Fan members to our charity on their behalf. And we've got I think 15 or 16 call-ins to the office saying that it was so great that you, wrote a check on our behalf to save the family, which was pretty. I mean, that was pretty smart on Carol's part and Vicky's part. I have to give them credit for that. So yeah, here it is. So yeah, you definitely want to tie your charity into the Raving Fan and let them know that those referrals do go to a good cause when they do refer you. Okay, and that's that. Your vendors a big USP. That's one thing this year I have just dug deep on and really worked on. We're really starting to partner with some major corporations.
Now we get okay, so we get a lot of pushback on this where people are like, you can't do that, or I don't know. People seem to be closed-minded about something that you guys are doing a great job of. Did you used to feel that way, or did you always know that this is something that you could and should do?
We're told that all the time.
Yeah, Craig, that was from you and Todd. I mean, you said your vendors are a unique selling proposition. Make sure you leverage them. But not only that, here's the thing. Vendors have people that work in their company that buy and sell homes. Some of these corporations we're working with have, 200, 300 employees that are big AC companies, big plumbing outfits. I mean, and they're lining up and their values are like ours. They do sign a form that's a standard of practice with the Carol Royce team, so they have to provide a great service. And there's offers on these all of these vendors. So when they come through us, there is an offer of 20%, 10% of some sort that the customer does get for the service.
So it's like our own Angie's List, only it's Carol's List.
Yeah. And we started, Craig, another USP. I'm big in USPs. I can never have enough of them. If you're only running one, guys should be running many of them. Your home sold guarantee was the first USP and it was awesome. I mean, it turned our business into a $4 million business. And you start thinking, okay, that's a great USP, but the 100% of asking price. Craig, I started going back through your magazines and looking back in your ads on paper that you were doing in your paper, and you would have different USPs out there for people to take advantage of, and it spoke differently to each person. So we have one Get Your Home Ready program where we will pay. We have our vendors. We'll go in, do carpet paint, do ceiling fan fixes, pool repairs, and we pay for that up front. But we take the listing at a higher percentage. Sometimes 8, 9%, just depends. 7%, just depends on the scope of work. And the clients are great with that because they don't have to come with money out of pocket. It's not costing them anything, but they're fine because they have equity in the home. They'll pay that on the back end and contract us for a minimum of 1 year and have the home exactly how we say it needs to be, if that makes sense. So that's all through our vendors. And this is something I've been working on really hard this year in lining vendors. It's a big USP in your business. Absolutely huge.
Hey, everybody watching, if you're learning something today, let us know in chat what you're learning today. Let's go to your Zillow profile. This is the front and that's the back. Let's have a look at the front first.
Yeah, so this is an interesting sheet. We're not on Zillow. We don't advertise on Zillow or market Zillow, but everybody believes Zillow. So your listings that you put on Zillow, Zillow will mismark them and they'll miss it. So we know that if you check this off and you do these things, these checklists right, they'll price the house right and they'll do the things that you need to do to get more value out of the home. So this is their profile sheet and it's just a checklist to make sure that they're not misrepresenting the home. Okay.
Okay, more on referrals.
Yeah, Save the Family. Again, we're big with Save the Family and keeps, these are usually domestic violence type families, homeless, military veterans. And so that's our charity there. Referral. That's a referral card. Yep.
This gets handed out to every buyer and seller?
Absolutely. Yep. In the newsletters and all of that. CRM autopsies, these are all of our forms. It really doesn't say, I mean, there's a lot of work in this, but if we can click through that.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them here.
Yeah, just click through that. It's hard for us to see. Yeah, follow-up letters. Go ahead.
Well, Craig, we adopted Sarah's autopsy. So if our agent goes out on a listing appointment, and if they do not get that listing, they have to text a Y or an N to either me or to Tim. And then we want to call that home seller immediately before our agent has driven away, or if they're still sitting in front of the house. And we have converted probably an additional 40% of sellers that night, because maybe a question didn't get answered. Maybe they didn't like this or didn't like that. And Tim and I can talk to that seller on the phone and say, you know what, our agent is still in the area.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get Lindsay back into the house.
We've talked a lot about that. And I think one good thing I will say with the service and really finding out a lot about your business, because I think we hope and pray that the transaction goes well and that they like us at the end. But I will tell you, there's measured results in that. And you can change the outcome and the experience. So here's what I've taken very serious action on. This is we autopsy the customer after, it's not a survey form. We call them and we ask them, how was the experience? And let them tell you exactly from their heart, from their emotions, what they liked and what they disliked. And I'll tell you, take the dislike and really work on that. And if you're in a business setting, it's amazing what you find out about your business and how you can correct things and what it does to your OSA staffs and does to your employee, because people that are interacting with the clients, because they know we're calling at the end. And so phone calls are returned, emails are returned, text messages are returned. That's what the industry always says, right, Craig? I can never get an agent that will return my call. We hear this all the time. So by doing that, that's a big, big game changer in our business this year. Really
okay, so much good stuff there. So these are massive rainmaker activities. Okay, so Tim and Carol are. I love the fact that you're calling the seller. You get a text while your outside sales agent is in the driveway saying, "Yeah, I got it," or "No, I didn't," and you're able to call and change the outcome. That's a massive rainmaker activity, and then following up with every client to find out what went right and what went wrong, so you can fix it. And everyone on your team knows that accountability is there. It's like, hey, we better do a good job, because Carol and Tim and Vicky, they're calling and they're going to find out for real what the experience of this client is.
That last, if you go back, Craig, real quick, I just wanted to touch base real quick. One more screen. This is the vendor standards of practice. You know, a referral, if you give a referral and your vendor lays down on you, doesn't do a good job, or your person you refer, we all know that reflects back on us. So we have standard of practices for our vendors, exactly how they need to operate in front of our clients. And we do hold these vendors to these standards. So that's our vendor standards of business. Okay. Customer service. This is all of our customer service calls that I was saying in Donna's sheet that she's going through and sending data to the sellers so they can review the data. And when we get the price, we can get the price reductions much easier through these processes. There's a lot to this.
Does everybody get this? This is what happens. This is what happens when they get a new customer. So here's what happens on day one. Here's what happens on week 1, week 2, week 3. Here's what happens, and here's who's doing it. So the same stuff happens in the same order with every single client over and over and over again.
Always have information to them.
Now you'll notice that week 4, Carol calls. Week 9, Carol calls. So I love that, Carol, where they at first they can't even believe you're really calling them. That's cool.
Right. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had one of those. I had one of those recently. Someone called, spoke to one of our salespeople about coaching it, and they didn't sign up. So I called them back, and the guy couldn't believe it was me. I'm like, well, what do you want, my birthday? So it goes a long way, right? Like
it goes. They just can't believe that I am calling them. But you know what it says? It sends a message. You are important to the Carol Royce team.
Yes, absolutely.
You're important to us.
Yeah.
Plus, it's great for you guys to hear directly from the prospect or the client what's going on. All right, gold plan. Okay, so I love that you use the gold plan. Tell us about this.
Yeah, this is powerful. So we have a what we call a WIP, a work in progress. It's they didn't list. There's a story that came back, and this is what's been interesting. We started tracking, monitoring. This is heartbreaking, guys. But let me share a story. June, we started looking at customers that did not come back to us and listed with somebody else. And just on our agent side, not to our PLLC, the Carol Waste team, $732,000. Big hole in our boat, guys, that we lost. So we got really good at, after that, I mean, got on purpose about Go Plan and making sure that they are getting every bit of information that they're being followed up with, not leaving it in our agents' hands to do that. That's where we made the mistake. So we put people in place on that. And then what we call our whips have gone through the roofs. We're getting people that we, met a couple months ago. They're coming right back to us. Just it's automatic. So that's a big part of your business. You'd be shocked. People you come in contact, talk to, and then they don't list with you. And then eventually 2 or 3 months later, list with somebody else. So anyways.
So we stay on top of that. So Tim and I are very purposeful too about getting on the phone and calling these people. If you leave this in the hands of your agents, it's not going to be done. They are not going to call through contacts that they made 2 or 3 months ago. That's another rainmaker activity.
Yeah, and you got to know that business is out there going, and again, that goes back to Jonathan. You got to monitor and track that. And if you don't, then...
and so here's something that I've been doing. So every Friday, Carol, I've been calling people that have inquired about the Craig Proctor system. Maybe they've talked to one of our salespeople, but I call and it usually just goes to voicemail. So I call them and I leave like 120-second message, and the best ones call me back, right? So how easy is that? How many of you would be willing to spend 120 seconds with somebody that has met with one of your salespeople for whatever reason the sale didn't happen? These are rainmaker activities, right? Like this is there's certain things that really matter that change the outcome, and this is what you want to find, and have yourself so organized. I love your onboarding checklist.
Yeah, Craig, and I'll talk about this in a second, but back to the customer service. I don't want to flip back, but why Carol calls for weeks. In 2019, we found out that we lost $1.1 million in expired listings, okay, and canceled listings. So that's why the customer service stuff was so critical to go get the price reductions. So another big hole in our boat. So you take
even if you save half of that, think of how much money that is, right?
Oh yeah,
even 25% of it.
Yeah, it's just huge numbers that we're playing around with. We're generating the lead. It's just capturing it and getting it listed. You got to see it through. Onboarding checklist. This is something we worked really hard on this year. We put it really a good checklist into place. When we onboard our agents or onboard admin, we got a process. We go right through it. Everything gets checked off, and they know exactly what is expected of them, the training and everything. And Craig, this has got a lot of years. I mean, I can't show you the whole onboarding packet, but it's got a lot of your training in it. So thank you. You guys have done a wonderful job in all that and the onboarding.
Well, the training is huge. Let's talk about your OSA training manual.
So there's just, the commission splits, the mission statement, you're married to the mission. So we have a mission and what we're accomplishing. So that's, got to have the right people on board, the DISC profile. And then right there you go. Universal callback script. We definitely train on that. Terms and definitions. We have all that. Sometimes agents don't know what you're.
So do you do what Todd did? What he said earlier? It's like he onboards somebody. It's can you do the script? Can you articulate the offers? Nope. Okay. When can you get it done by? Maybe lunchtime. Guy comes back at lunch. You got it yet? Nope. So eventually, if they can't do everything on the list, like you've got to go elsewhere, right? So this training is mandatory and it's ongoing with your team.
Yeah, KPIs are done on a daily basis by our agents. Those are key performance indicators. They're meeting an appraiser, writing a contract, signing a listing. We've got about 27 of those identified that they have to at least do one a day. We're going to be upping that up to 2, but at least they have to do one a day. They just can't be sitting around not doing anything. So keep performance. But this is
clearly you have a position dependent business, right? Not people dependent. So you have created the position. So here's the lead coordinator functions. And so if somebody left you, it's easy. Easier to get somebody in there because everything has been documented. This is what someone new would sign off on if they want this position.
Everything's documented in the business. Somebody leaves, we have it, we know it, we can plug and play, put somebody right in.
Look at the detail here, folks. How many of you are learning a lot here today about the detail that's required here to really make this machine run? Lead coordinator responsibilities, day after listing appointment. I mean, there's so much here. I could do just 2 hours on just the stuff that you sent in here, but we do need to move on here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Carol Roy's team.
Yes. Thank you, Craig. Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to Sandy here. Sandy, you have included your organizational chart. Talk to us about this.
Yeah, so we have a very distributed team. So we are we've never had an office. We've been in the cloud forever. And I've got team members in the Philippines. My assistant works in Texas. Everybody works all across the Bay Area for all of my agents. And so we needed to set up a model and use cloud-based services so that we can manage all of our transactions into one place where we can just log in and see what's going on. And so this is how our team has sort of grown out over the past year. And this just kind of gives you an idea of where we have assistants right now. And then that doesn't even count the outside vendors or third-party vendors that we rely on to help get things done through systems like Upwork, for example. They're not even part of the team, but they kind of are, because they do a lot of our work, but they're freelancers.
How long did it take you to kind of figure out what you should be doing, what Bob should be doing, and to define these positions?
That's a good question. So really, we play on our strengths. So Bob has a technical background, and so he is the systems implementation guy for sure. And we have our administration.
What personality type is Bob?
He's a DC.
DC. Hey, Tim, back to you. What personality type are you? Can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry. I'm a DI.
You're a DI. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great organization here. So Sandy, it's fair to say Bob is kind of the systems, the organization guy, and so he probably has a large part to do with the organizational part of it. Would that be fair?
It's fair to say that he's the nuts and bolts, and he doesn't get enough credit where credit is due, because he's the one holding it all together.
Okay, so how much have you expanded over the last couple of years?
So when we joined Craig Proctor, we had about 2 agents and 1 assistant. And so now we have about five or 6 assistants and a handful of agents here. And so we're looking to continue to grow that over the course of the next 1 to 2 years.
I think I have like this growth vision you submitted here. So let's talk about this.
Yeah, so my goal for 2020 was to get to 2 million GCI, and we are just barely going to hit that for the year. So that makes me happy. And as we look into 2021, I want to increase that. I want to double that up to about 4 million GCI, or around 200 families served. So I want to be able to change the lives of 200 families. And then looking longer term, I really want to get that up to about 10 million GCI for the team.
Okay, so 2019, you were at 975,000?
Yes.
Despite COVID, you're at 2 million.
Yes.
I don't see 2021 here, but you're saying you want to do what for 4 million?
About 4 million, yeah.
Okay. And then 2022, 5 million. But your big ambitious goal is 10 million within 9 years.
Yes.
All right. So what do you got to do? Or sooner. What do you got to do to make that happen?
Well, we're investing heavily. So we are actually opening an office this week. And we just went out and bought a box truck so that we can add more value to our clients. We have doubled down on our marketing spend, on our radio, on our online advertising, on our direct mail. We are really raising the stakes in terms of trying to achieve this growth, because we sat down and we ran the numbers and we met with the team and we said, okay, what are your goals as an individual? And we rolled them all up and we said, okay, well, how does that fit in with our goals? And then we realized, okay, well, if we want to get to our goals, we're going to need a few more people, and in order to get there, we also looked at our conversion ratios and said, okay, well, based on our current conversion, we're going to need like 1,600 appointments and we're going to have to go on this many appointments a day and per week and per month, and we only have this many people, and so we're going to need more ISAs, we're going to need more leads, we're going to need a little bit of everything in order to get to these goals. And so then we said, okay, that means we have to hire more ISAs, we're going to have to hire a listing customer service manager, we need to open an office, we're going to have to bring on a couple more OSAs, and we're going to have to double, triple our spend on marketing. And so that is what we're doing right now.
Well, let's have a look at this. I'm not familiar with this. The 3 lids of assessment. Talk to us.
This is a form that Todd gave me to analyze our where we felt we are in the implementation of the Craig Proctor model and where we felt like we can, our current assessment. And so we had to be honest with ourselves and figure out, okay, where do we feel, are we confident that we can grow this, and are we confident in our operational abilities? And so we kind of filled this out, and we weren't all 10s, and so that kind of showed us that we had some work to do. Despite all the work we've done, we still had a lot more work to do.
Yeah, like right here, you gave yourself a 5. So my confidence to identify top performers in my business, that was the lowest score you gave yourself, was a 5.
So yeah, I think
you had a 7, but then you scratched it out and then you gave yourself a 5.
I think we realized that we need to invest more time in our team and in the training, and to really help them understand the Craig Proctor way of doing things. And most of them are on the call today, so I'm really happy for that, and really get them more engaged in the mindset and changing their beliefs and thinking about things the way that we've learned it through Craig Proctor. And so that's become really important for us. And so we're trying to make a more concerted effort to roll out more training for our team and really help them grow, help them with their conversion. Because as I think it was Leahy yesterday said, that if you just tweak one of those numbers on your conversion, your overall sales volume can go through the roof. And so we played with those numbers ourselves. And by just changing our conversion ratio from, 20 or 30% up to, let's say, 50 or 60%, it was massive. And so, we don't even have to invest in that much more advertising and leads. If we just invest in training and conversion, we can achieve our numbers faster. And so we're trying to look at all these angles right now to figure out, okay, let's tackle all of these a little bit and see if we can't move the dial to get closer to our goals.
Right. A few tweaks in 3 or 4 areas, massive change to the outcome.
Absolutely.
When you talk about the training and working with your team, I was talking to Tony Johal last weekend about that. And I said that the second time that I was the top agent for RE/MAX in the world, we ended up doing a lot more production than the first time I did that. And a big part of my success that year was really working on the paradigms or mindsets of my outside sales agents and what they believed. So it was like in the meetings we were talking about like getting them to believe in bigger goals and getting them to hit bigger goals. And that year we did, because I had agents on my team like Lindy Black that would do 75 or 100 transactions. And then I had other team members like good agents that would sell 10 or 15 homes in a month. And then they were kind of like making what they needed rather than doing what they could. So in Canada here, of course, the weather's really nice in the summer. So in the winter, some of my agents would, like they'd sell 5 or 10 or 15 transactions in the winter months. And then when summer came along, the weather's nice, and they would take their foot off the gas pedal and sort of apply it to the brake pedal, meaning that they were capable of doing more, but their mindset is they were getting the production they needed. They were doing what they needed, not what they could. So I spent a lot of time working with them on, kind of that psychology part of it, and raising up their standards, like their personal standards, and helping them really, truly reach their potential. And so that was really important. And we were talking about how, if you could take a team member that routinely does 2 transactions a month, and you can work on the mindset and get them to believe that 4 transactions a month is kind of like the minimum standard, and you did that with everyone in your team, you don't need to generate more leads. You just need, because Tony said, I'm generating all this business. And with some of my agents, whether I give them 10 leads or 20 leads or 50 leads, like they're going to do their 3 transactions. So, we don't need to give them more leads. We've got to work on helping them reach their true potential. So that's all part of the training. It's not just, I mention this because it's not just the technical parts of how we do things here. It's the belief system that you can do more and you deserve to do more. So I just wanted to share that because as you were talking, Sandy, it reminded me of this conversation I had with Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a similar revelation as we went through our goals. Then we had several team members that were kind of at that 1 to 2 deals a month. And by the end of the conversation, they were all crossing it out and they're putting 4 to 5 a month now because they realized that they could do so much more and that they weren't thinking big enough. You've got to set your sights a little bit bigger and you can go so much farther. And so that's what I love about working with Todd and on the Titanium Group is it really helps me to think bigger instead of just setting reasonable goals. Let's think broader. How much can we blow the top of this? How much more can we do? And so, when we met with the team, it was kind of like, well, if you guys aren't thinking bigger and really ambitious, then we're just going to have to go hire a bunch more ISAs. And they're like, oh no, we don't want that. So I'm like, okay, well then let's focus on our conversion and let's see what we can all do together. And so it was a really good process.
What do we have here on your dashboard?
Okay, so I've been really big on metrics, and we're actually in the process of implementing some new tools right now because right now our metrics have been pretty manual. And I have to give hats off to John Reeves because when we joined Platinum, John Reeves took us in and he forced me out the gate to put my business on QuickBooks because we had receipts in a box and at the end of the year we'd enter them into a spreadsheet and we had no idea what our numbers were, whether we were making money or not. We didn't know anything. And so immediately he said, you have to get your business on QuickBooks. This is no way to run a business, Sandy. You have to just do it. And so I just went and did it. And now that we have QuickBooks in place and we have our systems, a new CRM, we have a new broker management, we have all these things in place, we were able to, now I can see exactly what's happening with my business every single month. I know where our profitability is. I know how many leads came in. I know where our conversions are. I know what leads are closing by lead source. I know the cost of them. I can see all of these things now, and it just opened my eyes to the business. And it's amazing, what you track, you can manage and you can change. And so this was an eye opener for us and really a game changer. And so as we, go through this process, we're constantly evolving. In fact, we're even implementing some newer tools now and taking it to the next level so that I don't even have to do these charts manually. It'll just sort of happen automatically. And so it's very exciting. And we're, because Bob's systems background, we are all about using cloud-based systems to help us manage, track, and it really takes a lot of the grunt work off of us.
Bob thinks this is just normal, right? Bob's like, yeah, this makes sense. This is totally normal.
Well, but he's got the C in him, so he's all about the numbers too.
Yeah, he's like, this is great. But I love what Jonathan said yesterday. He said, you cannot improve what you can't measure.
That's right.
Right. So it's all about measuring. Now, we all agree that the top realtors know their numbers. So here's your P&L. You get this. I assume you do this every month.
Yeah, we update it every month.
Cool. So you look at this every month. Now, do you have an internal bookkeeper or controller? Or how's that work?
It's me right now.
It's you. Okay. Well, you probably want to. You probably
as we grow, as we scale. Yeah, and I can't stress enough. You have to have all the systems in place so that you can scale. And we use a tool called Brokerment, and I probably should have given you a screenshot of that. But Brokerment has all of our workflows in it, and it will help manage all of our transactional data, all of our work plans, all of our commission plans, all of our pipeline. Everything flows through that tool. That way we can delegate without having to do it. We just enter a transaction and we set the status to acquired, coming soon, or listed, and then it automatically doles out all the tasks to the team automatically, and then it pops into their queue. They already know what they need to do. And so when you run a distributed team, it's imperative that you have some sort of system because we don't work in the same office, so we can't just show up and find some checklist and update that because that will get out of date really quickly. So it's all about your systems and having your systems in place. And then it takes all the burden off you for delegation. Now everybody just knows that's my task. It's going to automatically come in as soon as we sign a new listing. And it just streamlines everything so that you can scale up.
Okay, we're going to move on in a second, but before we do, could you give some advice through all this experience, now that you're kind of on the other side of this and you've had such great success, give some advice, words of wisdom to those that are newer with the Craig Proctor system, and they're looking at this and they're going, oh my God, Sandy and Bob really have it figured out. What would you say to them?
It's all about the implementation in the systems. And if you don't know how to do it, hire somebody who does and implement it as fast as you can. And these tools are not difficult to implement. Many times they have webinars and videos that will teach you how to do it. And so, find somebody who has these tools and ask them for some help. It's all about putting the right systems in place, because you cannot scale up your business without some systems in place. And so you just need to invest in it and pay the $200 or $300 a month to have this system or that system, because it will be a game changer in your business.
Thank you so much for doing this, Sandy. Say hi to Bob. We are now going to move on to Jessica and Steve. Okay, your mic is unmuted. Good stuff. Okay, so hey, first of all, tough act to follow. We've got some great presenters here. How you doing today, Jessica?
We're doing great. Thanks for having us on.
Great. Hey, well, thanks for getting Steve into the real estate business.
You're welcome.
Now, did you have to convince him to do this, or this is something he decided? He probably saw you making all this money. He thought like it's like way better to sell them than to build them. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, right. Well, we actually had two separate teams, and we
really that's interesting.
We're big competitors. We were not married. We were big competitors in our county, and
I would call leads, and they'd say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm already working with Jessica," and I'm like, "I'm going to fix this right now. I'm going to marry her."
Well, they say if you can't beat your competitors, marry them. I think that's what they say, right? Great stuff. So, okay, I did not know that. I honestly did not know that you guys were fierce competitors before you decided, hey, let's just get married.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, so how do you, being a married couple in real estate, how do you divide up what needs to be done?
It's all charts, all systems. And the Craig Proctor system has really helped us just systematize everything. So we have different departments. Steve has a department, I have a department, we have a marketing department, transaction department, listing department, and client care. And each of these departments have checklists. So we want the business to operate as we grew. We grew from a team of 4 to a team of 25. And there was no way that we could always have our hands in everything. So at any given time, I want to be able to pull a file on a listing or a transaction and know exactly what's been done by our staff or our agents. Another thing that we've done too, through the COVID process, most of our staff is here in the office, but we've gone online with almost all of our checklists and plans and systems.
It just goes to show you we can do so much of this virtually, right?
Yep. And we really want our business to operate like if we take the day off, we don't want anything to be missed. So as long as our staff is following the checklist, following, their job description, we don't miss a beat.
Right. So you're just managing the system. You've trained you have clear descriptions of how everything should be done.
Yep.
And then you just so the people follow the system, and you're kind of just managing the people to make sure they actually are following the system.
Yep.
We've created a business instead of a job. And so with the business, we can step away and enjoy our family time. And it's not dependent upon us every day.
Feels pretty great, doesn't it, to know that things are working while you're not?
Sure does. And one thing you're looking at right now this is probably the last system that we implemented, a couple of years ago, was the agent expectations for agents. We have a contract that they sign, and we have a policy manual, but we realized we never had like, hey, this is what your day looks like. This is what you're to do when you sit on floor. This is how you greet people. This is what you're supposed to wear. So we laid it all out. And, you know, our brokers, they work for us and they work with our customers. So we want them to be a reflection of how we would do business. So this is an example of someone who's on duty. We call it the agent on duty. We have a morning shift and afternoon shift. We have a really, I think we have a really pretty office. So we really want everyone to just feel welcomed, and it's just, they're handed a menu when they come in. Whoever's on duty makes them a coffee. So, you know, they have to have their name tag on.
Make it a requirement for brokers to know who the client is coming in as well, so they can be welcomed. They can say, "Welcome, Craig. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming in today. You know, Jessica's on her way up. She'll be with you momentarily." So it just makes everybody feel warm and fuzzy and special.
It's almost like when I walk into a spa.
Yes, we want them to get out of their seat and greet them at the door. Another thing too, just a simple thing is we wrote, answer the phone on the first ring. Don't wait for it to ring 4 or 5 times. You know, we are here to serve our customers. They're the reason why we have jobs. So answer the phone on the first ring. Just simple things like that, that they've got to be in writing.
Yeah, right here. Okay, so you've got procedures for the morning shift, the afternoon shift. Over here, we've got lead procedures. So let's talk about what happens with the leads.
So part of our onboarding process is learning what to do with our leads or the customers that we give them. So they have to do their Boomtown training, their Sync training, and their OSA training through the Craig Proctor system. They have to do a simple test with us to show that they're versed in it. The thing we don't want to happen is to hand a hot customer to a broker and them not know what to do with it.
And we don't hand out.
We can't hear you, Steve. The mic's going in and out.
And we don't hand out leads to our OSAs. We hand out customers, because our leads, we've already went through the whole process with our ISAs. So they're being booked appointments when we hand these over to them.
Okay, so the ISAs get the leads, the outside sales agents get the appointments.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about your 30, 60, 90-day plan checklist.
And I feel like we should give credit where credit is due, because we copied this from another, from Sarah, and I think this is a great example. If you don't have your own systems in place, use something that stuck out to you today and then make it your own. So when we hire a new broker, they go on a 30, 60, 90-day plan where they have to do trainings and read certain books, and they have to take another teammate to lunch. There's a series of things that they have to do in order to get customers from us.
Love it. So you as a new outside sales agent, here's a list of things that you need to do within the first 30 days, the first 60 days, the first 90 days. And what if they don't do these things?
They're either not going to get customers or they don't stay on our team.
Okay, so that's the leverage, is we're not giving you customers until you do these things.
Yes.
And you found that if they do these things, they actually succeed. So it's actually for the outside sales agent's own benefit that they actually go through the onboarding process the way it's laid out.
Right. We're setting the expectation. So here's what you're expected to do while you work here. Here's how you handle our customers, instead of assuming that they know this stuff and giving them customers and then us being disappointed, or we have to do the damage control. So it's just setting the expectation.
Okay, what do we got here? Pre-appointment checklist.
So this is right before they go on an appointment. This is kind of we realized that 90 days, it's kind of a long time period. So this is a quick, let's make sure they're ready for the appointment. little stuff like how do they know how to write contracts? Have they presented it to me? They know where all the simple things are in the office, like buyer packets and things like that.
New listing checklist.
We've kind of jumped over to our transaction coordinator position and our listing coordinator position. And one thing I love that Carol said is she calls, when somebody has a new listing. So our transaction coordinator will start this checklist and she launches a plan that's virtual and it comes to my dashboard. And I actually write them a handwritten note about how thankful we are to have their business, how much referrals mean to us. And then we stick 3 referral cards in there. Same thing with closing. We close or we call once they have a contract, and then I write them a handwritten note once we close. And then this is after closing, so we make sure we put them in like Reach 150. We add them to our Christmas card database. So everything's a system. There's nothing that we have to follow up to make sure it was done. We even have the emails that our transaction coordinator sends or that our listing coordinator sends. They're written by us. All they have to do is add in a few things.
Right. So it's all templated out.
Yep.
Great. Okay. We got to move on. I'm about 15 minutes late on this panel, but same thing. Advice to those that are just starting. They're watching. So we have about 900 people watching you right now. What would you like to say to them when you got started? Like you've been through this, you're on the other side, you're super successful, you've got yourself organized. What advice would you give to those that are just starting out?
I think just create systems, copy it from other people, and then make it your own.
You've created it. It's real estate in a box. So just talk to your coaches, talk to other members. I get coaching members, and I'm not even a coach, but I get coaching members that will watch us on these Zooms, and they'll call me and ask me questions. I mean, reach out. You guys have the greatest network of real estate agents at your fingertips through the Craig Proctor program. Just stick it out. It works. I mean, we are proof that Craig's system works.
I want to thank everyone on the panel for doing such an awesome job, for taking the time to send me all the information that we share, taking the time to be on here and explain it and encourage everybody. Thank you so much. This is what makes the Craig Proctor system great, is the people that are in it that take their time to share, just like people shared with you and you're sharing with everyone here today, 900 people listening to what you have to say. So thank you so much, Superstar panel. I'm going to bring Todd Walters back on here, and we're going to get on with the agenda. So thank you again. Let's give our Superstar panel a big virtual hand. Thank you very much.
Beautiful.
Todd Walters.
Success leaves clues.
Okay, well, hey, I did learn one thing. If you've got a big competitor in your marketplace, you could just marry them.
Yeah.
You just marry them. That's what Steve did. Steve's like, Jessica's was my biggest competitor, so we just got married and created one super team. I did not know that. So Todd, how are you doing?
Oh, fantastic, man. Yeah, success leaves clues.
Great. Tell us what we're going to learn this afternoon. How's it going to work?
Yep.
Don't go anywhere, everyone. We have probably the best part of the conference is what happens between now and 5:30 p.m.
Yeah, no question about that. So, we're going to get rolling here. We're going to pick it back up from the buyer lead. So we've got the buyer lead. We're closing them for face-to-face appointment. All right. We want to make sure these appointments happen. We don't want to go on an appointment that is not likely to turn into a really great customer. So we've got all that that we're going to work through. Then we've got where do we start? Like, where's the starting point when we sit down with the buyer? Do we jump right into the buyer benefits presentation, or do we spend some time asking a few questions, doing some fact finding? How does this need to work? And when we do get into the benefits presentation, since we're trying to essentially guarantee loyalty and an optimum fee, what's required of us in terms of demonstration of value? So Keller Lawrence, one of the greats from the state of South Carolina, is going to be here to share with everyone how how they
Cool.
do a fantastic job demonstrating value. And there's Keller now.
There he is.
Mr. Keller Lawrence from Greenwood, South Carolina. How you doing, big dog?
Unmute. Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, Keller?
Better than good, as somebody once said.
What are you going to teach us today, Keller?
Well, I'm going to go over the VIP buyer. Not going to go over the actual VIP buyer PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to go over explaining each part of it and demonstrating value to your buyer clients. Explaining what those words on that PowerPoint mean and how it benefits them, and it just makes it much easier to collect your fee, to get them to sign on the dotted line at 3.5%, 4%, and to then collect the deficiency when it gets to be contract time, if you demonstrated all that very well. So.
All right, show us your magic.
All right. I'm like Shelly. This is my first time, so I'm a wee bit nervous. But anyway, it's all good.
You'll do a great job, Keller. You know your stuff. You know this inside and out.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, a little bit about myself. I am Keller Lawrence. I'm in Greenwood, South Carolina, and it's small town. My market's probably 100,000 at best. I've been in the business since straight out of college. Graduated college in 1990, went straight to work for my dad's company. Stayed there a few years. Everybody kind of ended up leaving because of a manager that they didn't like. So I was the only one left. So I said, screw it. I'm going to go to RE/MAX. I was with RE/MAX for 15, 18 years, something like that. I opened up. I was so happy at the RE/MAX because I could do whatever I wanted to do, So that's why I stayed there so long. I could do the guaranteed sale. I could do any kind of advertising. There was no pushback from the broker ever. But I finally got the guts and went out on my own, opened up my own company back in 2013. And my team right now consists of 1 admin, 2.5 inside sales agents. I had 6 OSAs. I just hired 2 more, one of which is my son. Kind of proud of him. And I have a VA that handles all my social media stuff. Thank you, Stampini's. A little bit overview about my market. There's only 150 agents in my market. Our average price range is around 190,000. Our average days on the market's about 104 days. The amount of volume that we'll do this year in the pandemic is, so we've closed 225 transactions so far this year. That was with 6 agents, and we got 44 pending. So if we don't sell anything the rest of the year, we're looking at around 270 transactions. Volume, 43 million closed, another 9.1 pending. So if we don't sell anything, probably another 52, 53 million. GCI, so far closed this year, 1.4 million GCI under contract, about 400,000. So if we don't sell anything, we'll probably close 1.8 million GCI. So kind of stoked about that.
All right, hold on, Keller. So what's that in terms of market share? Because you said there was how many real estate agents in your marketplace?
150.
All right. So what's the market share?
About 11 or 12%, something like that.
All right. So everybody got that? 11 or 12% market share. That's Craig Proctor-esque right there, big dog. That's pretty strong.
Nancy Kowalik-esque too.
Yes, you got it. We got a few of you guys like Craig Proctor. So That's pretty amazing. All right. So you're going to sit here, you're going to walk us through how you guys are getting buyers, signing into agreements via demonstration of value. So let me help set this up a little bit. Is that okay? All right. Since we had a little bit of a lunch break here, we're going to go back to my PowerPoint. Everybody's familiar with the follow-up script. And we talked about, you got to get really good at making the offer. You've got to get really good at handling the objections. Okay. All objections. You got to be well prepared for them when they start pushing back on meeting with you. No one's pretty much going to object to the offer of, hey, would you like to receive, information on properties that match your exact home buying criteria, not just from real estate companies, but from builder closeouts, distress sales, company-owned homes. That's a free service. Like, how many people say no to that, right? So you're going to generate yeses. All right. Then when you say, okay, great. When's a good time for me to pop by your place over the next couple of days, take down your exact home buying criteria and get that set up for you. Okay. Whether you're going to them or they're coming to you. So that's when you start to get some of the objections. So if you're weak in this area, all right. So write this down, 11 a.m. Thursday, role play clinics with James Craig. You can't be weak in these areas, guys. Right, Keller, there's so much work that goes into generating these prospects and to get them to say yes to what you have, only to kind of fumble the football on the 3-yard line because we can't effectively deal with objections. So if you need to role play that out, get on the Thursday role play clinics with that. Now, while Keller, you're on the phone with the prospects, okay, they say yes to meeting with you whenever it is, Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Hypothetically, you don't just arbitrarily hang up the phone. Is that right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about this. We'll kind of walk through this whole process. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So while I'm on the phone with the prospect, or while Keller's on the phone with the prospect, okay, he's going to quote, qualify the appointment. So you guys want to write that down, qualify the appointment. Okay. So if I jumped into the coaching site here, and I'm in the VIP buyer, or excuse me, I'm in the, let me just take you back there again so you guys can see some examples here. This is in the Platinum Follow-Up Systems library. Don't know why, but it's in that library. Let me give you the ID number on it anyway. Buyer appointment, confirmation script, and email. Okay. So as a matter of fact, I actually pulled that up here. Okay. That's what it looks like. Looks the same as it does on the PowerPoint. So qualifying the appointment, Keller, how important is that? They say yes to meeting with you before you hang up the phone. You want to get some additional data, do some fact finding, gather some information. And your ISAs are pretty good at this.
Yeah. And, I'm not above calling leads either. So I've got it posted right on my wall right there, right beside the universal callback script. It's been following me around for years. Yeah. So you don't want to have a wasted appointment. You want to make sure it doesn't waste the time of the agent and you're meeting with all the parties involved.
Yes, exactly. So let's think through that. How many of you guys have had inside sales agents? They book an appointment, okay, but the outside sales agent second guesses the whole deal, and then they call the buyer. They sort of kind of screw things up a little bit, or inside sales agent books appointment. OSA gets appointment. And the appointment quote cancels or no shows. And the outside sales agents kind of carved out their hours into this day. It didn't happen. So you create this adversarial situation instead of a team oriented situation.
Yeah.
So transparency in the process, that's what you're looking at right here. So it's important that whoever's wearing the inside sales agent hat, gets this information on paper. So now that the agents can see it, OSA go on the appointment.
The answers to every one of these buyer appointment qualifying questions is attached to the appointment that's sent to me, the lead coordinator. So I and the agent know that all those questions have been asked and that both parties are going to be at the, both decision makers are going to be there. Have they been pre-qualified? Are they paying cash? They haven't been pre-qualified. What's their credit score? Hey, are you employed? Is your co-borrower employed? How much cash do you have for a down payment?
Whatever
very important information.
100%, dude. Whatever you need to know, you want to ask.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys can go and grab that. That's ID number 996, and you can see it's a script. So just like there's the follow-up script for actually getting them to say yes to meeting with us. The script continues after that point before we hang up the phone. Okay. And with this, before we hang up the phone, with this being a big deal, is we want to reiterate, write this down. You want to reiterate the USP. In other words, the reason why they're getting together with you in the first place. That's the last thing you want the buyer to hang on to, is the WIFM, the benefit to meeting with you. Okay, and that's how the script could. Plus, you also want to tell them what's going to happen next. Looking forward to seeing you Saturday at 10. Okay, just to recap, when we get together, this is what's going to take place. Okay, you guys can see that's pretty big benefits right there. Okay, it's a free service. When I hang up, I'm going to send you my contact information. Okay, email, text, however you're going to send that out. Is that good? Okay, great. Boom. See you Saturday at 10. Now you hang up. Now you're good. You're solid there. You've got an appointment booked. You got a good prospect. And these things like appointment cancellations are less likely to happen. All right. So write this down. If you're running into heavy appointment cancellation rates or no-shows, we got to fix that. We got to fix that. And we can sit here for an hour consult and fix that, but write that down. Got to fix that issue. Write that down if that's an issue. And let's get that fixed with a one-on-one consult. Okay. So everybody got it? Now, when the appointment comes along, here's sort of the strategy that we employ. Okay. First, we want to leverage the law of reciprocity by giving the buyer something of value first. Okay. And that would be the homeowner service. Okay. Everybody got that? Cool. Now, next, we're going to take down their home buying criteria, actually using the same form that you would use to list somebody's house. Is that right, Keller?
That's exactly right.
Okay, so that's the MLS data entry form. So if you, whatever form you would use to list somebody's house, that's an excellent form to use for writing down or taking down somebody's home buying criteria. It's beautiful. So it works both ways. A lot of agents don't realize they could use it for that. Then the starting point from there, once we've given that information to the buyer, we've given it to them. The starting point there is we're going to focus on the buyer's needs, okay, as the basis of all discussion. Okay, so for example, this is like page 1 of the VIP buyer agreement. So we're documenting what is in it for the buyer. What's their needs? What do they want? Why are they even moving? What's important to them? What needs to happen in order for them to get what's most important? You guys got that? So once the buyer gives you this information, then you're in a unique position, as Keller's fixing to share with you. You're in a unique position now to be able to show them how you can get them what they want. Otherwise, a lot of things are assumed and you're only talking about finding a house. And again, they can do that without you, as Craig mentioned earlier. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now we're completely turning the tables on this. Dude, I'm going to help you elevate your life is essentially what the conversation is about. Did I get it right, Keller?
That's right, man.
All right. So what are some of the issues you guys run into here when you're getting these things written down for buyers? Or are you even are you taking this information and putting it into your CRM so that everybody knows why the buyer is even going through this?
No, not the answers to these questions, but let me write that down.
All right. Yeah. So here's kind of the idea behind it. Let's say one of your core values is second mile service. Let's just say it is. And I think most people here like the concept of going the extra mile. Well, how in the world can you go the extra mile if you don't even know what the first one is? So the first mile is just establishing or getting for the prospect what they want. Why are you moving? Hey, this is a pretty nice place that you have right here. Okay, buyer. Why would you want to get rid of this and go somewhere else? Like, why are you doing this? Why are you moving? Okay. And they tell me why, and you'll discover elevation of lifestyle. Okay. What's most important to you then in the whole process of buying a home? Okay. We need to feel like we're going to get a good deal here. We didn't get a good deal in this house. We want to feel like we're going to get a good deal in the next house. Okay. And timing is a big deal. We want to get our kids settled in before the school year, get acclimated, try to make some friends. They play ball over there, whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. Okay, and I'm like, okay, what do you believe then needs to happen in order for you to get what's most important, buyer? And the buyer tells, well, how do you feel like, what needs to happen? What do you feel like you're getting a good deal? What needs to happen here to ensure that you're in the new place within that time frame? He's already got that. Now what happens, the buyer's telling me their formula for closing them. Keller?
Yeah, I was saying that we do ask those questions. We have that exact same form right at the page 1 of our buyer packet, but it's a great idea putting it in your CRM.
Oh, yeah,
all
absolutely.
the team members know, the admin, the customer, whoever's making customer service calls, that sort of thing.
Yes, everybody get that?
If I want to know why these people are moving.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like, let's say your buyer's agent, God forbid, God removes them from the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And now the customer's got no agent. Somebody's got to jump in and help them. Okay, well, do you want to start over? Or do you want to just pick it up right there where we left off? And it's much easier to pick it up where you left off if all of the notes on the whole wide process on what we're trying to do for this customer is in the CRM and everyone knows it. Okay. And that was big. That was big. So that every right hand knew what the left, the admin, the ISA, the OSA, team leader, everybody knows what we're trying to do for this particular customer. Brilliant. Put it in the CRM. Good job, Keller. Okay. So now that we've got that information, now we're in a good position to run right into the buyer benefits presentation. Okay. Now, a couple of things here to set this up, and Keller's going to walk us through. Keller, we're going to share your screen. You got this on your laptop?
Yeah, I do have it on my laptop.
All right, good. So we'll flip it over there in a second. All right. So, all right, but this is sort of set up the buyer benefits presentation. Okay. We want to have this paradigm of where the agent with the houses, where the agent with access to homes and property and information that the buyer can't readily get on their own. All right. You don't want to walk in saying, I'm the agent with access to the MLS, because the buyer has access to the MLS on the internet. You have to be the agent with access to homes the buyer can't readily find on their own. And we have this system that will allow them get information easily, faster, proprietary access, priority access, proprietary information. Then we build in additional value, our buyback guarantees, the home warranties, the cancellation guarantees, even guaranteed cash savings if we run out of things to say. Has everybody got that? So now if you're approaching the buyer this way, you're going to be in a pretty good position to do a fantastic job of converting them, getting them a signed agreement, and fighting for you to get paid your optimum fee. Okay, so Keller, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. We're going to flip this over to the great Keller Lawrence in Greenwood, South Carolina. Keller, I would have never guessed that you were from somewhere in the southern part of the United States.
Yeah, you can't. It's hard to tell from my accent.
It is. I would have never known it. I was thinking you were from somewhere like New York and New Jersey. Yeah. Or maybe even up there in Toronto, eh?
That's right.
Yeah.
Craig, I got a funny message. My social media person this weekend put one of our listings in the town next, one of our new listings, and it had a Canadian flag on it. And Craig saw it on LinkedIn, and he sent me a message and said, "A nice flag."
Yeah. I think it's just a leaf.
Yeah.
It's just a picture. We got like stripes and stars and all kinds of cool stuff. And Craig, you guys just have a leaf.
I'm trying to Canadianize Keller.
All right, Keller, take it away. Show us what you got.
Okay. Yeah. So, like I said, this is a demonstrating value during the VIP buyer presentation. And where is it? I need to. So, as you're going through the PowerPoint and or the VIP buyer agreement, we'll just break each of these items down one by one. So, like for instance, number one, we will assist you in securing the best financing program for your specific situation with the lowest interest rate, least expensive closing costs, and have a pre-qualification approval certificate generated to give you the best competitive advantage on future negotiations. Well, what does that mean? I guess I should have already set this up. Anyway, and by the way, guys, you can get this is I created this I created this demonstration of value, big honking 3-ring binder that shows all the paperwork involved with each of these items and demonstrating to the buyer the actual papers and what it all means. It's kind of cheesy, but it's very effective. You know, it's like plopping all your buyers down at a listing presentation. You know, visualizing, seeing all this stuff is a lot better than just talking about it, right? Amen. So we've got this thing with these neat little dividers. Best financing, what all that means. Home hunter system, what does that mean? And we'll go through some of these slides.
So essentially you're showing them versus telling them.
Exactly. And especially a lot of first-time home buyers, they don't know what pre-approval certificate means. They don't know what off-market properties means. They don't know all the paperwork involved in buying a house. You know, specialized market knowledge, offer preparation, negotiation, all that stuff. It's pretty cool. I can't take credit for putting all this together. Somebody in my office did, but anyway, it's really cool. And we'll just hit these items here one at a time. And I started to say, we created this because we copied what to put in it from the coaching site. So if you go to the coaching site and type in demonstration of value,
Pops right
you can do that yourself. It shows what to put in what each one means. So let's go back here. Where was I? Shit. Okay, here we are. So, number one, secure the best financing, have a pre-approval certificate generated to give you the best competitive advantage. Show the buyer an actual pre-qualification letter. Show them 2 offers, one with a pre-approval and one with not pre-approval, and show the seller eventually accepting it. So pre-qualification can make the difference between your offer and another offer. Let's look at these 2 offers on the next pages. These are the actual offers from actual clients. One was rejected, one was accepted. The only difference
on the same property? On
the same property.
Okay.
The pre-qualification letter, this guy was 2 offers came in. This guy's offer got accepted. It was actually had a pre-qualification letter with it. And then on that same piece of property, this offer was rejected. And this offer, by the way, was at a higher price.
That's the powerful part right there.
Yes. So
does everybody get this? That's great demonstration, right? Because you can say, hey, hey buyer, if you were the seller and you had 2 offers for the same price and one was pre-approved and the other offer, even though it was the same price, was contingent on financing, which one would you pick? In this case, it's the offer that was rejected is even a higher price because the seller wanted the more sure thing.
Mm-hmm. So item number 2, and I had this thing set up to click through it, but I don't know why it's not clicking. So I'm scrolling down.
You're doing great. Hey, you're doing
whatever. So we'll provide you with regular updates from our home hunter service of all the new listings that match. Let me shrink this down. That match your criteria. This will allow you to drive by and determine which properties you want to see. Well, what does that mean? Show them what MLS alerts look like, all the details, school info, maps, and show them examples of off-market properties for sale by owners, distress sales, expires, canceled. We show them an example of what an MLS listing alert will look like. We show them examples of various places where you can get for sale by owner listings in our area. Show them where we get all the various foreclosures from Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, HUD, Hubzu.
Hey, Craig, for those people in Canada, HUD is the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Correct.
Um,
We don't have that.
Expireds and withdrawals. You know, when we say off-market properties, they don't know what that means. Show them an example of like homes that were on the market that did not sell, that might still be, you know, available for purchase. So show them examples of the large supply of expired or withdrawals too. And we found it to be darn near about the same.
Yeah, let me tell you a story. This is a great example of what you're talking about right now. So I had one of my buyer's agents, Craig. Her name was, I won't mention. And she come into the office one day and she was hysterical, crying, hysterical. We're going to sue them and we're going to do this. And I'm like, whoa, what is going on here? And she goes, the so-and-so buyers I've been working with for like 6 months, she said. And I've probably shown them over 100 properties. And I'm listening to all this and I'm like, You know, I just found out today that they bought a home without me. And I've got a buyer agreement and all this. And I'm like, listen, let me look into it. So anyway, so I looked into it. So I called the buyer and I interviewed them. And they said, yeah, we've been working with, so-and-so there with you, Todd, for like months. And we've looked at like tons of houses. We just couldn't find what we were looking for. Okay. And we walked into this new neighborhood that we'd been in before. And the agent started asking us some questions. And we sat down and looked at a few things. And we told him we'd seen all of those. And but he showed us some properties that we hadn't seen before that were previously on the market. They were, I don't remember what he called them. So they're telling me this. So I call up the agent and I say, hey, dude, it's, Todd over here. And what happened? He goes, yeah, they walked in. They told me they weren't working with an agent. So, I just said, have you seen this? Have you seen that? Have you seen this? They said, yes. So I just took them to the expired listings. We picked out 3 homes, went and looked at them. They bought one. And I'm like, good job. So I would go to my agent and I was like, okay, this is the story. Did you show them any expired listings? And you know what she said? No, I didn't even think about it. And I was like, well, that's probably my fault. But lesson learned. If you got to go out and show 100 houses that are active, they're not finding, you got to broaden your search a little bit. So I think that's pretty genius. There are more and more homes being sold outside of MLS, and I wouldn't ignore these kinds of opportunities. So you're actually showing them properties. You're demonstrating by showing them homes that you have access to that they don't.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so I just show them all the mass quantities of them. Show them also the leads in our database that have houses to sell in our area.
Right. So these are people that are going to sell, but they're not on the market yet.
Right. That have indicated they may be selling in the future.
And if you're in a marketplace where inventory is really tight, that's like a great supply of, if you're saying I can't find anything for my buyers, well, how about the listings that you're going to get in the next couple weeks?
Yeah. We'll arrange a private showing of any home you want to see, including new construction for sale by owners. Anyway, that kind of is all in that same vein there.
Do you ever take them to Zillow and show the for sale by owners?
Yes. Yeah.
What I like about this, I think everyone watching this would agree, is you're showing them the sort of the complexity of this, that there's like a lot more to this than, just finding a house on Zillow and buying it, right? So it's a great, when you're demonstrating your value here, like this is what Keller brings to the table. These are things that most buyers wouldn't consider. So, that's sort of the takeaway is the buyer's like, you know what, I really need a good agent because there's a lot more to this than what I thought.
Yeah. Okay, we'll arrange a private showing of any home you want to see, including new construction, for sale by owners, off-market properties, all. Show them how we're going to get into each of it, how they're going to have access to it.
I love that. Yeah, I love. A lot of people don't know that we have a special key.
This is how you're going to get into the house. Here's the lockbox key that contains the key to get in every house that's on the market right now. And this app, which is only on my phone because nobody else has the app, right? Gets me. I'm just kidding. Gets me into these lot boxes. So there's no need to call other agents. We have access to every home. So, you know, a lot of first-time home buyers don't know that.
Right. Yeah. Back in the day, Craig, we used to have this special key. I mean, like a real key that was a government-issued key to government-owned foreclosures, HUD Homes and others. And we would show we got the key, dude. We can get you in any government foreclosure you want to go into.
I probably still have one of those over here in this tray somewhere.
Great demonstration. The buyer's eyes would get really big.
Right.
I think you're spot on here, Keller, not taking anything for granted in terms of demonstration.
Yeah.
Keep going. Yeah. Show us a few more things.
Okay. When you find a home you like, we'll discuss with you the best strategy regarding offer price, financing terms, interest rates, cost to close, inspection details, termite, other reports, anything else you want to know. So in this area, we show them, we show them an area sales report, what homes in the area are selling for, trends, list the sales price ratio, days on the market, success rates, that sort of thing. So, show them what a comparative market analysis looks like, and how we'll advise them on pricing. Show them trends in an area. So if I'm looking for a home in Hunters Creek, what is prices going up, prices going down, average days on the market, are they going up, are they going down? List price to sales price ratio, are they going up or going down? So we'll be able to guide them and advise them properly.
Yeah, and these stats are right out of Reality. You'll notice that is Reality, which all members have access to.
Yeah.
And I like using these stats out of Reality, because what we're trying to do here is demonstrate to the buyer, hey, like, we're the experts. We have this like inside track information on the marketplace that you just can't get anywhere else. Really what I would train my agents is, this is the part of the presentation where we're going to look really smart. We want to look like the experts, the trusted advisors.
Yeah, RMLS doesn't even offer these trends, but so we're the only guys that have this sort of knowledge. So we'll help prepare the offer with the terms, provisions, addendums, stipulations, exhibits, everything weighted in your best interest. What does that mean? Well, we lay out all the forms associated with buying, the agreements, the addendums, demonstrate the complexity of the process and the paperwork, and show them what all is involved. They just can't run out and go buy a house and do it very well. So we show them, all the paperwork's involved with it, the contracts, in
other words, this is a complicated process, and you need a professional to help you.
Exactly. Mold, flood, the deficiency form, the seller disclosure statements.
This really shakes their confidence. If they're thinking, oh, I don't need an agent, I can just call off for sale signs. This part of it really shakes their confidence, because they're thinking, wow, there's a lot more to this than what I thought.
Yeah.
Lead paint. Yeah. If you buy a home without me, you're likely to get poisoned.
Show them, DocuSign or Dot Loop, what electronic signatures look like and how that's going to go down. So you don't have to, drive across town to sign a contract. We make it quick and easy and convenient and safe with, COVID-19 and all that. We'll present the offer on your behalf, negotiate in your favor to help you secure the property at the best possible price and terms. So in this situation, for this cheat sheet, show several accepted offers, show superior stats on saving money. Examples of being able to get a house for a buyer in a multiple offer situation, and an example of being able to get a buyer a great deal if that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, testimonials.
Yeah, so let's see. This just shows that this is also at a reality, that we demonstrate to them that we're actually saving our buyers over 2% over and above the market, and over and above MLS. So,
yeah, if you want a good deal, you work with us.
Yeah, and this
is what the average agent gets, and we save you more. 2% of what, $200,000? That's about your average. So $4,000.
Yeah, yeah. So this is an example. Let me slide your picture down. This is an example of where we got somebody a great deal. It was listed for $129,900, and we sold it. And we were able to secure it for them for $119,000. This is an example of a multiple offer situation where this house came on the market. The hot property was listed for $289,000. Multiple offer situation. We structured the offer so this buyer wanted this house. This was their dream home. They didn't want to try to get a good deal. They wanted this house no matter what it took.
Well, it was already a good deal if it had multiple offers.
Right. Exactly. So we had a nice love letter from the buyers. We had a love video. Not only a pre-qualification letter from the buyer, but we had the lender call the listing agent to tell them how strong they were, and the buyer ended up paying. You see that was listed for $289,000. This buyer ended up paying about $298,000 for it, but they were ecstatic. They got the house.
Yeah, they beat out all the other buyers out based on that due diligence and demonstration.
Yeah.
I like this because it goes to both extremes.
Yeah.
Showing them that you save people money, but more importantly, we're not going to let the house get away, the one that you want to buy. If it's got multiple offers, it's already a good deal.
Yeah.
It's very important for buyers to know, versus assuming that they know these things before you start to work with them. Good job, Keller. Show us a couple of more.
Yeah, we'll recommend extremely competent affiliates with respect to your total home purchase. Basically, we show them our book of affiliates, business cards, flyers, who we do business with, and that we are the resource to get anything done that they might need during the home buying process with the best, most reliable people. So, this is
home inspector.
Yeah, home inspector, lawyer, lender, pest control guy, surveyor, whatever. Whatever they might need. Okay. The next thing, the
satisfaction.
Number one, buyer satisfaction guarantee. Well, we actually show them the certificate. Give them sign it right in front of them and slide it over to them. So we sign that right in front of them and say, here's our guarantee. If you're not satisfied with the home in the next 24 months, we'll buy it back or sell it for free. The bonus number two, you get the cancellation guarantee. We don't live up with our promises. Well, same thing. Show them our cancellation guarantee, that it's risk-free. They can cancel anytime they want, and sign it right in front of them. Bonus number three, we'll negotiate a home warranty for you. I'm amazed at the amount of people that don't know what a home warranty is. So we show them the freaking home warranty. Show them what all it protects. Show them that these home warranties actually pay out claims. It's not just a gimmick. It gives them peace of mind on the house they're going to be buying. And That's basically it, Todd.
So you've taken the buyer presentation from Craig. You've made a list of all of the benefits that are offered to the buyer, and you've pulled in examples from your everyday work. Put them in a binder, and as you're running through the buyer presentation, you show them these examples, and in some of them actually sign and hand it to them so that it's tangible versus intangible.
Exactly.
That's called demonstration of value.
Rather than just words on a PowerPoint or a contract, it's.
Oh, dude, it reminds me of. Do you remember the Ginsu knife commercials? Craig, you remember those?
I do.
Yeah. So the Ginsu knife commercials. Most everybody, I think, remembers those. Pretty famous. They played all the time, right? So they're selling a knife, for goodness sake, but the knife's like 3 times the cost of all the other knives. And the way they sell the knife is not just by saying, this is a really sharp knife, you should buy it for 3 times more than you're going to pay for other knives. No. They basically demonstrate how great the knife is. They saw through some tin can or some such, and then they go out there and slice a little tomato. They go cut down a tree with it or something like that, and then slice through some other veggies like it's butter. And I always remember that when Craig started introducing me to demonstration of value, and that stuck with me. And that's what this is. It's a big giant Ginsu knife commercial, big dog. All right, so why is this important? Why do this at all? Because I bet you could get the buyer agreement signed without really showing them any of these things. So why is this a big deal for you and your team?
Well, to be able to less objection if there is, minimizes the chance of there being an objection on collecting your fee when it comes time to get your fee that you want to get.
All right. So what's sort of the norm in Greenwood, South Carolina? If I'm an agent there and I go to the MLS and I'm looking for houses to show my buyer, what's sort of the norm there, average on buyer agent commissions that are being offered?
Between 2 and 2.4%.
All right, 2 to 2.4 on a pretty like an under $200,000 average selling price there in the country.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What's yours?
3.5 plus $4.95 transaction fee. But we've just recently put the option to I'm trying to get everybody up to 3.75 and just baby step them up to 4, but pretty solid about getting 3.5 and 4.95.
So that's a pretty big, that's a big chunk of money. So if I'm an agent in a marketplace, it actually is more beneficial to come and work for you. I can make more money because I have no marketing expense. I don't have to worry about where my leads are going to come from, where my appointments are going to come from. You're probably operating at an average higher selling price, and I make more commission.
Yeah.
Okay. Good job, man. All right, Keller, that was nice. You did good, buddy, for your first time out.
Yeah. Whew, maybe I can sleep better tonight.
Hey, Keller, maybe next time you can do the whole thing.
I'll give that some thought.
Thanks for doing a great job. We much appreciate it.
Hey, Keller, real fast. How long have you been with Craig Proctor System?
Yes. So I called Anna in your office today because it's been so long I didn't remember, Craig. I joined coaching in 2005 and then did a year of coaching. And then I went to Danny Griffin's grad program in 2006. And then I got wind of this platinum program led by Todd Walters. I said, I'm all into that. And so I've been in platinum since 2007 and joined Titanium as well in 2015. But yeah, and my business is grown year after year after year after year. We're, like everybody said, having our best year ever this year. And it doesn't involve, I don't go on any appointments either. It's just wonderful. It's a business. I can go on vacation. I could turn my phone off at night. I mean, it doesn't involve me on a day-to-day basis. And you take a lot of time off, and it's just, I can't imagine being in the real estate business and not having this program available at your fingertips to copy and implement and problem solve anything that under the sun that comes your way, and to have all these, everyone sharing. If you have a question about this, what should I do about this? What should I do about that? Everybody always gives you an answer. And it's just an unbelievable program. So if anybody's thinking about, should I go to the next level? Should I trade up to and start doing platinum? I mean, it is a no-brainer. Don't even think about it. It's the best investment you'll make in your whole life and your whole business.
Well, thank you, Keller. Craig and I seem to think so.
Yeah.
Great job, Keller.
Nice.
Yes, if you're in coaching right now, you want to move up the ladder. You want to move up and get more of all of this, just like all of the panelists did. Everyone that you're meeting here that's having great success, they don't nibble around the edges. Keller went all in. You can see he's been with us since 2005. And obviously sees the benefit every year of renewing and the learning and the sharing. This guy's got a 12% market share in his marketplace. Now think about that. That means about 1 in every 8 or 9 houses that sell in your marketplace are sold by you.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty awesome. Like that, like entire companies don't have that kind of market share. Big franchise, big box companies don't have that market share in many marketplaces. So great job, Keller. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Keller. I'll let you unshare your screen there.
Okay. Stop share.
Appreciate it, big dog.
All right. Did I unshare it?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
You did great. You're doing great. Thanks, man. Keep rocking and rolling. Okay, so is everybody dialed in here? We're moving on.
I'm dialed in. I got a fresh cup of coffee. This is the old coffee. This is the new coffee. I am caffeined up and ready to rock and roll. How's everyone doing out there in chat world? Type into chat. Let us know what you're thinking, how you're doing. Hope you're enjoying this. We're going till 5:30, probably 5:30 before we wrap all this up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what are we doing next, Mr. Walters?
Okay, well, I'm navigating my screen. You're supposed to keep talking.
Okay, I'm supposed to buy Todd some time.
Another 10 or 12 seconds there. Right.
Okay, well, we've learned a lot today, right? We've learned about systems. We've learned about organizations, checklists, processes. We've learned about the mindset or mentality that you must have to be successful when working with buyers. And I think Keller just did a great job of demonstration, right? Yep. There's an old saying, you might want to write this down. The more you tell, the more you sell. The more you tell, the more you sell. So you can see Keller does a great job of that. I mean, even though he has all this stuff on an iPad or a laptop, I like the visual of the great big 3-ring binder, clunk, putting that down on the boardroom table and demonstrating to buyers that there's more to this than meets the eye. That's how you negotiate your fee. You negotiate your fee by demonstration. You've got to demonstrate your value. Remember, whatever it is in life, right? Like price is only an issue in the absence of value. If you're in a listing presentation and you're not able to negotiate a higher fee, you can blame it on the marketplace, you can blame it on the seller, or you can take personal responsibility and say, you know what, there's something I need to learn about better demonstration of what I do so I can negotiate a higher fee. Now, are you going to get a higher fee with every seller? No. Are you going to get a higher fee with every buyer? No. But we're going to try. We're going to teach you, look, what if you could do this with even half of your buyers and sellers? Think of how much that would add up at the end of the year. And I'll tell you, when you do it with half, pretty soon it'll be 75%. You'll gain confidence. You'll get better and better at this. And here's the thing. This is fair because you guys are better than your competitors. Type into chat if you agree that you do a better job than your competitors when you represent buyers and sellers. You offer them more products, you offer them more services. Heck, you guys are all here. You all invested in the Craig Proctor system. Some of you have invested tens of thousands, some of you hundreds of thousands of dollars over your career to be part of the Craig Proctor system. Why? So you can give your buyers and sellers a better experience. So you have better tools, you have better education, you have better systems. That means you deserve a higher fee. I'll repeat this again. If I want the best lawyer in town, it would cost me more money. If I want to have the best contractor working on my house, it would cost me more money. This is like how business works. So you've invested in your business. You provide a superior product and superior service. You guys deserve a higher fee. Todd and I are going to be your biggest cheerleaders when it comes to you getting more business and negotiating a higher fee, making sure that you're doing the best job possible to get paid what you deserve.
Amen, brother. Yeah, we don't hide that fact. We're advocates for members, providing more value, helping people more, and you earning more as a result of it. We're not discounters. Yeah. I've never heard you, Craig, promote like, hey, you should discount, you should go cheaper, you should cut back services, you should contract.
And Todd, if you and I were consultants to lawyers, we would be doing the same thing. If our clients were lawyers, here's what Todd and I would be teaching our lawyer clients. We'd be teaching them how to offer a better product and better services, and we'd be teaching our lawyers, our lawyer clients, how to raise their fee, how to get paid a premium. That's our duty. Our job is to make sure that buyers and sellers choose to do business with you versus all other real estate agents, versus all other choices. And we want to teach you how to get paid more. Mm-hmm. That's our mission. So I hope you guys are on board with our mission. Nobody's fighting for a pay raise for you harder than Todd Walters and I.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, a lot of the resistance that we get when we do this is actually from agents, brokers. Dangest thing I've ever seen is that the brokerage the agent's at is the one that's telling the agent they can't increase the amount of money that they make.
That's crazy talk. That is crazy talk. Yeah, you know what? You got to be at a place where they support you. If you're at a place where they don't support you, maybe you're at the fork in the road. But this is what Todd and I want for you. We want you guys to have a real estate business that serves your life. That's the whole ball game here. Like, who wants having a job or a business that doesn't work for you is the biggest distraction to your life you're ever going to have. Nobody wants a distraction in their life if it doesn't serve their life. Like, what a crazy thing to do, right? What we want is we want more than a job. The reason you got into real estate is you want money, you want freedom, you want to have time. This is what we have to design this business so it serves your life and it makes your life better. Okay. That means we've got to set the rules of engagement. We've got to organize this thing so you get what you want. Now, I don't know what it is that you want, but here's the thing. You know what you want. It's called your heart's desire. You don't want what I want or what Todd wants, but you know what you want. And so we're on a mission because life is short, right? We're on a mission to help you design this business so you get what you want, you get paid what you want, you live the life that you want. And if you don't fight for what you want, you're not going to get it. And we have a wonderful opportunity here in the real estate industry for us to help. Like, what kind of other business? People don't want to buy. People don't want to buy life insurance. People don't want to buy a funeral plot, but everybody wants to buy houses. We're in a business that's positive. It's a cool business to be in. We get to help people buy their dream home, do the thing that they really want to do. And we get to build this the way we want to build it and live our life the way we want. So let's not forget why we're here and what this is all about. It's all about you getting the life that you want, and real estate being that tool to help you get there.
Okay.
And, hold it. I forgot to say amen.
Amen, brother.
Amen, Todd.
Amen. All right. So let's walk through actually now the collecting of whatever our fee is. And that's up to you guys to decide. But you're going to discover that when you decide to, build a business and have consistency, you're going to incur some additional expenses. Okay. For example, if you bring on an agent on your team, a good bit of the commission that is being generated is going to go to them. And out of what's left, we've got to pay rent. We've got to pay operational expenses. We've got to pay marketing expenses. We've got other labor and assistance got to be covered, and we got to make a profit. So that's where all this comes from, that you hear from our panelists and coaches and Craig Proctor members. So let's just walk through it. So I've got a few deals here, Craig. I've got some from right here where I am. I've got some out in Tennessee. I've got some in Canada. We can look at as many deals we want. There's essentially thousands of these that are being done on a monthly basis.
So in other words, this is the proof that this actually happens all over the country with our members.
Yeah. So let's walk it through. Now, the first thing is many of you, especially in the United States, many of you are already negotiating into the deals deficiencies or quote fee deficiencies. And they're called closing costs, like the lender. So the lender is charging the buyer a significant amount of money to make them the loan. And buyer's agents for many years now have gotten pretty good at negotiating the lender's fee for them into the deal, all while the buyer's agent's fees are going down, getting smaller. Okay. But the lender's fees are not.
Sweet deal.
Yeah.
Sweet deal.
So there's nothing wrong with you negotiating your fee into the deal. And if the lender wants to negotiate his fee into the deal, well, you can make that happen too. But if the buyer is going to pay anything out of pocket, it would be financing charges. All right, they're tax deductible anyway. So let's walk through that a little bit here. Here's a property that was for sale. You guys can see it. It was on the market for $489,900. So not a insignificant price point down here in the South. Okay, $500,000 practically in the town of Roswell. You can see. Let's look at some more information. It was on the market by an agent with Keller Williams, not in the Craig Proctor system. Okay. And he was giving away 3% to buyer's agents. Okay. So that's a pretty good fee. That's above the average where I am. Okay.
Good, but not good enough.
No, he was giving away essentially half his commission, as you'll see. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. That's what happened. Then here's kind of how the process went down. Josh, who's a buyer's agent on a Craig Proctor system members team, Ira Miskin. Okay, it wasn't even the team leader to do it. This is a buyer's agent that sold the property and was able to negotiate a fee. So let me tell you, let's just look at how the process started. Okay, so what happened is that Ira generated a lead. Okay, and the lead's name is Rob. That was the lead's name, Rob, and probably their significant other. Okay, so Rob came over as a lead. Okay, Ira's team follows up with the lead, closes the prospect on meeting face-to-face, meet face-to-face, give a buyer benefits presentation, buyer signs off on a buyer agreement, and you can see the fee, the commission that Ira Miskin, okay, Craig Proctor system member for about a decade, decided that was good for him. 3.75% plus a 0.5% transaction fee. So everybody get their eyes on it.
4.25.
You got it. That's their fee. Now, some people are watching right now saying, here we go. The other camp. That you can't do that in my marketplace. I can't get that. That won't work. My customers are different or whatever's going on. I'd be very careful about thinking.
Well, let's get that out of the way right now. Okay. So some of you are thinking that's illegal or it's unethical or my broker wouldn't let me do it or it's against the law. So now we got that out of the way. So now we're going to prove to you that none of that is true.
Right. So Josh goes to work with the buyer. All right. Remember, the buyer signed the agreement at that fee. No problem. So Josh goes to work and he finds his house. They take the buyer out to the house. Buyer's like, I like this house. So Josh says, well, let's put an offer together. Okay. So he writes up a purchase and sell agreement. Okay. This is the final. This is the counter offer that was made. That was a final. Okay. That was agreed on, going back and forth, boom. We sell on a $489,000 selling price, and the Josh got the seller essentially to pay closing cost or seller concessions of $6,000, which Ira and Josh used to fund their fee deficiency. Okay, you can see it play out there. So that's the agreement. All right, check this out. This is something that will draw your attention to right here. They put a little special clause in there, Craig. It said, look, the closing cost or the seller concessions that are being made can cover any of these, including right there, buyer agent fees, buyer agency fees.
Because commission is a closing cost.
Yes, yeah. Especially if the buyer wants it to be, because that's what the contract says. Whatever the buyer wants to use the concessions for, he can use them for. Okay, it's negotiated and agreed to. Now, some lenders may have some restrictions on that, but again, it's only an amount or a maximum amount that might be allowed. Okay, so there you go. So they negotiated the deal effectively. You can see it's a real deal. Let's go down to the settlement statement, which I found this pretty funny. Check this out, Craig. This is Parkway Law Group. Can everybody see that? For whoever closed the deal, the closing attorney. Let me take you back to I just noticed this. This is the listing agreement. The listing in MLS. Look right here. It says Campbell and Brannon is the closing attorney. You guys see that? But yet Josh and Ira were able to negotiate the deal to close with a different title company or closing attorney. I'm going to go down to the HUD settlement statement, as we call it. Okay, here it is. I thought that was pretty interesting. All right, so again, somebody knows how to negotiate. And here's how it played out. Here's the commission that was being offered up in MLS. KW Reed was offering up 3%. So Ira Miskin, Josh, buyer's agent there, got 3%. You can see the listing agent literally gave away half of his money. Okay. So think about this from a seller perspective. The seller funded pretty good negotiators to come in and get the buyer the deal that they wanted.
Yep. The seller paid for opposing counsel.
You got it. Seller paid for it. And even then some, because right here is the rest of the fee.
This is the deficiency.
Yeah, that's a deficiency, $6,112, of which $6,000 was paid by the seller as per the contract. Okay, so that is a real honest to goodness deal right there. That ends up being on the statement from the brokerage, 4.25%. Okay, type in the chat if you guys like the concept of getting, say, 4.25% on a deal. Okay, well, look, this is that's not anything I did. That's a Craig Proctor system member that is just copying and implementing the system.
And again, if you don't like this and you don't want to do it, then you can just keep doing what you're doing. But if you would like to get paid more, if you believe, maybe you don't, but if you believe that you provide better service, you have a better product, if you believe you're a good negotiator and you want to learn how, if you don't believe you're getting paid what you deserve and you want to learn how to get paid to negotiate what you deserve, then we can show you how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll negotiate. We'll role play some negotiations out here.
Yeah, but we don't want to fight. We don't want to fight with anybody. If you're like, no, here's all the reasons why this won't work, and you're not open to it. We can't decide. Only you can decide what fee you want to charge. Only you can decide that. We just want you to know that that's your option. That you've got an option to be paid for. Many realtors don't know that, Todd. They think, well, I'm I'm mandated to only receive X. That's the system, and that's the way it is. And I have no choice. I have no say in this matter. It's not true. Just like how you can negotiate your fee with a seller, you can negotiate your fee with a buyer. So your first decision is, are you open to this? The next decision is, what fee? What's your standards? Do you have rules of engagement? What are your minimum standards? If you were a lawyer, you would have this is what I charge per hour. This is what I charge for. If you're a contractor, this is my minimum fee. This is a contractor. You would pay. You would pay a deposit. okay, you would pay an upfront deposit to a contractor. If you want to work with a lawyer, you would pay an upfront retainer fee before the lawyer is willing to do any work. We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Yep. All right, let's look at another member. This is Tracy King, the #1 real estate agent in all of Tennessee. Okay, and this is a property that they sold. Okay, right here up in the Pigeon Forge area, beautiful part of the country. If you've never been there, I'd recommend you go check it out. So
that's where all the pigeons forage, isn't
it? Dollywood, man, right there. That's where Dollywood is. So, all right, check it out. So the listing agent was offering up 2.5% on this property. Blue Skies property, okay, right there, 2.5%. Okay, so same thing, same process. Tracy generated a lead, followed up with the lead, closed the prospect on meeting with them face-to-face, okay, or Zoom, either one, demonstrated value. Buyer says, I'm in, signed off on a buyer agreement, okay. Again, these are all right out of the coaching site. Signed off on a buyer agreement, and you can see right here, the buyer, the loves, right there. Tracy says, my fee is 4%, but check this out, Craig. He has a minimum fee. My fee is 4%, but no less than $5,000.
Right. So if he sells something for $80,000, he's getting paid $5,000.
You got it. Yeah. Everybody got that? It's a minimum fee. So 4%. Okay, you guys can see it right there. Close the sale previously. You agree to pay a $997 transaction fee. Okay, you guys see that? So he's charging, i.e., a retainer, an upfront fee, in addition to that. Okay, so now what happens? Well, they go to work, find the buyer, this new construction home here. So you guys see that? This ain't some, that's not like a home that's been sitting there for years and years. So it works on new homes as well as it does resales, this system. A lot of people don't think that. All right, so here we are.
Would it work what if the house is a 2-story?
It works even better.
What if it's a ranch?
Yeah. Oh, it works even better.
What if it's a rural property?
Yes, it's even better there. Okay, so right up to purchase and sell agreement, you guys can see that. Okay, and they negotiated their fee right in there. So in the purchase and sell agreement, they were able to get their own closing attorney, title company to do the deal. That's an important aspect to making sure that you have less issues here. And they negotiated, you can see right there, a 2% concession from the seller. Okay, right there, it's 2% towards buyers' closing costs and prepaids. And as you said, Craig, closing costs or commissions are a closing cost. Okay, so then we'll come down and we'll take a look at the settlement statement. You guys can see how this plays out. I think everybody knows how the story ends now. Okay, since we're showing it to you. Okay, here it is. Seller paid 2.5%. There's the 2% towards closing costs. There's the commission that was due to the buyer's agent as per the MLS agreement. Okay, you guys see that? But look at here. They got 4.5%, and they included the $997 in there, and that's why the commission went up to 4.5%. Everybody got it? So Tracy walks away instead of 2.5%. He walks away with 4.5%. Even got the seller to pay the buyer's retainer fee or transaction fee baked into the deal. Okay, it's just negotiating. And here's the settlement statement. You guys can see how the money plays out. Okay, there's the fee deficiency right there. an additional $5,198, which would have been only $6,497. Almost twice as much money made on the sale of that home over and above what they would have gotten. This, my friends, can only happen by, number one, asking, like you're going to have a hard time getting it if you don't ask. Number two, value, delivering on value. So the buyer says, I'm in it and I'm going to champion you getting it. Okay. And then follow through. So we call it setting, negotiating, and collecting your fee. All right. So let's just role play out and negotiate it and get it done. You want to do that, Craig?
Let's do it.
All right. So let's pick it up there. Okay. Now, when you have a buyer, a few rules of engagement. Okay. So firstly, it's never the buyer's job to call you. Everybody got it? So one of the problems I would have, Craig, at times with my team is I would say, hey, agent, how's it going with the Proctors? Did you find them a house yet? Oh, well, I haven't heard from them this week. It's like, what do you mean you haven't heard from them? Well, I called and left them a message. I'm like, we got a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Firstly, rule of engagement number 1, it's not the buyer's job to call you. Ever. Okay, has everybody got that? Okay, next, don't ever just send emails out to these guys and wait on them to call. So the way it worked, I've got to admit, Craig, that when I got involved with you, I don't think email was even invented yet. So I'm not going to say it wasn't, but we never really got into this routine of emailing buyers back and forth. Okay. So does everybody understand that? So when we would generate a buyer, the next step was, let's go find houses for them, call them up, and go show them to them. So there was never really a lot of training or coaching about having this conversations and discussions around emails. So when I'm working with titanium level members, platinum level members that are having problems getting buyers out the door to go look at houses, what I discover is by reverse engineering the issues, we discover that the buyer's agent or even the agent themselves pretty much is engaged in sending the buyers emails of houses and then calling and having conversations about emails. So it goes like this. Hey, Craig, what'd you think about the emails I sent you?
Yeah, I didn't really see anything.
Okay, well, I'll send you some more emails of homes that you're probably not going to buy.
Yeah, I'll probably ignore those too, but go ahead.
See that? That's just that's a no-no. So here's how it worked.
It was almost better, Todd, you and I have talked about this. It was almost better before email existed because we actually picked out the houses and showed buyers homes rather than just send them emails every day and hear nothing back from them.
Yeah, so you're going to be really wise to get your team conditioned. Like when we're going to send the buyers will get emails of homes from the homeowner service, but the buyer's agent's job is not to do that.
Right. Pretend email doesn't exist.
Absolutely, dude. I love that. Pretend email doesn't exist. Go find houses, call the buyer. Hey, I've got 3 homes I'd like to show you. You need to see them right away. Can we go look at them tomorrow at 3?
Yeah, too much over reliance. Like email's not going to sell the house. You're going to sell the house. So if you're just emailing buyers houses day after day, week after week, week after week, and you're waiting for them to call you, that's a pretty passive approach. I'm not saying it never works. I'm just saying it would be better if you were calling them and saying, hey, I've got 3 or 4 homes I think you might be interested in. Which ones do you want to look at? Like, you got to be proactive, not passive about this.
Amen, brother. All right. So everybody's got that. Those are some rules of engagement. Now, we've got a buyer. We're at a house. They like the home. Okay. Hey, Craig and Catherine, it looks like you guys really like this house. You know how it works. Like, they're running all over the home. The kids are saying, this is my room. No, this is my room. And everybody's fighting over it. Honey, come look at this.
Always a good sign. Always a good sign. when they're prancing around the house, they're picking out rooms, they're talking about where the furniture is going to go. Very good sign.
Yes. So, hey, looks like you guys really like this home. Yes, we do. All right. Well, they're asking $300,000 for it, or if it was Craig and Catherine, they're asking $5 million for it. So based on your down payment, so everybody get it. So walk the buyer through it. Hey, looks like you guys really like this house. Yes, we do. Okay. Well, they're asking $300,000 of it. What do you think about the price? And the buyer would typically say, well, I don't know. What do you think? So, well, it's the best home for the money out of all the ones you've seen. So it's obviously a pretty good deal already. Hey, look, based on your down payment of $50,000 and financing $250,000, that's going to put your monthly payment at X. And I would just show it to them on my phone. How do you feel about that? And the buyer's like, That's it. I mean, at 3.5% interest rates, they're going to be shocked at how low the payment is. So I'm like, yeah, that's it. And they're like, wow. So you see what's happening now? They already have its good deal. They've already taken mental ownership of the property. Now we're going to go the next step on mental ownership. And I'm going to say, hey, why don't we do this? Let's get the listing agent on the phone and let's ask him a few questions right now. And they're like, okay. So grab my cell phone. We're in the house. I got Craig and Catherine, the buyers here. And I call up the listing agent, okay, on my cell phone. And listing agent answers. This is the script that you guys are looking at right here. Let's say the listing agent is Nathan. So, hey, Nathan, it's Todd Walters here. I'm at your listing at 1065 Gunner Court. I'm here with Miss Craig and Catherine Proctor. Say hello, Proctors, to Nathan. They would say hello. And, and I'm like, let me ask you a few questions. Hey, is this property still available? Okay. Yes, it is. Do you have any other offers on it? Yes, no, some are coming. You guys got it? I want the buyer to know this. If we get an offer to you later today, how soon can you present it to the seller? Okay. Hey, can you send me a copy of the survey, the seller's disclosure statement, or whatever it is that I'm missing? What's your seller's time frame for a closing date? Is there anything really important to the seller I need to know to try to include in an offer? How's the seller's flexibility with the price? And the listing agent says, oh my God, we just lowered the price by $10,000. This is all I could do to get them to do that. They were hopping mad at me. And the Proctors, who I've already helped take mental ownership of the property based on financing and terms, now hear straight up that. And then other times the agent will say, look, just get us an offer, dude. They really need to move it. The listing agent will give it up. Everybody see how this works? That's a great script. We write up the offer. We go over the numbers. Boom.
Love it. Love it.
Give yourself a pat on the back. Now let's talk about negotiating the deal. So, and we'll use some easy, nice round numbers. So I'd encourage you guys to follow along. So let's say
this is good stuff. If you're liking this, let us know in chat. This is good. This is the real deal. You're hearing from people that actually sell real estate. I posted something on LinkedIn, I think on Facebook yesterday. It was from Elon Musk. He says, never take advice from somebody that hasn't done the thing that you want to do.
Amen, brother.
Yeah. He's done okay, Elon Musk.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that is, that's a pandemic itself. People getting business advice from those who've never done it. Everybody has an opinion. Okay. All right. So, but you're right, Craig. We have experiences of success and failure. Okay.
Yeah, you don't get this kind of nitty gritty details from people that haven't done it. So sorry for interrupting, but I just wanted to let you know you're doing a great job here, Todd. This is what people want to know. If you've got your buyer agents watching this right now, this is good stuff. I think you have to agree. This is like really great information. This is the kind of stuff that you need to know to be super successful, negotiate your fee, and do a lot of business.
Okay, so let's just role play it out. I'll use some easy, nice round numbers of, so that everybody can follow along. Let's say the listing price of the home is a couple of $100,000. Okay. And the commission that's being offered up is at 3%. And my fee, according to our buyer agreement, is 3.5%. Okay. So we'll just set it up. So I look at the buyer and I'm like, okay, buyer. So what do you guys want to offer? And the buyer says, I want to offer $190,000. And I'm like, okay, $190,000. All right. So we're going to write that down in this little box here on the purchase and sell agreement, offering price $190,000. Okay. Now remember when we first got together and I told you that our fee was 3.5%, and we were going to get the seller to pay that. Do you remember that? And the buyer's like, yeah. And I'm like, yes. Well, this seller here of this home is already offering 3%. So that's a 0.5% difference. And we're going to add that to this other little blank box here on the purchase and sell agreement where it says closing costs paid by seller. So we're going to say closing costs paid by seller, 0.5 point. That's $100,000, 200,000, 0.5 point. That's $100,000. So we're going to write $1,000 right there. Okay. So you can see how that was seller to pay $1,000 in closing costs. We're going to collect that out of that. Now, is there anything else that you want to add or do? And the buyer says, I want my lender told me that I could get the seller to pay my fees to actually get the mortgage. And I'm like, okay, cool. How much is that? And the buyer's like, I don't know. I'm like, well, we better find out. So we do some fishing, we get his paperwork, and we see that for him to get the loan, it's going to cost him $4,000. Okay. So I'm like, okay, $4,000 in closing costs to get all that stuff done, get your financing buttoned up. Got it. So we're going to add that to the same blank. So now the seller's paying $5,000 in closing costs. Because everybody see how this works? My fee is a lot smaller than the lender's, and it always will be in these deficiency situations, as you'll discover. All right. So $190, you're going to offer $190 on this $200,000 house, seller to pay $5,000 in closing costs. Anything else? So we got it all buttoned up. Now I'm going to submit the offer to the listing agent. I send it over to the listing agent. Listing agent says, thank you, Todd. I'll get back to you. Listing agent calls. Todd, I talked to the seller. They said, no way are they going to sell the home for $190,000 and pay $5,000 in closing costs on this $200,000 house. They're not going to do it, but they will sell the buyer the home for $195,000 and not pay any closing costs. Okay, so what happens now? Well, most buyers
negotiate. Got to negotiate.
Yes, right, you negotiate, but most buyers agents wouldn't. They would just say, okay, thank you. And they would hang up the phone. They would call the buyer and they would say, well, they said they won't do, $190 and pay the closing cost, but they'll do $195. What do you want to do? And the buyer's like, okay, I'll take it. And you're like, well, wait a second. What about my fee and the closing costs? Well, what are you talking about? You said you were going to get the seller to pay it. So in our buyer agreements, the buyer's authorizing us to negotiate on his behalf. So we're going to negotiate. So while I'm on the phone with the listing agent, I'm going to say, thank you for the counter offer. That's awesome. A $5,000 concession. I really appreciate that. So $195,000, no seller concessions. I got it. But I need to apologize to you, listing agent. I'm sorry I wasn't clear on how important those closing costs were to the buyer, that $5,000. So I guess what you're saying is if they'll sell it for $195 with no closing at $200, they would pay the $5,000. Do I have that right? And the listing agent says, well, yeah, that's the same thing. Okay, so is that good? Can I talk to the buyer about that? Listing agent says, well, yeah, it's the same thing. I'm like, done. Boom, call the buyer. Here's where we are. At $200, they'll pay the $5,000 in concessions, close on this day, get you this. So are you ready to do this deal? And buyer says, you know what? Let's make one more pass. I'm like, okay, what do you want to do? Let's go back at $195. But they got to pay the $5,000 in closing costs. I'm like, I got it. So I call the listing agent up, says, okay, listing agent, counter offer. Buyer said no to the 200. Okay. But that number you said 195 originally. Yeah. They'll just do that. So they'll buy the home for 195 on the condition that the seller covers $5,000 in concessions. We got ourselves a deal. Can we do this? Listing agents, a messenger. They don't negotiate anything. They say, well, okay, let me talk to my seller. I'll get back to you. So listing agent calls back. Todd, I got good news. The seller said, yes, they will sell the home for $195, but they want to split the closing costs, the $5,000 concessions. They want to split that. I'm like, okay, so that's $195. Seller will pay $2,500 in seller concessions toward closing costs and stuff. Awesome. Thank you so much. That's a great counter. Wow, what a great concession. I really appreciate this. We'll put this deal together. I think I need to apologize again, though. I'm really sorry I wasn't clear on how important those closing costs were to the buyer, those concessions. Like when I say important, like it's a deal breaker. But I guess what you're saying is if they'll sell it for $195 and pay $2,500 at $197.5, they'll pay the whole $5,000.
And he says same thing.
Yes. It's the same thing. Okay, so can I get back to my buyer on that? And so in other words, I'm getting the counter offer that I want. So I go back to the buyer. Hey, here's where we are. At $197.5, you got yourself a house. They'll cover all your seller concessions. This is your monthly payment. It only went up by $7 or whatever the number is. Okay, so I suggest we get moving on this. Are you ready? I just need to get your signature here and your initials here, and we can move on toward the rest of the process.
Done deal.
It's how you negotiate. You can negotiate whatever you want. Now, we spent a lot of time training and coaching on this. Last month, Craig, remember we did our boot camps. Remember that? Every Wednesday, we did a boot camp for platinum members. Platinum level boot camp.
By the way, if you guys pay attention to this, your entire platinum fee will be paid for by the extra fee that you learn how to negotiate just by being plugged into how to do this, not only with buyers, but we also teach you how to negotiate a higher fee with sellers.
Yep.
We teach you how to get the clients, how to make sure the clients choose you, even if they're speaking to other agents, and not only choose you, but they're willing to pay more for you than the other realtors. That's how good your stuff has to be. Your presentation has to be so good that they want to choose you versus all other options, and they're willing to pay you more money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about if I'm in Canada? I got a few people in chat. Yeah, I can see where this might work in the U.S., but what about Canada? I don't know.
Well, I learned it from a Canadian, so
yeah. I love, every once in a while, we get people calling to the office and they want to know if this will work in Canada. And I'm like, well, I am from Canada. Okay, so if you're Canadian, your buyer agreement, just like in the United States, has a little space, a little blank where you can type in your commission, your fee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you have a Canadian buyer agency agreement there?
Yep. Let me fish that out.
Okay, so we're going to look at a Canadian buyer agent, probably Toronto Real Estate Board, but your Ontario Real Estate Association, your provincial, or if you're in the Toronto Real Estate Board, it has a blank for your fee. You get to choose your fee. So absolutely, that's why they have the blank there, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is a probably a Toronto Real Estate Board. Okay, so right there. Okay, so that is
you can see
something that gets handed in with the offer. But do you have the actual buyer brokerage agreement?
Yep, buddy. I'm going to run through all of these. Yeah. Here's the on that same deal. That was a purchase and sell agreement where they wrote in the fee.
Okay. Do you have the listing? What were they offering on?
Yeah. Boom. I found it.
Okay. Look how organized he is. He's really organized. Okay. So here's this is a Toronto Real Estate Board listing, I think.
Yep.
Okay. So fee
right there. Commission 2%.
2%. Okay. Do you guys want to work for 2%? Canadians 2%.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. You can ignore this and you can accept the 2%, or you can do what our member did here.
So this is your confirmation of cooperation and representation form, and then you have your, I guess when you're writing the deal in there, they allow you a spot to write in the cooperating brokerage will be paid as follows.
Right. So they're negotiating an extra 1%. Okay. Go back to the buyer brokerage agreement. For
okay.
A
these are only 3 forms I had on my form here. Okay. So I've got the MLS printout, I've got this form, and I've got that purchase and sell agreement. So those are the 3 that I had handy. So anyway, but it works the same way. Like, yeah, I'm baffled when Canadians hit me up and say they ask me these questions like, what? But Craig is from Canada. Like, I just got it from him. Like, I don't know any other way except what the Canadian.
But it's very normal. People think, that their market or their situation, their circumstance, their customers are different. Yeah. It's kind of a natural thing. We've been hearing that. I've been hearing that from real estate agents since I started training them 25 years ago.
Well, the buyer broker agreement is right off the coaching site. I mean, like, the Canadians use the same buyer agreement as, well, I shouldn't say that. All Craig Proctor system members are pretty much using the same buyer agreement.
Yeah. Now, also remember, the buyer can pay you directly, right? So in this example Todd just gave, the buyer didn't pay the extra fee out of pocket. The extra fee, okay, or the deficiency was paid through the transaction. It was paid through the proceeds of sale. Yep. All right. So commission is a closing cost, and so I ask you this question: who pays the commission anyway? Like, if I ask you guys, well, who pays the commission? Some of you would say, well, the seller pays the commission, and some of you might argue, well, the buyer pays the commission, because if there wasn't a buyer, there would be no sale, no transaction, there'd be no commission. So the truth is, both the buyer and the seller pay for the commission, because the commission comes out of the proceeds of the sale. So if you've got, this is how you work it with your buyer. You're going to negotiate your fee on the buyer agreement. I want 3%. I want 3.5%, or like Ira Miskin, I want 3.75%. Then it's how are you going to get paid if there's a deficiency? You've got two choices. Either you get the seller to pay it out of the proceeds of sale, or you get the buyer to cut you a check for the deficiency.
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway, we got to keep moving with this.
Yeah. Here's so on the coaching site, especially for those of you like you've said it before, Craig, you got to kind of walk before you run. First step, get buyer agreement signed. Okay. Get good at that. Second step, start to set your fee. Okay. Negotiate your fee, collect your fee. Okay. And we do a lot of this in our platinum boot camps that we do. So just FYI, you're not on your own here if you don't want to be. On the coaching site, like I'm in this platinum VIP buyer sales process library, and all of those member examples, forms, videos, and training, like here's just an example of several ID numbers on all of this. Okay, even on collecting it on VA loans, which is a myth, a false belief is that, oh, you can't collect the fee deficiency on a government subsidized 100% down loan program. Au contraire. Okay, so we've got this all figured out. You don't need to fret about it or worry. You just have to commit to wanting to do it, and we'll pick it up from there. Okay, so all right. So Craig, you mentioned earlier today that you wanted to recognize some special achievements.
You know, it's one of the most favorite things I get to do, which is to induct new $1 million producers to the Craig Proctor system. So, you know, industry terms, if you talked about $1 million producer, that could mean it's an agent that sold $1 million worth of volume. That's not what we're talking about here, folks. We're talking about they made $1 million or more in commission income. So I want to recognize, if it's okay, I want to recognize our newest inductees. This happens every couple months where we do a conference. We bring more, we recognize more $1 million producers. So let's have a look at our newest inductees here. And so I got to take this, and I got to take that, and I got to share this, and hopefully you can see my screen here, Mr. Walters.
I can
see. There we go. Okay. All right. So let's see if we can do this. Now, are you guys excited? Because I am. Here we go. That didn't work. Let's try it again. There we go. Okay. So our first $1 million award recipient is Corey Van Ursel from Cambridge, Ontario, Canada. And Corey says, I've always been a top producer in my area, but I've never made it higher than 6th place in total sales volumes. My gross commission income for 10 years was always around $500,000. That's pretty good, right? But no matter what I did, or no matter how much I spent on ads, I could not get close to the $1 million mark for commissions. However, this year I've reached 2nd place, and I'm ahead of the next real estate agent by doubling their gross sales numbers. So he's ahead, he's in 2nd place. He's ahead of the 3rd place realtor by double. In other words, the 3rd place realtor is not even close. Biggest takeaway, the difference between advertising and lead generation. Ooh, this is big. Okay, biggest takeaway, the difference between advertising and lead generation. I have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in the past on advertising, on bus benches, park benches, flyers, newspapers. I used to just follow what the other realtors did, but none of it generated many, if any, calls. I have learned lead generation and the benefits of social media, Google, capturing leads, newsletters, and follow-up. It has dramatically increased my business with more referrals and more clients. To date this year, I'm about $1.4 million in gross commissions. Now, Corey could not bust through $500,000 right here, like $500,000 for 10 years, Todd. He tried to break through $500,000, joins Craig Proctor program. Boom, $1.4 million in gross commissions. The Craig Proctor system has been amazing. Even though I'm not even implementing half of what I've been offered, the things I've implemented have been incredibly helpful, and I've learned so much. I wish I had done it 10 years ago. It would have changed everything. Let's give a virtual applause to Corey. Corey, congratulations on a great effort here. And my applause button. You like that? You know what? We could even give him another applause. In fact, let's hear it for Todd Walters.
Yes, makes my day. Thank you.
I know I'm not very mature, but anyway, congratulations, Corey. Great job. Our newest inductee into the $1 Million Award Hall of Fame.
Yeah, great job.
Okay, let's go to Markham, Ontario. Okay, Timothy Kwong. Okay, Timothy joined the Craig Proctor system in 2018. He's in my marketplace. Working as a solo agent, he was making about $200K a year. But after implementing the Craig Proctor system and ascending to platinum coaching, I made a quantum leap and jumped my GCI to over $500,000 a year. In 2020, with all the craziness going on and adapting to our new reality, we have made another quantum leap, and our year-to-date GCI reached over $1 million, and the year isn't even over yet. A big thank you to Craig Proctor for developing the system, Todd Walters for his platinum coaching membership, Kristen Stampini for her ass-kicking coaching sessions, Rudy Kasuma, Sarah Reynolds, Jonathan Lay, Tony Johal, and many countless others for their time, inspiration, motivation, and sharing of wisdom to help me and the Tim Sold Real Estate team reach our heart's desire. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's give a virtual applause to Timothy. That's exciting. That's exciting. I love that. Hey, Timothy, great job, man. He's right here in my marketplace. I love seeing his sold signs all over town. Okay. Sandy, we had Sandy on earlier today. Sandy and her husband, Bob, out of San Jose. They joined the Craig Proctor system in 2018. That's not long ago, right? It's like 24 months ago. 900K per year. In 2020, we're currently at 1.7. Okay, so let's say like they're doing already good, right? Before they met Todd and I, 900K. But you want to know what's better than 900K is 1.7. Okay, that's called like almost double they've made in the short number of months they've been with us.
That's year to date.
It's year to date, right? So yeah, that's right. And it's not over. Our goal for 2020 is to hit $2 million in GCI based on our pendings and contract now for November. We will surpass it. We'll surpass 2 million by the end of November and look to round out the year around 2.3 million. So when they met us, 900K, okay, that was in 2018. By the end of the year, 2.3 million. Thank you to Craig Proctor and Todd Walters. Big virtual applause for Sandy and Bob.
Great job, guys.
Okay, fourth and final $1 Million Award recipient from Brampton, Ontario, Canada. It's Sam Kangura. I really am thankful to Craig Proctor and Todd Walters, our coach, Kristen Stampini, and the whole team at Craig Proctor Platinum Coaching who have helped us and thousands of other members to achieve success. I never thought that someone can have an abundance of business in just implementing 10% of the system. I cannot wait to see what happens when we implement 50%. Let's give them a big hand of virtual applause. Congratulations. I don't think that thing was going to shut off.
I like it.
Okay. Now, who watching this wants to be our next $1 million producer? It can happen very quickly. Okay. All you have to do is go all in. Okay. Forget this nibbling around the edges. Forget this like sticking your toe in the water. Everything that you want to do in real estate is already successfully being done by thousands of Craig Proctor members before you. You don't have to have a creative bone in your body. All you have to do is say, I want to do this. I want to be successful. Jump in with both feet. Folks, you all want to get to the platinum level. If you're in platinum, you want to ascend to the titanium level. You want to keep moving up the ladder and go all in on the Craig Proctor system. And you will start to see the results that those before you are getting. Okay. Look, this is an amazing journey, and we are going to now recognize one of the top Craig Proctor system members in the universe. Todd, maybe you want to say a few words.
I sure will. Yeah. Do we have, you've got a few, I think you've got something, some additional collateral here to present.
I do. I have everything completely organized, Todd.
Let's take a look at it. So we developed this award a while back. We call it our Top Dog Award. And we've been handing these out for a few years to Craig Proctor system members who have done an outstanding job of implementing the Craig Proctor system. I mean, like sticking with it and implementing it, but not just implementing the system, having staggering levels of growth as a result of it. Okay. Sharing and giving back to other members, as well as making an impact in their community and on various charities and worthy causes. So it's been a fun award. Titanium members are most of the peeps here that are in receivership of this. And this year's award winner is no different than past award winners. He's exceptional. Okay. For example, he's a veteran, served our country, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps, 2004 real estate investor, 2006 became a full-time real estate agent. Okay. Discovered the typical real estate brokerage offered no leads and no training. His wife, actually said, hey, why don't you come with me to a Craig Proctor half a day? Okay. They ended up at a super conference, just like many of us, saying similar stories. Okay. And from there, jumped in, went all in. Okay. You can see in May of 14, 1 month after the first super conference, they opened up the doors of their own real estate brokerage, fully committed to implementing the Craig Proctor system. Okay. Flip it over to the next slide there, Craig. In 2016, income is going up, made enough money to cover all the debts, like get out of debt. That's a great card. 2020, despite COVID-19, these guys have done over $4 million in gross commission income. Okay. That is about a 1.5% million profit. You guys like that? 24% net income profit. That's on other people's work, guys. Okay. And what I like about them the most is they're big at giving back. Love giving back, love sharing, especially supporting worthy causes and veterans charities. So, and my favorite thing that they like to say, we got a business, man. We got a business. It works without our constant involvement. It serves our life and a lot of other people's lives as well. Craig, I think you have a video from this year's Top Dog Award winner, Mr. Jim Buttrell. Let's take a look at Jim actually opening the award. You guys are going to get a kick out of this, especially with his audience that he has looking on. So there's Jim, there's Jessica. Jessica actually drugged Jim, that's how he says it, to the Craig Proctor half day. Jim's eyes got really big. They end up at the super conference. And as they say, the rest is history.
Let's check this video out. It's really cool.
Well, hey everybody, I got this box here that came from the Craig Proctor system, and the instructions right here are to make sure that somebody is recording it when I open this, and then I had to call Kim to get the code, because there's little clasps on it, so got that, just put the last number in here. So we're going to go ahead and open this up, see what this is. I tell you, I've been chasing this top dog award for about 5 years now, so this is a pretty momentous occasion for me to be the top dog of the entire Proctor organization, and it's been absolutely, yeah, sweetie, it's been absolutely life changing to be in this group, and especially to have something like this. And, Jess and I, who's holding the camera for us, we didn't have much when we started this whole thing. In fact, we really didn't have anything at all. And 1 minute, sweetie. And when we learned all this, is we've been in real estate for a long time, and we're just kind of squeaking out a living, trading time for money, like most people do. And we learned these systems, and it's the exact same systems they teach to everybody. I mean, everybody gets the same thing. So I have to get all of this stuff out of here, but I'm very excited to see this dog. Yes, like I said, I've been chasing this for a long, long time. Come on, guy. Come on out. Come on out. Come on out. Oh, there it is. This is our top dog, sweetie.
There it is.
So we've been chasing this thing forever, for years, and it's an absolute honor. Yeah. And I have to say thanks to. That's right. I have to say it's an absolute honor, and I have to thank Craig and Todd for giving us all the same education. And I asked a lot of questions, and I got close to a lot of people that were doing really, really good, and I'd encourage anybody to do that. And then maybe you can have 2 little girls start ransacking everything for you too. Anyway, I just want to say thank you guys. This is a big deal to me. This is a really, really big deal for me. It's been 5 years in the making that I've been really pursuing this dog. So thank you. I really appreciate everything, and you guys have a great day. Take care.
Yay! So we're fortunate to actually have straight from San Diego area, Southern California, with us today. This year's Top Dog recipient, Mr. Jim Bottrell. So we'll get Jim connected here, and we can hear actually from Jim's mouth a little bit more about how all this went down. But let's give Jim a warm welcome here. Jim?
Okay, you're muted there, Jim.
Okay, now
There you go. Gotcha.
there we go. All right. How are you guys doing?
All
Good,
right,
Jim.
my man.
Congratulations.
No, thank you very much. I'm just sitting here with a dog like Dr. Evil. Right. So anyway, I missed all the stuff that was coming up to this. So you guys had me sitting in the lobby. So what did I miss here?
We showed your video.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool.
Yep, we showed your video. We told everybody a little bit about your story, but just kind of recap a little bit, this journey, rags to riches, because you've really done a lot with it. Plus, I want to hear a little bit about some of the worthy causes and charities that you guys are involved in, and why that's close to you, why that's a big deal for you and your company.
Okay. All right. Well, I joined, I think it was 7 or 8 years ago. And Jess and I were just coming out of a failed, unrelated to business partnership, and I would recommend nobody ever do partners. And so that really kind of screwed us up. So we were working hard and doing real estate. We didn't really have any systems. Like I said in the video, we were just trading time for money, doing lots and lots of open houses. Not a business, not something that could be systematized in any way. It was just straight up trading a lot of time for some money. And then we got the systems that we learned from you guys, and everybody watching. They teach everybody the same thing. So it really comes down to how well you implement it and how hard you work at implementing the systems, because they do work. Because we got all these systems and we started actually creating a business, and we went from $100,000 to $200,000, and then this year, within let's say 7 years, we've gone from that to this year. I expect we'll do $4.2 million. Interesting. It's more money than I've ever made in my entire life. And I actually worked less this year than any year I have in my entire life. So I actually, for the first time ever, have an actual business that can run without me. And so that is, that for me is something that's super awesome, because the system works, everything, the leads come in just like they're supposed to, they're processed the way they're supposed to, handled the way they're supposed to, given to the agents doing what they're supposed to do, and we're getting openings and closings. Now, does it just happen without problems? Of course not. There's tons of problems all the time. That's what we do. If you look at the most successful people in business or in the world, what do? They solve problems. So the more problems you can solve, the more money you're going to make. And I learned that from you, Todd. And
you're doing a great job of it, man. Talk about some of your Marine charities. We appreciate you serving the country here, keeping North America and the free world safe. Why? So I guess that's why you're gravitating towards veteran charities, or probably a little bit.
So we do obviously do a lot for veterans charities. A lot of you guys know I'm a combat veteran, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to come back. Whether I came back with no physical wounds, but I definitely had injuries from that, more of the mental side. It was very hard for me to come back to a normal life And that's, I think, the part that's probably most overlooked, that everybody, even if you look and act completely normal in all respects, it doesn't mean you don't have a lot of conflict on the inside. And I did. I had a lot of it. It was very, very hard to, after seeing that side of life and death, to come back to just a life where there's the mall and there's Netflix and everything's fine. And it's just hard to understand how all of that works. And those two totally opposite things can happen inside the same world. So I went through my problems, and I've solved most of them, not all of them, but solved most of them. And so I realized that as we started doing really, really well with the company, we had the opportunity to start to give back. And that was what we initially started with, was the helping the wounded veterans, whether they're physical injuries or other types of injuries. That became a charity that we started really donating a lot to. And then, based on your advice there, Todd and Craig, we started advertising that we do that. And it's funny, is it became its own lead generation source. It was never intended to be a lead generation source, but it actually became a lead generation source. So interesting enough, donating to charity actually became a profit center. And that was unexpected. We have brought on a second line of charities. So we do a lot with Rady Children's Hospital now. I have 3 kids, I have 3 daughters. And so I jokingly say I have season tickets to Rady Children's Hospital. So we donate a lot of money there as well. So, the children are our future, and they do amazing work. So we felt that was a pretty good opportunity for us to give back even a little bit more.
So when I see every now and then you guys are headed to your little home away from home.
Oh, our cabin up in Big Bear. Oh, we do it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
awesome.
So that's a new addition to your family there, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the thing is we have the 20-year-old, and I have a good relationship with her. But the thing is like, for example, she hates the concept of real estate. She just despises it, because while she was growing up, Mom and I were working 80 hours a week. Right. And so we missed, and I specifically missed everything. And so when I have the 2 little ones, 6 and 2, I just made the commitment to myself. I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to miss everything again. I just absolutely refuse to. And fortunately, because I actually have a business now, I don't have to miss anything anymore, because the business runs, whether I'm physically there or not. There are times when I have to get involved, take phone calls, do email, whatever it is, that's fine, but I can do that from anywhere. So now we have that cabin up in Big Bear, and we're up there all the time. And I'm with my kids all the time. I'm not writing offers at 9 p.m. anymore. I haven't written an offer in forever, years actually. But I don't have to do that stuff. I have weekends off. I have nights off. I can shorten my day, lengthen my day. But it doesn't mean that it's easy. There's still times when I'm the last one here, first one here in the morning, last one at night. When there's problems, you're always solving those. And the thing to remember for all business owners is you are the last one to get paid. The janitor gets paid before you do. And you have to realize that all the problems will eventually roll down to you, and you are the last one to get paid. So there's always an enormous amount of stress that goes with it. And that's okay. I mean, I've become used to it. But again, the longer you do this, the more you implement those systems, the more successful you're going to get, the more money you're going to make, and the more time you have off.
Great job, Jim. I know we appreciate you, all the sharing and giving that you do, and your story is magnificent. Again, congratulations on being this year's Top Dog Award winner. And you're right.
There it is.
You've worked pretty hard at that.
Yeah, I've been chasing the dog for years. I think I told you 4 years ago I want the dog.
Yeah, well, you caught that dog by the tail this year, big dog.
I did. I got it.
We were hoping, Jim, to be able to give this to you in person at a physical conference, but maybe we can do that again anyway, because we'd love to give you the award over and over again. And we're going to have to come up with another award now that you've accomplished this. Yeah. I know you're a big goal guy, so we're going to have to come up with just another award at another level. I'll give you something for everyone to strive for. But I really would like you to talk to people watching this. We have about 900. And
900, okay.
Yeah, and they're inspired by you. So going back in time to the very beginning of this, what would you want to pass on to, I don't know, the Jim Buttrell of 8 or 9 years ago? Someone watching this who's like, we all want to believe that if we work hard and we set this up right, that we actually can make more money and work less. I mean, that's the ironic thing about this is you're making more money than you've ever made in your life, but you've actually got a better life now than at any other time in your business. And so what, I don't know, misconceptions or encouragements, what would you want to pass on to the 900 realtors that are watching you and on the other side, what you've accomplished?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of layers to that question there. So going back to the gym 7-8 years ago, I thought that if I made $200,000 in a year, that was the glass ceiling for a real estate agent. I will tell you that I will make more than 5 times that much this year, personally. So don't have any limiting beliefs. There are no limits to what you can accomplish. You're going to have to understand that this is going to be hard and that everything is always a moving target. You know, no plan, they say in the Marine Corps, no plan survives the first bullet. And when I tell you, when I stepped a foot in Nasiriyah, I was absolutely aware of that, but our plan only lasted 30 seconds. So you're going to build something and then you're going to find that it doesn't work quite the way you wanted it to. So then you're going to have to modify it. And then when you modify it, then that's not going to work the way you want it to. And then you're constantly going to move. So everything constantly has to be built, tweaked, modified, rebuilt. It never stops. Just because you build something doesn't mean you can just put it on the shelf and never look at it again. It will degrade very quickly, honestly, if you start to ignore things. So you have to pay attention to all of it. The other thing, Craig, and I don't think I ever told you this, is when I first joined, I thought, yeah, I'm going to get all this stuff and I'm going to be out in a year and I'm going to get it all, implement it all, and then I can go on and do my own thing inside a year. And here I am, 8 years later, and it's still learning every day. I don't know that I ever got through my list of the very first super conference I went to, my 27 pages of action items. I'd have to say, if I ever pulled that out, I'd have to say that probably half the things still haven't been put together. So it's a massive, massive system. And to the brand new people, you got to understand this isn't just a lead system. I mean, I know that's what's talked about, and you think this is just about generating leads, but this is an entire franchise model. This is how to build a business. Like, for example, if you bought a McDonald's, do you think they're going to let you just do whatever you want with the fries? You know, do you think they're going to let you make the hamburgers however you want? No, there's a system. There's a manual on how they recruit, how they train the person who works the register, how they cut everything is a system. And this Craig Proctor system, as opposed to all of the other coaching platforms, it is how to build a company that will eventually run itself. And then you can remove yourself from the sales process completely, because I don't sell. I haven't sold in a couple of years. And now I get to just sit back and work on the business instead of in the business. And that's when you start to really hit that tipping point. Like, for example, this year's a tipping point for us. Things started going really, really good for us this year. And it was because I finally got to the point where I could just completely remove myself from the transactions. I told my people in my company, because they were, blowing me up for everything. And I basically told them, I said, look, this is the way it's going to work. We've put people in place that handle all of these things. If you guys want to call me, reach out to me, email, text me, whatever, that's fine. You go ahead and do this. But you have to ask yourself this question first. Before you hit that green button that connects that call, you ask yourself this question out loud. Is Jim the last person on planet Earth that can answer this question or help me? All right. And I mean, I'm including people in Zimbabwe. Okay. Go through all of them. And if Jim is the last person, then go ahead and hit that green button and make that phone call. And what that did is it really took a lot of stuff off my plate. All the BS when people saying, hey, do you have so-and-so's phone number?
You were really teaching them how to think like you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But the thing is it freed me up to just work on the business. And so that's what I do is I come in the office, I work on the business, tweak things, build things, create new things. And I'm not mired in transactions, and I'm not mired into the daily BS of real estate anymore. And so now that's why we were able to have such massive growth. I mean, as of October, we were up $1,222,000 over October of last year. All right, that's just the growth, not what our total revenue was. So that when you can start to remove yourself from the transaction, then it really starts to get very, very exciting for you because good things happen. It's hard to do. Don't get me wrong, everybody. I mean, I was told by Nathan and Sarah and Tracy King. I mean, when you step out of production, you're going to see that's a tough year. It was a tough year, but man, are we seeing the benefits from it now?
Well, because you know what you're describing is if your life is like, this long, you're giving up this little time period to get a great this,
Exactly.
Well, congratulations, Jim. You're an inspiration to everyone in the Craig Proctor system. I know that next year will be even better because that's the way Jim operates. Jim's competition is in the mirror. It's with Jim Buttrell, it's always me versus me.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And, I always tell people, what is it that's stopping you? Is it the person looking back at you in the mirror?
Yep.
True. And all those 900 people out there, you start thinking about this. You think there's a lot of people out there saying, I can do this. And there's a lot of people out there saying, I can't do this. You know what? No matter what, whether you say you can or you say you can't, guess what? You're right.
Absolutely.
Great
Thanks.
job, Jim.
Thanks
Really
so much. Thanks, Jim. Jim Buttrell, San Diego County, this year's top dog recipient. Congratulations, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Go sell
All right,
big.
take care. All right, bye.
Those are fun. Those are so much fun giving out those top dogs. And congratulations again to Jim and his great wife there, Jessica, and their family. It's fun, isn't it, Craig?
This is why we do this, right? We want to see everybody achieve the kind of success that our award winners have achieved. Anyone can do this, right? Like you just and it really helps hanging around with people that are doing the thing that you want to do. I mean, that's really the secret here is decide what you want to do and hang out with people that are already doing it.
Amen, brother. All right, so here we are. We're just past the 3 o'clock hour. We're going to actually break out right now. So coaching level members, I think everybody knows who they are. You just stay put. Going to get a great diet of Craig Proctor, myself. We're going to work on putting this all together. Next steps to making a quantum leap. We're going to talk about that. Platinum members. Okay. So that would be Jim Buttrell and the rest of the platinum level members. You can sign off right now and head over to the Platinum Closed Group Facebook page, and John Reeves is waiting on you. Okay, so when you log into the Platinum Closed Group Facebook page, you'll see right there, John will be broadcasting live. We've done this before, but if you're new around here, it might take you a little bit, but Andrea is standing by to be able to help you as well. So, but Platinum members, you can head on over to the Platinum Facebook page, private closed group Facebook page. You can do that right now.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat what Todd just said, but I'm going to say it slightly different. If you're not in Platinum, you're staying here. If you are already a Platinum member, then you have access to the Platinum member private Facebook group. So you go to Facebook and you go to that Platinum. What's it called? It's called $1 Million. What do you call it?
Yeah, man. I'll just go there right now.
We'll pull it up. Just so my job is to make sure there's no confusion here. And when you get over there, Platinum members, you're going to be led by John Reeves, fellow Marine. The Marines are taking over the show here, folks.
Yes,
we just had Jim Buttrell from San Diego County, and now John Reeves, fellow Marine from San Diego County, is doing a session for Platinum members. Now, everybody else is going to stay with Todd and I because we're going to have an important conversation about what's next. So Platinum Connections. So what's that thing called? CP Platinum Millionaire Maker Connections. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're not in Platinum, then you don't have access to this, right? Because this is a closed Facebook group for Platinum members, Platinum Titanium. If you're in Platinum level or above, you're going to go to Facebook, type in the search window there, mm-hmm. CP Platinum Millionaire Maker Connections. I'm sure you're all familiar with it, right?
Brett's,
so that's where you're going to go.
Brett's the host of that right there. So he's running the show there for us, Coach Brett Sarin. But yep, that's it right there. Platinum. See, it's facebook.com/group/CP Platinum. You guys can see it in the upper address bar right there. But we have 785 members there in the Platinum Facebook page. So head on over there, Platinum members, and you guys have a great rest of the day. I know you will with Mr. J.
Our goal is to get that to 1,000 members, by the way. We're at 785 right now. Okay, so Platinum members, you're going over to Facebook, to the Platinum Facebook group. And what about everyone else? You're going to be with Todd and I. We'll talk about some exciting stuff.
That's right. You get Craig Proctor, you get Todd Walters. And
Craig Proctor, Todd Walters.
Yeah, and we're going to get busy on it. So we'll give everybody just a second to do that, and we'll continue to roll on. So, Craig, it's been a pretty good conference so far. I went out on a limb and said, hey, this is going to be one of the best digital conferences that you would have ever attended. Okay.
Well, of course, Todd, you and I are a little biased, but yeah, I think it's pretty good. And remember, we have all day tomorrow as well. We're starting at 10 a.m. Tomorrow, going to 5 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to wrap this session up around 5:30 today. 5:30, that's East Coast time. So Todd and I are going to have a conversation with you guys now about next steps. How many of you are intrigued by this? How many of you are inspired? How many of you now see the vision? you have this vision for your business. You know, based on the people that you've met here and what we've laid out, you see that you understand that there's now a systematic approach to take you from where you are right now. No matter where you are right now, we can take you from where you are to where you want to go. Now, some of you are at different levels, but understand that wherever you are right now, Todd and I, we've been there. We have been the rookie agent, starving to death, not understanding that this can be a business at all, having a terrible job. We've been broke. We've also been the solo agent that's been fairly successful, selling 100+ homes by ourselves. So we know what it's like to make a lot of money and have no life. Okay. So we know what it's like to have lots of time and no money. We know what it's like to have lots of money and no time. Neither one of those places are good places to be. Where we want to take you is to where Jim and the other award winners are, where they have the money and they have the time, and that's called having the freedom.
Amen,
to have
brother.
the freedom, you got to have the money and you got the time. What would it be worth to you? What would it be like to get up every day and absolutely love what you're doing and focusing on your rainmaker activities, the things that you really enjoy doing every day? That's the goal. Life is short. You don't have to figure this out on your own. We have the shortcut. We got the roadmap.
Yes, we do. So let's talk about that and share some right now. So as everyone knows, we do have the opportunity to move the ladder. Okay, you can run right up the ladder. Craig Proctor, me, and everyone associated here with our leadership team, like we're holding the ladder for you, and we want you to ascend. Okay, so one thing's for sure, change is inevitable. You've seen that today, 2020 for sure. You don't know what the world is going to throw at you. We've made a great case for having a business versus just a job. Like a bit more is better than less. I think everybody agree with that. So change is inevitable, but growth, choosing to grow personally and professionally, is optional. It's a choice that people make.
It's a decision.
It is a decision for sure. And so we're here to help you with the decision. So let's talk about some decisions on that. Our coaches, all of our coaches are platinum level members. Like they grew up in the Craig Proctor system. And it's important that everybody know that. Okay. The presenters and the speakers that you've been seeing, they all committed and went all in with Craig Proctor. Okay. Myself included. I am a student of the Craig Proctor system. And Craig, you called me 2003 and you said, hey, will you help me? Or would you like to help me? Help Craig Proctor members.
Yeah, we grow all of our people from inside the organization.
Mm-hmm. So when you think about it, everyone you've been seeing and hearing from, they just made a decision to continue to move up. Now, some of you are super anxious to do this. All right. And we're super excited and happy for you. Others, maybe you're a little nervous or not so much. So we're going to share with you a bit more about what's available and why it's a decision that we believe you should make. Okay. Now, firstly, it starts here. Is that you've got to start with your imagination, your vision. Like, what do you want your future? What do you want your business? What do you want your life to look like? Craig, you call it your heart's desire. So we just say, hey, look, imagine what a real estate business that earns you a super rewarding income, while working like reasonable hours, as Jim said, complete control of your own schedule with able to take plenty of time off to pursue outside interest. Like, imagine that. So we would argue that this should be your reality. Like, it doesn't need to be a pipe dream, and it does need to be something that only others get that you don't. Okay. And we'll admit to you, growing a real estate business is complicated. All of us here want to get it right. We don't want to make mistakes and cost ourselves time and energy and money or embarrassment. We certainly understand that. So Craig, basically created this ladder system to help you for those that want more. And so that it exists for that purpose right there, is to help people achieve their heart's desire sooner rather than later. So I like to ask everyone the same question that Craig asked me when I first met him, which was, hey, Todd, your real estate business there, does it depend on you? And at that moment, it did. And I was like, he said, well, it's not a business, buddy. It's a job. Do you want more of a business? And I'm like, Yes, that's why I'm here. I'm like, okay, come with me. And that was a great decision that I made. So all of the years, that's just my story. Whatever Craig said, I did it. Hey, you should do this. You should implement that. You know, if he said, give me more money, I gave it to him. Does everybody understand that? So he has never steered me wrong personally. And I'm here all of these years later. And you've heard the testimonies and the stories over and over and over again about that. Okay. So, but it is up to you. If you want quantum leaps, they're available for you. And there's no reason not to take advantage of something that might very well benefit you on this. Okay. So let me ask you guys some questions. All right. Who here? Type in the chat. All right. Type in the chat if you would like to speed the pace of growing your business. You want to speed this thing up. Type in the chat. If you don't want to speed it up, it's okay. You can say, no, I want to leave it in. But if you'd like to speed the pace up, say yes. Okay. Next, how many of you would like more of the systems sort of already done for you so that implementation is easier? Okay, now you should know that to make things easier typically requires Craig doing more. Does everybody get that? So that might require a little bit more of an investment. But the question is, who wants more of the systems done for you? Okay, next, who's impatient? Okay, so Craig, that was me. I was pretty impatient about wanting the life that I wanted to live, fulfilling my potential, which I'm still working on it. Okay, but so who of you, type in the chat, who of you are impatient at achieving your heart's desire? Okay, well.
Yeah, I don't know too many people that want to wait for the thing that they want. Mm-hmm. If you really want something in life, you should go for it. In fact, I think many of you can probably think back in your life about perhaps things in your life that something you really wanted to do and you didn't do it and you've regretted it ever since. So when you see something that's an opportunity, you got to go for it. Mm-hmm. Right? Life is short. You see something you like, the life, you got to be prepared when you see the life that you want to go for it, is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, when you got to be willing to replace the life you don't want with the life you do want.
Then, so we'd say, look, if you're of that right mindset, you answered yes to those questions, then this very well is a good move for you, as you've heard from the panelists over the last couple of days. Like, ascend, move up the ladder, go all in, commit and go all in. If you think about it, the things in life that have been the best for all of us, everyone watching, everything in life that has been the best for you are the things that are you the most committed to. So if your business sort of serves everything, in other words, it's the vehicle to get you to where you want to be in life, it only makes sense that we commit to that and go all in for achievement and excellence in that area. So we want to encourage everyone to apply for platinum. Okay. So now, why did Craig Proctor, this is what Craig presented to me all these years ago when he rolled out this program. So like, why is it here? What is it? Well, people like me back in the day, we asked for more. Craig, this is great. Can we have more? Can we get more? Can we get more materials? Can we get more help? Can we become more exclusive? All right. And so when you think about it, the more exclusive a system is, the more important the coaching is. Okay, so in every successful real estate agent, as you've seen here over the last couple of days, they're pretty exclusive people. You can tell by the way they talk, by the way they carry themselves, their attitudes, what they're implementing, what they shared with you. Many of you made some great chats. You picked up on this, right? So the more exclusive something is, the more important coaching is. And doing this at a higher level will require you to become a bit more exclusive. So I say it like this, Craig, is that buyers and sellers, a buyer would love to have a $1 million home for $500,000. They want something rare. They want something uncommon. They want something novel. They want something exclusive. As a seller wants to sell their $500,000 home for $1 million. They want They want something exclusive, something rare, something uncommon, something novel. So if that's what customers want, they don't want ordinary, they want something special. If that's what the customers want, this is what you must be. You must be uncommon, novel, exclusive, different than everyone else and competitors in your marketplace. So it's a race to move into that direction. And that's why we've created Platinum with all of that extra and additional help, coaching, materials, which much of it done for you. So the further you want to go in life, what you want to become excellent at, simply requires more help, coaching, and training. So Craig asked me back in 2004, when you got the big idea, Craig, to launch this, if I would help. I was at a position in my life and business, thanks to Craig, that I could say yes. And it was a great day for me personally. And I consider it an honor and a privilege to be able to help Craig Proctor System members become whatever they want to become every single day of every single year for all these years. Still here doing it. Love it. Can't even conceive doing something else. And my track record as someone who can help is pretty good. Okay. So done over $1 billion in real estate, 8,000 real estate transactions, over $30 million in commissions, top 20 among all real estate agents, United States of America. Craig and I have written books together, been featured in books. So that's why I say I'm just Craig Proctor System Light here. All right. But I'm a good copier. Make no mistake about it. So since I pride myself on being a good copier, the way that we work with Platinum members is to help them become better copiers and implementers versus trying to invent something out of thin air, which is not really necessary. Okay. So you have my commitment. In addition here, if you ascend up the ladder to Platinum, you get my commitment. I will help you. Okay. And I don't want to let Craig down. I don't want to let Catherine down. And I sure as heck don't want to let you guys down. So I'm looking all of you in the face and committing to it. So a lot of you want to know what the investment is. Okay. Well, literally, if you're a coaching level member and you're paying $9.97 a month for coaching, Platinum is less than $600 a month more for a lot more. If you want more help, more of it done for you. We're going to take a look at some of that.
Let me see what that is weekly. Okay, so $590 divided by 4, it's $147 a week. Now, you guys have to apply for this, okay? Like if you're struggling in coaching, I'm going to say if you're not making at least $80,000 in coaching right now, this is probably not for you, okay? Like we want to take those of you that are ready for the next level. You're ready for more. That means more help from me, more help from Todd, more help from your coach, and you don't lose any of the stuff that you get in coaching. I mean, that's a false belief. Well, if I move to Platinum, do I lose anything? No, it's the opposite. You get a bunch more. So when you're in coaching, all the stuff that you get with me, the helpline call, the role play calls on Thursdays with James McDonald and I, the ad clinics, you can keep the same coach that you have. Remember, your coach is a Platinum member too. So you get to keep everything that you've got, but now you're adding on an extra layer. Now you're getting Todd and you're getting all the Platinum materials. But again, who's this for? I would say if you're making less than $80,000 a year, you should just stay in coaching until you can get your income up. But if you're making more than that, then you should consider this. Nobody in Platinum says, oh, I wish I had waited longer. This is the natural evolution in the Craig Proctor system. Just like when you go to school, you start off in elementary school, okay, and then you go to high school, and then you go to college. I mean, this is the natural evolution. So you see this ladder in front of you, okay. Many of you are at the bottom of the ladder. You're in coaching, okay. Your goal should be ascend to Platinum. Some of you are going to want to become your own broker owners. We have a broker owner program where we teach you how to set up your brokerage if you want to set up your own brokerage, whether you're independent or with a franchise. The titanium level is for realtors that are making over $2 million in GCI. And we have, you've met a bunch of Titanium members, people making 3 million, 5 million, like Jim Buttrell. What did Jim do? 4 million last year?
Good over for you.
Over $4 million. He's at Titanium level. And then we actually have our own licensing, like franchise, Your Home Sold. You can see Todd's background. See the background there, and he's building Your Home Sold. You can license your own brokerage through us. So you've got to pick the right level, but the human spirit is like, we want to get better, right? That's the human spirit. Nobody wakes up tomorrow and says, hey, I want to do a worse job tomorrow than I did today. Like that's the spiritual evolution, is we want to get better at what we do. So that's why we provide different levels. If you love this and you want more and you believe in this and you think you can get more out of this by becoming a platinum member, you should do this. You should go all in and really immerse yourself in the Craig Proctor system. Now, the way this works is my wife, Catherine, will look through all the applications. You see her on chat. And here's the thing. If my wife doesn't think that you can benefit from this, she doesn't think you're a good fit, then she'll let you know. And that doesn't mean you can't do it at a later time. It just means maybe you're not ready yet. Now, we want to help as many people, but we want to help you at the right time. So for those of you that are doing great and you see all the potential with this system, you've met enough people over the last couple of days that you probably, like, you've cast this vision of, hey, you know what? I want to be like them. Understand, everyone you've heard from is a platinum member. Okay, your coach, all of our coaches are platinum members. It is the natural evolution in the Craig Proctor system. You go to coaching, you go to platinum, and some of you will move on to be broker owners or Titanium, or even have one of our licensed brokerages, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty.
Yep. One of the things I've heard before is like, hey, I'm in coaching and I'm having a difficult time like implementing things. So if I invest more with Craig, oh my gosh, it's going to be even worse. No. Look, the more you invest, the easier it gets. Does everybody get that? So investing your time, investing your money, your commitment. So when we use that word commitment, that's what we mean by that. When you commit and go all in, I can assure you it gets easier. Oh, and you heard Jim say it. And I can attest to it, Craig. It was way easier selling 500 houses a year than it was selling 50.
That's the thing people don't get. It's the opposite of what you think. You heard Jim say it. Jim said, I've never made more money in my life and I've never worked less. This is, you see, when I say to real estate agents, hey, wouldn't it be great? We can share how to make $1 million a year. You'd be surprised. A lot of realtors push back and say, oh my God, I'd never want to make $1 million a year because I'd have to give up my life. I'd probably end up divorced. My kids would hate me. No, it's the opposite. You see, doing it the way you're currently doing it, that probably would be true. But we're talking about doing things a different way. So you can't judge like where we're going with you based on what you're doing, right? Right now, you're giving up everything for what you've got. And you're saying, I think I can do better. And you're right. And you've seen evidence of that. You can have more, but you can give up less of you, less time, less frustration, less stress. When I was a kid growing up, I always remember people saying, the more you make, the less you do. It's absolutely true. How many of you heard that? You heard that growing up, the more you make, the less you do. Well, how many of you would like to be of that camp? I want to make more, but I want to work less. How many of you want to have an exit strategy? Most real estate agents, here's what happens, Todd, honestly. They do this for a long, long time. They get older. They eventually burn out because they're just them. They're trading their time for money. And eventually they just stop. Mm-hmm. And everything dries up. All their goodwill, all the time that they put into real estate, they haven't built a business. All they created for themselves was a job. And eventually we all get tired. So here's my question. What's your exit strategy? See, Jim can go to his other house, the Big Bear Lake, right? They can have lives outside of their business. If you want that, if you see that potential, then you actually have to have a business. Now, if you want to have a business, you have to invest in it. Everyone that has a business, I don't care if they're a restaurant, they had to invest in it. The guy that buys the restaurant, before the person that owns the restaurant started making money, they had to rent or buy the physical space for the restaurant. They had to buy all the equipment. They had to buy tables and chairs, right? They couldn't say to their customers, oh, come on in. Oh, I apologize. We don't have any tables and chairs. But when I start to make some money, then I'm going to buy tables and chairs. No, they had to make an investment. So that's what business owners do. Business owners see it as a business. They invest in themselves. The best investment you can ever make is the investment you make in yourself. Now, if you don't see what you've got or what you're building as a business, if you see it as a job, I totally get it. Nobody invests in a job. Nobody invests in a job, okay? You're not going to invest in a job because you see it as a job. Before I got into real estate, Todd, you know the story. I was working at the local hospital. I was making $14,000 a year sweeping floors. Do you think I went home at night thinking how I can invest in my job? Gee, maybe I should buy a better broom. No, that was a job. It was a place I go to. It was a job. It was, I wasn't thinking as a business owner. So it really depends on what your vision is for your real estate business. Do you want a business or do you want a job? Either answer is okay. If you just want a job, then you just keep doing what you're doing. If you want a business, you got to swing for the fences here, folks. You got to go all in. You got to invest in the systems and the people. And you've got to have this vision of where you want to go and know that we've been there before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this thing's a changing. Like this is, Jim said, it's a bit of a moving target. Okay. A pandemic comes along this year. Many agents decided to contract coaches, trainers, real estate company owners. I remember hearing Gary Keller tell the guys at KW, you need to contract, get rid of expenses, stop doing so much. But that's not what we do. It's constant investment into yourself. Okay. So we know that this thing's a change. Commissions are going down, more and more homes being sold outside of MLS. And if you look at the numbers in the industry, they're not changing. Actually, in 2019, the income went down to $42,000 for the National Association of Realtors median income. First year agents taking home $9,000 a year, 95% of agents earning under $100,000. Less than 1% of agents, brokers including, earn more than $250,000. Those are the norms and standards. Okay, well, what's happening inside Platinum? Well, let me share it with you. The average income among those hundreds of Craig Proctor system members exceeds $700,000. You line them all up, sea to shining sea, and you take all the numbers. What's the average? That's the average. Okay. So average income among coaching members, well, you guys are just getting rolling. We have people come to us that just got licensed. We have people come to us that have been doing this for a while. Everybody kind of starts there, including me. Okay. That average income is a bit less. So that's why Craig said, look, if you're not at least at the 80 number, you might want to consider getting good at some of these basic elements of the Craig Proctor system, and we'll help you. For the rest of you, yeah, you sort of become who you hang out with. One of the things that we're very proud of is the increase. So when a coaching member makes the move to Platinum, the vast majority increase their income rapidly. And it exceeds more than $100,000 a year. It's not very difficult when you got Craig helping you, me helping you, and you're hanging out with people that you've seen over the last couple of days, plus much of the additional coaching, training, and materials I'm going to share with you here in a moment that you're going to have access to. Okay. This is the largest gathering of same system millionaire real estate agents in the world today. Okay. And it takes on average about 36 months for someone to go from around $250,000 to over $1 million. That's the average. Some people do it in less time. Some people do it in more. That's why we celebrate that $1 million milestone so much. And
this is the point I made with Jim. Okay. The point I made with Jim a few minutes ago is if your business life is this long, okay, this is how many years, whatever it is that you're going to sell real estate. Would you sacrifice that much of all of this? Would you sacrifice that much, 2 or 3 years, to get the thing that you want? So the rest of your time in real estate serves your life? Would you sacrifice this to get that? Out of all that, you sacrifice that little bit and the rest of your life completely changes. Like, who wouldn't trade 24 months or 36 months to have the life that they want? And boom, you know how time goes by so quickly. If you have kids, you know, like you know, they're 8 years old, they're 11. It's like it goes by very quickly. 36 months will be here before you know it. So you got to plan for it. What do I want my life? What do I want this thing to look like 36 months from now?
Mm-hmm. We talk a lot about income because it's a for-profit business. And, you know, some people say, well, money doesn't buy happiness. Okay, well, but you can do a lot more with it. All right. Charities, worthy cause, investments in yourself, investments in employees. You can change the landscape with it. So it's what you do with it that matters. So
yeah, I mean, obviously you can do more good with money than you can without money. How many of you would agree you could do more good with money than without money? So yeah, money doesn't buy happiness. If I'm going to be miserable, I'd rather have the money.
Yes.
No, money doesn't buy happiness. We're not saying money buys happiness. We're saying that money and time buys you freedom. That's just a fact.
So you asked me a while back, Craig, hey, how many people fail when they actually implement what we're teaching them here? And I'm like, 0. And it's true. And I'm going to share with you guys in a few minutes here. I'm going to show you the business plan, the checklist that every new Platinum member gets that we work from. A simple plan. So it's not difficult for us to actually guarantee that if you do the work, you implement the systems as we're presenting to you, and you will experience income increase. Okay. So,
but Todd, what if I'm lazy and I'm not going to do one thing you teach me to do? Will it work for me?
All bets are off.
Right. So people are like, well, can you guarantee it'll work for me? Well, we can't guarantee that you're actually going to do what we teach you. But if you do how we lay it out, I mean, you've heard the people, you've met the people, just the fact that you get to hang around with other people that are doing the thing that you do, wouldn't that help? Like if I'm playing golf, I want to learn to be a better golf player, and I'm playing golf every day with people that are way better golfers than me, it's going to help me become a better golfer. If I'm hanging around with if I'm playing golf with people that are not very good, or like they're like me, I'm never going to get any better. Just the associations are massively huge. Forget Todd and I. If Todd and I brought you no value at all, just the people you meet, copying from them, just learning what you've received from other people over the last couple of days is massively huge.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. So, but we want you to know, like we take it personal when people don't progress. That's why we've created this extra. Okay. And if you implement and you're a good copier and you're focused on achieving more, your income will go up. We guarantee it. Okay. And we'll take a look at that business plan here momentarily. All right, let's talk about issues. How many of you have issues in your business right now? How many of you have them? So surveys of members, this is what we've discovered as some of the issues. All right, one of the biggest issues, implementation, speed of implementation, getting to things. Well, look, if you're not able to implement at a pace fast enough, it probably has less to do with work ethic and it has more to do with clarity on exactly what to do and how to get it done. And that's why we're here. And that's why we have Platinum level for you. But make no mistake about it. I think your biggest issue is obscurity. There's just not enough people that know who you are. Okay. Craig, you were pretty famous in your marketplace, but not when you first started. That took a little time for you to escape obscurity. That came with marketing, remarketing, and a lot of branding. And Craig Proctor was known as the guy that would guarantee to sell your home, he would buy it.
How many of you would agree that it's way easier talking to a buyer or seller if they already know who you are and what makes you different? Like it's way easier, right? Versus talking to somebody that's never heard of you. So I was talking to James McDonald about this. We have realtors that book consultations with us. So if James and I get on the phone with somebody that knows who I am and they know about my track record, it's way easier than if it's somebody that's like, yeah, I've never heard of you before. Well, the same is true for you, right? So, we've got to get out of this obscurity, and we've got to make sure that people like know who you are and know what makes you different and better, because it's way easier to get their business that way.
Yep, no question about it. So when you think about all these issues, and this is probably a pretty good list of the issues that many of you are facing right now. That list right there. Okay. All right. So what's it worth to you to have the solution to every single issue that you're facing right now, the solution at your fingertips on demand, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, like where you can just grab hold of the solution and clearly and quickly implement it? What is that worth? Okay, well, you have to answer that question. Okay, for me, it was worth everything. It was my future hopes and dreams. That the thing between where I was and where I wanted to go in life were these issues. So everybody got it? So I've got to eliminate those in order to bend space and time and move where I am and where I want to be closer together. I don't want it to take 20 years. Craig?
Okay, so the question is, I see what you're doing here, Todd. Flip that back again. Okay, so many of you make your decisions, not all of you, but many of you make your decisions based on what something costs, not what something's worth. So I did if you're in coaching right now, this is going to cost you, if you move up to platinum, an extra $590 a month. I divided it by 4. That's $147.50 a week. Let's divide that by 5. Divide it by 5. Okay, so it cost you an extra $29.50 a day if we only talk about a 5-day week. So in other words, for less than a part-time assistant, for less than what you'd pay a part-time administrative person, Todd's asking you, what would it be worth to have the solution to every issue you're facing now and in the future at your fingertips? So would that be worth $29.50 a day?
Sure was to me. Okay. So,
I mean, I could get ridiculous. We could break this down per hour, divide it by an 8-hour day. So based on a 40-hour week, 8 hours a day. So it's $3.68 based on a 40-hour week.
$3.68. Okay. So the most common question I get is, okay, Craig, okay, Todd, how is this different? Well, there's some differences for sure. And you should have seen much of that over the last day and a half. There's, so everybody get that? Like, you should have been able to see there's some pretty clear differences here, because you can see who the presenters are, what we're sharing with you, and where it's coming from. So I think that should be pretty clear. But, okay, think this one through. Our mission is to help you solve your biggest issues consistently and progressively. What are they? So whatever your issue is, that becomes number one on the hit list. Like, we can't move this thing forward, make quantum leaps without solving your biggest issue. So it starts by asking that question. Okay. So we get on the consults, we identify the issues, and we say solution here. Okay. And look, there essentially are 2 paths that you can go by. Let's look at it this way in life. Okay. There are 2 roads. You can go down the road of trying to figure everything out. Okay. You can go down the road of, I got to figure this out. I got to figure it out. Figuring something out requires time, delay, testing, trying, investment.
Yeah. Todd, I'm going to take that a step further. I think before you even go down the road of trying to figure something out, you actually have to believe that thing is possible. Mm-hmm. And that's a problem, honestly, that some of you have is you're skeptical about like you being able to do this, what we're talking about here. It's crazy, right? Because Like, this is your life, and you have to believe in the thing that you want, right? Like, I don't know what you want. Todd's not sure. Like, we don't know what you want, but you know what you want. And you have to believe in the thing that you want. Like, the average person that walks into a clothes store, the very first thing they do is when they see something they like, they look at the price tag. It's the very first thing people do. You watch them walk into a store, and the very first thing they do, they look at the price tag of the item, the clothing item, and they ask themselves, can I afford this? See, they're not getting what they really want in life. They're getting what they think they can afford. But somebody owns the clothes store, right? Like, you could, not only can you afford the item of clothing, you could buy the whole damn store. Somebody did. Somebody owns the store. And because somebody owns the store, it's positive proof that anybody can do this. So when we talk about heart's desire, we talk about what you really want. You got to think about this. What do I really want? And do I actually believe I can get it? And if you do, what steps are you going to take? Because if you don't believe you can have this, you're not going to do what Todd just said. You're not going to go through the trouble of trying to figure out how to do it, because you're not even sold on the fact that you can.
Yes. So that's right. You can go down the road of figuring it out, or you can choose the path that these guys did, and that is just find out. Okay? Because it's already been solved. Everything has. There's no need to invent anything. That is delay in time. So if you're attracted to your future heart's desire, then trying to figure something out doesn't make sense. It's like find out and model it. Okay. And I'm going to share with you some of those models here in a moment. You guys are going to like what you see there. So, for example, our overall model is designed to progress you toward a more profitable real estate business. Okay. That's our model. Everything we do is designed to do that. Every part of Craig Proctor's system's platinum level is set up to progress you toward a more profitable business. And if you're not progressing, then there's something in the way. There's an issue of some kind that's got to be solved in order to continue to progress forward. Okay. A lot of people can teach you how to sell a house, but very, very, very few people in real estate can show you how to grow a business. Okay. And that's what I'm most proud of here. Okay. So we start with, we got to generate overflow, man. We got to have an overflow of business. Okay. So we're going to do this. The reason a lot of these coaches, platinum members that you guys have seen here and you've heard stories from over the last couple of days, and there's more coming, by the way. The reason is because we take all three of these things and we do them simultaneously. Increasing sales, increasing the size or the amount of money you make per transaction, and increasing the number of times people are coming back around. So if you can do all three of those simultaneously, it's like compounded interest. And this thing really blows up really fast.
Sandy Jamison talked about that today. She talked about, she said, all that my husband Bob and I did is we didn't do like any one huge thing. We did a bunch of small tweaks, which resulted in a massive change in the final number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's the clarity, I think, on knowing exactly what to do and how to get it done. Okay. So we're going to start with, in order to set this thing up to grow, we just got to have abundance. Okay. More prospects, more of your ideal customers, steady stream. I'm going to show you some of that here in a minute. Okay. And once you're there, you've adopted a mindset of abundance. It's pretty easy to scale this thing up a little bit. And I want to remind everybody, we wrote the book on this. Okay. Co-author of this book, Death of the Traditional Real Estate Agent.
Yeah, I was just interviewed last week on that book, Todd. By a Canadian real estate publication. Mm-hmm. And they said, how did you guys know, like, the future of real estate was going to be one of two things, that you either start your own real estate team or you join someone else's? Said, well, because we've been doing this for a long, long time, and we saw the trend, but that is what indeed is happening. Mm-hmm. Okay. The future of real estate is you're either going to create your own profitable real estate team, or you're going to work for somebody else's.
So to have, a business set up like this organizational chart, for example, immediately raises questions. Okay, like how do you move from having all of those hats to essentially the Rainmaker hat? So immediately there's questions, and it makes it very difficult or timely to get there without having the answers on demand to every single one of those questions. Okay, but if you get the answer and then you got to go and invent it to get there, delay, time, mistakes versus copying and implementing much, 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 much more rapidly. Okay. So now that we've kind of looked at our model, let's take a look at the process, all right, that we use for helping Platinum members make quantum leaps. Okay. The first thing that we're going to do when you move from coaching to Platinum, when you ascend here, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to clarify why you're why are you getting up every day and doing this? So we're going to start with why. So everybody got it? That's the first thing is vision. What do you want your life and business to look like? That's the first session with Todd. Why? Okay. What's possible? Think bigger. Why do you want to this? Clarify vision. Then we're going to follow the plan that will get you there. And I'm going to share with you guys that here momentarily. Okay. Then we're not going to try to implement everything. That's crazy. We're just going to implement the parts of the systems that make the most sense for you in achieving what you most want to achieve. So many people are ate up with implementing things that essentially matter not to them achieving what they most want to achieve. Okay. And this is all done through engagement. Progression happens with engagement.
Yeah. Yeah. It's about focusing on the things that will change the needle the most for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So clarity for your vision is, what do I want? Your business plan is your roadmap to get there. The systems that's going to do the heavy lifting. We want to make sure you're focused on the things that will move the needle the most, because there's too much to do. All things are not created equally. So we need you focused like a laser beam on the few items that are really going to change, make an impact. Yeah. And then changing, like getting involved with this culture here. Who you hang out with is massively, massively huge. Remember, most of your parents probably said to you when you were younger, they probably said to you, if you hang around with bad people, bad things might happen. And if you hang around with good people, like good things will happen. There's a lot of truth to that, right? Mm-hmm. Like who you hang out with, like these conversations that you're having, or how about this? What about the conversations that you're not having? Right? We want you to start thinking a different way. We want you to start talking to people that you're not talking to. We want you to start doing things that you're not doing.
Amen, brothers. That's really, you hit it right on the head. It's what you're not doing that is making the biggest difference in your business and life. That's what's keeping you from achieving if you're not achieving what you most want fast enough, it's what you're not doing. It's not what you're doing. Okay. So it starts out there. Okay. When we launch this thing for new Platinum members. Okay. So you will think bigger. Jim Buttrell did not think, you saw it. He thought $200,000 was about it.
Yep.
If I can just get that going consistently, life will be grand. So,
he didn't even want anything to do with the Craig Proctor system. It was his wife that forced Jim to come to a conference. And yeah, Jim's paradigm was, oh my God, if I can make $200,000 as a real estate agent, that would be a panacea. That would be that's unbelievable. And that was his thinking. So when you think that way, obviously, you're not going to do over $200,000, right? Because you're thinking that's all there is in this business.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to start there: personal, professional, and financial goals. Now, 3 years, 10 years. That's an exercise that all Platinum members start out. We can't very well say that we're going to help you achieve your heart's desire if we don't know what that is. So in our CRM, in Core, our CRM, the coach, Todd, everyone here on the platinum team, we need to know what it is that you most want. And then we're going to go to work in helping you achieve it. And without this, like I guess any old road will take us there. Okay. So that's the starting point. I think everybody gets that. Here's some of the questions you can expect. What are your core values? What's your core focus? What's your 10-year target? What is your marketing strategy? What is your 3-year picture? What's your 1-year plan? What are your big initiatives? The things that will make you quantum leaps today? What are your issues that you're facing that we need to solve right now? Okay. And that's where we get started. Okay. Now, next is the plan. Okay. And we do have a plan. It's called the $4 million gross commission income business plan, and it is infallible. 100% of every single Craig Proctor system member that implements this plan fully has businesses that exceed $4 million in gross commission income. That's why we call it that. Okay. And we work for the first 3 months with platinum members on implementing the basic parts of the plan. I'm going to show it to you here in a moment. Okay. So if you can copy, you can succeed, but we're working from an actual business plan.
We some of the award winners said, hey, you know what? I've only implemented like 10% of this or 20% of what's offered in coaching, and I've already doubled or tripled my income. So let's say you're looking at this $4 million and you're saying, okay, if I did all the stuff on the checklist, I could get to 4 million. What if you did even a fraction of the stuff on the checklist and you got to $1 million? That's still really good, right? Like if you shoot high and you don't get to 4 million, but you got to 1 million or 2 million, how many of you would be thrilled with that by just implementing a fraction of the plan?
Yep, that's exactly works. And I'm glad you mentioned that. So here I am in this, you guys can see right here. I went to the Platinum Business Plans library. There are 45 files. We're going to take a look at this here in a minute. But there are 45 files in here, including, first 6 months checklist, the entire business plan. I like what you said, Craig, is that if I'm only, I'm 25% effective at implementing this plan that you're handing me, just 25% effective. Well, that's $1 million. Okay. If I'm only 12.5% effective at implementing this business plan right here.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing that if you implemented 25% of this and you got to $1 million, you'd sure as heck be interested in implementing the next 25%. I mean, I don't know, but I'm guessing that if you implemented a fraction and you saw these kind of results, you would do, in fact, what all the other members you've met over the last couple of days have done, which is keep going down the road. You'll notice many of these people you've met have been with me for 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. You've got to ask yourself, why would any sane individual keep being a Craig Proctor system member unless the benefit, right? So every year we help you go further down the line and have more money and more freedom. That's why people hang out. Nobody has lifetime customers like us. Yeah. Like we got people with us 10, 15, 20 years. They're Craig Proctor lifers. This is what we want to create is Craig Proctor lifers, that you see value in this, not just this year, but next year, the year after, that you get so much benefit out of this that you want to continue a long relationship with us.
Yeah. And remember, guys, this is not like a prison. Let's say you ascended to platinum. Like we believe this is good for you. You do it, but you realize like maybe you're in the wrong room. You can go back to coaching. We're not going to make you do anything. We're just here to help people who want it. Okay.
So that's a good point. Did everyone hear that? If you try platinum and you don't think it's for you, you just go back to coaching. You don't lose anything. You got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Plus, my wife is going to screen everybody that applies for platinum. And if she doesn't think it's right for you, she'll let you know, hey, you're not ready yet. Stay in coaching for a bit until we get more stuff implemented. And when we think you're ready for platinum, if you still want to do it, we'll ascend you then. So she's in chat right now. So just know, this isn't a deal where like, if you apply, we're just going to encourage you to do it, even if we don't think you're ready for it yet. We're looking for the lifetime clients. Okay. Now you go to any other coaching system, they would just take your money. We actually want you to apply and make sure that this is going to work for you, because we want you to be a long-time client. We want you to apply. We want to look at your situation. We want to know that we can help you.
So here I am in the file library. Everybody has access to this amazing resource site, craigproctorcoaching.com. So when I went to the file library, look down here on the right-hand side of your screen. Okay, you're going to see that there's all these labels, platinum this, platinum that, platinum this. I want you to imagine walking into the Library of Congress, and there are all these libraries inside there. Whatever you want to learn or know, it's there. Like nothing's being denied. There are over 80 platinum file libraries, over 80, and over 2,000 pieces of content, collateral, how-to videos, and the best of the best member implementation. So everybody got that? So most everything that is in the platinum file libraries, Craig, are member implementation and examples, those things that everyone was seeing over the last couple of days. That's why we're so proud of it, that members can actually take the system, implement it. It works really well. We document it and we share it with everyone. And that makes it easier for customization and implementation.
Yeah, you need the stuff. Okay, you guys need the stuff, right? Where's the stuff? Where's the stuff? Where's the stuff? Okay, we make sure you get the stuff, but you need the coaching on it. Having the stuff without the coaching and the training, like, it doesn't work, right? We can't just give you stuff. Having the technology without the training, it doesn't work. How to work with buyers, the buyer presentation stuff that we gave you today, you need constant coaching, and so does your team on how to do this. So this isn't about like selling you stuff. You need the material to do this, but you also need the coaching and training. That's why it's a complete package. You know, Todd, you talked about a stool has 3 legs, or a chair has 4 legs for support. So yeah, we can't just be doing webinars, whispering motivation in your ear. That's what other coaching programs do, right? We can't just be an accountability program. Go make 100 cold calls. That's what other coaching we don't even call this a coaching program. We call this a system, because we're training you on a system. So what does this system do? We give you the material that you need. Like, how does this system run? Okay, how does it all work? But then we coach you on how it all works. We don't just hand it to you, say, hey, read this, read that. No, we teach you, explain it all to you. We mix you together with thousands of other real estate agents that are doing the thing that you want to do. So you've got social proof, you've got networking, you've got the technology, you've got all of the resources that you need to be successful. And the reason we do it that way is because that's the only way this is going to work. Look at, back in the day, I used to sell something called the Quantum Leap system. It was in a box. Some of you may have bought the box, but there was no coaching or training. You got materials inside of a box. Why did we stop doing that? Because you getting a box full of material is not going to guarantee that you actually do anything with it.
Yep.
Okay.
Here's an example, an absolute example. So I went to one of the file libraries, Platinum Operations Library. Your business is broken down basically into 4 categories: marketing, operations, labor, okay, and the other expenses and investments that you'll make in your business. I came down here to this Platinum profit and loss model. One of the most common questions we get: how do I pay? How do I know when I'm profitable? How much do I invest? Okay. So if you have a question about growing your business or an issue, our promise to you is we have the answers for you here. Okay. We don't have to go figure it out. This question's been asked for 16 years before you got here, since we launched Platinum. So check it out. I clicked on the profit and loss model. It's a spreadsheet. It's a simple chart of accounts that you get to copy and implement in your own accounting software. Okay. So for example, let's look at the model. You guys can see it right here. I'll blow it up on the screen. Okay. Income buckets, cost of sales buckets, expense buckets. Okay. After expenses, you're left with a profit. Okay. So it's that simple. Okay. We've got it broken down for you. Marketing and advertising, around 10%. Labor, 12. Operational expenses, 6. Rent, 2%. So when you run those numbers on a 50% cost of sale, you're left with a 20% net income. Okay, but what you're going to discover is our best Craig Proctor members, their cost of sales are around 40%. Boom, that jumps to net income up to around 30%. Craig, that was mine. For about every $3 million in commission income I would earn, I would net around 1 million. Okay, so after all, it is about profitability. So everything in this area, coaching, training, how to, is here for you guys. Let's look at another example. Okay. Let's talk about where many of you are getting your business from now. I'm going to come down here to the referral systems library for some more demonstration. Okay. So new platinum members, a lot of them, many of you, you are doing a good job of getting business from Sphere. So one of the questions we ask is, where did your last 5 closings come from? All right. That's in the questionnaire day 1 for platinum members. And when you say, oh, my last 5 closings came from, I got 3 referrals. I got 1 from Sphere and I had 1 from an ad on Facebook. I'm like, beautiful. 4 out of 5 closings are coming from your databases. Okay. Let's talk about the 2/3 of the closing that are coming from referrals. What's your system for generating referral? What's your marketing system? Do they know when to refer you? How do they know to refer you? Okay. But what that reveals is an easy opportunity to proctorize that part of your business for quick gains, big wins, quick wins. We're all about getting quick wins, and that's a quick win. If we can proctorize that source of business, you're going to double and triple it in short order. So here I am in the referral systems library. Let me just show you how we do that. Okay. It always starts with the actual plan. So this little checklist right here for the referral marketing system is copied and pasted out of the business plan that we were just referring to. And it legitimately is a checklist. Start here, do this, do this, do this. And the first place to start, obviously, is the offer. So we're going to help you structure your quote referral offer. Let me give you a quick example here so you guys can see it. Okay. This is a referral offer, an example. So we coach and train you on developing a great offer. And once you have the offer down, like this offer, joint ventures with a worthy cause. And once you have your offer, guess what? Everything else is delivery. How many times in how many different ways can I deliver this offer? When is the first time it gets delivered? How often is the offer getting delivered? Okay. What do I wrap around the offer to make it interesting and compelling? So once we have our offer together, all right, we make this pretty easy with you. So for example, every month I publish for platinum members a newsletter called Homeward Bound. Okay, that outlines exactly how to deliver the offer in a compelling way to your databases. I'll just, I'll pull it up here. This is looks like for the month of December. It's in a PDF, but check this out. We actually have 2 different examples. This is Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. This is Must Ministries. So 2 different charities. Okay, member examples of implementation. We send them to you in a publisher file, and we send you the materials in a PDF file. Publisher so you can modify it. PDF so you can kind of see what the finished product looks like. But we also send you every month the complete package. In other words, all of the systems, the video scripts, the remarketing ads on Facebook for your custom audience, okay, the Facebook posts, the blog posts, all of it is delivered to you on a monthly basis so you can copy and implement faster so that we can better proctorize that source of your business faster, easier, and get those quick gains that you're looking for there in terms of cash flow and investment. All right. Let me share with you one other point on this. This is a pretty sweet thing, and it's worth talking about right now. I'm just going to bring down this little thank you card. Okay. So one of the things we're going to help you do if you're into this increasing your referral business is you will develop a great relationship with a charity or a cause, and your business will become a staple for making the community a better place, improving the lives of people, not just through buying and selling real estate, but through the income that you're generating. So, for example, we've got templates and scripts and dialogue so that your causes or charities that you're working with, referrals, will actually mail thank you letters to your clients, okay, on closing, like this one. Children's Healthcare says, hey, a gift has been made to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta in your honor by whoever the agent was at that real estate company. Okay. And boy, that is powerful. So you can see that there's a lot more to it than just we're sending a newsletter every month to turn this into a really fully implemented Craig Proctor system. Okay. So in that referral marketing system library, guys, like, what was it? There's 59 files. That's a lot of material. One more demonstration of something that will get your juices turning, and that's what we call swipe files. Okay, I'm going to come down here, Craig, and I'm going to go to Platinum Property Ad Templates Library. So every Friday, you know that we work with you on the marketing clinics to improve ads, focus on marketing, implement more marketing, generate more leads, and that sort of thing. But we recognize that sometimes it's a bit of a sticking point, a writer's block on developing, what you need to put into these ads to make them pretty freaking good. So here in this zip file is close to about 40 of the best top Craig Proctor member ads that exist outside of lead ads on Facebook. So we've got, for example, the headline swipe files, the call to action swipe files, the benefit swipe files, and other templated examples. So again, now you can get your assistant, if you have one, helping you implement these things much faster and easier. And it's all there. If you can copy, you will succeed much, much, much faster. Okay, so, and again, that's over 80 file libraries. Okay, now let's talk about the coaching. Okay, because Craig's right. We do a lot of coaching and training, but it's because it's an exclusive system. Okay, so every day of every week of every month, you're going to get what we call a 7-minute video. It's called 7 Minutes to 7 Figures. Platinum members get this video every day, and that helps them focus on better implementation of the Craig Proctor system. I'll show it to you in a little bit here on the Platinum Facebook page. Okay, monthly. Okay, on every Tuesday, you can write this down. Every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern time, we all come together to work on your business. 4 p.m. Eastern time every Tuesday, we get together on a web meeting. The first Tuesday of the month, we focus on rainmaking activities, only the things you should be doing. The second Tuesday of the month on advanced lead conversion tactics. The third Tuesday of the month, I'm going to interview a Craig Proctor system member, just like Craig did over the last couple of days. We do this the third Tuesday of every month. You're hearing from some food superstar, and they're just sharing with you what they're doing that's working now. You get to ask questions, probe, and all of those materials are handed to you on a silver platter, fully vetted, knowing that it works from a top Craig Proctor system member. And the fourth Tuesday of every month, we need to go get us some more sellers, some more listings. So think this through, Craig. Let's say that 1 week out of the month, I'm focused on implementing a system to generate more listings. Let's say you could implement one new system a month to get listings. That means at the end of a year, I've implemented 12 systems to get listings. It's unlikely you'll ever need that many. But we do. The fourth Tuesday of every month is about generating more listings. Now, when we start the process, this is my checklist for making sure that Platinum members get off on the launching pad, including starting with PPFs, personal, professional, and financial goals. That reveals heart's desire. Full-on implementation of the referral system, since that's where most people's businesses are coming from. We want to proctorize that, including marketing to everybody else in your database, and that's the famous remarketing that you hear about. Positioning. We need to move to become first place in our prospect's mind, and that's best done by developing a brand around a unique selling proposition so that you essentially become first place. Not second, not third, but first place in your prospect's mind. And then use all available media, including social media, to get that message in the marketplace and begin to run more ads more often in more places. And most of those ads are just simply free. Okay. So this guarantees overflow. Now, let me share with you some of the additional courses that we've got available for Craig Proctor System Platinum members. So here I am in the coaching side. I'm going to go to the Platinum Guaranteed Sale Program library. Look at this. So biggest question we get from coaching members is, hey, I want to implement the Guaranteed Sale Program. How do I get it going? What do I do? Where does it start? Okay, we've got 2 courses here on this. Okay. So from the Guaranteed Sale Program manual, we launch right into implementing the Guaranteed Sale Program. This is a 36 video course. It's just me sitting down for 5 minutes, walking you through step by step, implementing and scaling up the Guaranteed Sale Program. Each video is about 5 minutes long. Okay. And then from there, we move to the next step, which is mastering the Guaranteed Sale Program. That's 26 videos. Full on advanced level implementation of Craig Proctor's Guaranteed Sale Program. 26 how-to videos, each one of them, not an hour long, about 5 minutes long. So if you can pay attention for 5 minutes, you can implement pretty fast. Okay. So here's one of our courses. You heard some of the members talk about their agents getting trained. Okay. Well, look here. Right here under Platinum Resources on the dashboard, look there, guys. We have OSA training course and we have ISA training course. That's right. We will allow you to register an assistant and we will help you train them. And this is one of the best places for you to start. So a lot of what we did today and much of what we're going to do tomorrow is contained into these OSA and ISA training courses. Okay. It's pretty simple. I just click on the link. Okay. And what I'm going to be delivered is lessons. Okay, see all these lessons right here? I click on a lesson, like lesson number 1, calling back prospects. And when I do, all right, I'm going to be, I get a video and I just listen, answer the questions. And when I get everything correct, I get to move on to the next course. So how easy is that for your agents to get trained up on the finer points of the Craig Proctor system so everybody's on the same page?
But we had to make it easy so people would do it. Right? Like if it's not easy, your people aren't going to do it. So we have to make it easy and interesting so people actually take the training. So and we understand people don't have like a huge attention span. So it's got to be, impactful, concise, easy to do.
Yep, absolutely. So now another question that we're asked is, how is my consultations with my coach differently? If I'm talking to the same coach, like what's different about it? How does that differ? So let's answer that right now, if it's okay with everyone. I'm going to pull up for you the first 6 months checklist, for example. I'm going to go and I'm going to pull that up. We're going to take a look at that. And let me open that up for everyone. I'm going to go to Platinum Business Plans Library. Okay, I'm going to share that with you. And this will bring it all together for you. Okay, Platinum Business Plans, first 6 months checklist. So I want you to imagine now your coach, who's a Platinum member, now has, you have over 80 file libraries with a lot more content and material. So obviously the coach is going to be helping you better proctorize the rest of the elements of your business and walk you through the steps and the days and the weeks and the months moving forward as a Craig Proctor system member, following the parts of the plan that make the most sense. Okay. So for example, if you are getting a lot of business from referrals, but you don't really have a marketing system for predictability there, the coach is going to take you. You're going to fast forward and bypass a few things. He's going to jump directly to week 4, and he's just going to say, look, we need to full on implement this system into your business so we can double and triple at that super fast, as an example. Okay. Let's say you've got all that going, but what's missing is you're pretty weak on performance guarantees and branded marketing. He's going to jump all the way to the next week, pull in performance guarantees, start to establish unique selling propositions and brand building. Okay. So everybody get that? Let's say you've got, you're pretty good at the less branded marketing, but we're not very good at in the marketplace of people knowing who we are. He's going to jump right to week 5 so we can begin to escape obscurity so that more people know who we are. So the coach is following this system, coaching and training platinum members to be able to make that happen. And that is a big difference, I think, in some of the growth consults. Okay. And right now, as we're sharing with you the benefits and features that you get as a Craig Proctor System Platinum member, going on right now is a breakout session with all the Platinum members. We want you to be in those breakout sessions, but it's up to you. So if you choose to become Platinum, so whenever we do live meetings, you participate in Platinum level meetings and activities, okay? Now, Craig, one of the other things that we're pretty proud of is that Platinum members get together on their own accord. They have chapter meetings. There's a private Platinum Facebook group. Platinum members travel to other Platinum members' offices, take a tour, shadow, along with the breakouts at the conferences. And we think that's pretty cool, all right, for you to be able to get that kind of level of access. Okay, so last point, and then we'll take a look at the investment and how this works in applying to be a Craig Proctor System Platinum level member, the creme de la creme in the industry today. Okay, the culture. Okay, so the culture really exists with our motto, want to progress you toward a business. We're going to provide you with leading edge systems that are more done for you. We want you to hang out with people that are super successful, that are taking massive action. And that'll bend your mind around becoming more pro-growth mindset and success-oriented. Okay? So everybody see that? So that's what you can expect here from being around the Craig Proctor System top-level members. Okay, that describes the culture very well. Now, I showed you everyone earlier the Facebook page. So like if we go there right now to the Platinum Closed Group Facebook page, you're going to see that there's a live event going on.
You know,
right now. They're talking.
One of the other things we should mention, when you're a Platinum member and there's 700 or 800 members here, you can get referrals for buyers and sellers in your marketplace. Just get your name out there inside this. These are top producing agents, meaning they sell lots of houses, and they've got buyers and sellers transferring all over the country. So our members refer business to each other right here on the Platinum private Facebook group. You might even see some examples of that.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't take long to scroll down. I'm just going to get past these recent posts on these award winners here.
Right.
But you'll see.
Yeah, you'll find posts saying, "Hey, I've got a buyer for this area. I've got someone wants to list their home in this area. I'm looking for a Craig Proctor member." So, if you do this right and you post here and you get to know the other members, you will make more money on referral business than your investment in the whole system.
Yeah. So there's a great post right here. Mark Gastineau, one of our coaches, Platinum level members, is doing a VA seminar, VA homebuyer seminar.
Right.
So these are all buyers in his room. These are all people that he's getting ready to acquire. He filmed it and streamed it right to the Platinum Facebook page. This is a 7 minutes to 7-figure video that comes out every morning of every day, exclusively for Platinum members. Okay. With 3 minutes of coaching in this one. And you can see it's Britt and I talking about customer testimonials. So, and that keeps going on. Look at that. Super stuff. So
that's yesterday.
Yeah. So the delivery of content, the networking that goes on there is super powerful. And about 1 out of every 7 posts is a referral from a Platinum level member. So let's summarize the benefits here. Okay. All right. Let's summarize the benefits so that everybody knows. Now, firstly, who are you hanging out with? We laid that out for you. Super successful people. Okay. Some people have been around for a while. Some people been here for 6 months. Okay. But here's the benefits. Number one, predictability and overflow of business, never worrying about where your next commission check will come from. Leads begin chasing you versus you chasing them. No cold calling. It's not something we ever talk about, or manual grunt prospecting. Expensive advertising, not necessary. You'll make more money in less time. You'll have more appointments with less calls. The customers will begin to be pre-sold on you before you ever go meet with them.
Which is huge.
Mm-hmm. Become the envy of competitors, the solutions to every issue you're facing in your business on demand, certainty of will it work, okay? Clarity on exactly what to do and how to get it done, implement faster, fast-paced growth, total elimination of the income roller coaster, increase your confidence and self-esteem at achieving higher goals. You'll spend more time working with customers versus finding them, and able to enjoy the rewarding income, working reasonable hours with plenty of time off to pursue outside interests. Those are the benefits. All right, so here's the question. We're out to create another couple of hundred millionaire real estate agents within the next 36 months here. Nobody's going to stop Craig Proctor from doing this. You know that. So
we're on a mission. We're on a mission, Mr. Walters. It sounds like you think this platinum level is something people should do.
Yes, I've seen too much from it. Okay, I like the way that it works, and I like the way that you and Catherine are careful. Like, you want people to succeed. So we understand, like, hey, succeeding at a high level is not for everyone, and it does make sense to have your feet on the ground. Okay, but if you're anxious and you're good, you've got the right mindset. Yes, it's time to apply. Okay, so if you like what we shared today, if you like the last day and a half so far, then you like Craig and you like Todd, then this is for you. Okay, so we want to apply, and we're going to go there now. I'm going to share with you what that looks like. Okay, so this is your invitation to join Platinum. Just understand that when we look at the paperwork, your agreement will be screened a little bit. Okay, and if there's an issue, we'll reach out to you and we'll let you know, as Craig said. Okay, so we're going to go there and we're going to make sure that we're all on the same page with the investment and we can get going with it. All right, now let's make sure you understand you're not going to lose anything that you already have. Nothing's being taken away from you. We're just giving you more. Okay, reality, the success sites, the information line. If you like your coach, you can keep your coach. All of it. You're not losing anything. Okay. Okay, so now remember our guarantee. Okay, if this doesn't work for you, you can go back to coaching. Okay, you will make more money if you implement the systems. If not, we'll take care of you. And everything that you're investing here with Craig is 100% tax deductible. All right, so what happens next after you join Platinum? Well, you're going to get all of the materials that you've seen presented to you over the last day and a half. Many of them coming out of the Platinum libraries. We want you to have them. You're going to get access to all that material and content. The plan and the next steps checklist are handed to you immediately. You're now a Platinum level member. The switch gets flipped, so to speak, and all that becomes available. And as soon as we get going, we're going to make sure that we get our consult set up, and we're going to start our fast implementation sessions. So this all happens really fast. Okay, but we're well organized. We've been doing this now for how long, Craig?
A long time.
16 years.
2004,
right?
16 years.
All right, now I want to talk about this. Many people watching actually paid you for coaching in advance.
Yeah. So here's
Right?
how this
They paid
works.
for a full-
If you paid for the full year of coaching in advance, we will credit your unused portion towards Platinum. So just don't want you to think you're paying twice.
Yeah, so that's right. So let's break it down. Let's say you paid $89.95. So you may pay 10, maybe paid $89.95, whatever it was, you prepaid. Okay, that equates to a certain amount of credit that's unused. So if you've been in for 6 months in coaching, awesome, great job. That means you've got 6 months of remaining of unused credit that you can use and apply it to Platinum. based on the pay plan that you choose. It's automatically done for you. Not paying twice. Okay, now let's go to the Platinum Program Agreement. So I'm going to take you guys to a website. So those of you that are watching right now, open up a web browser. I'm going to put that up on the screen. It's called mostsuccessfulagents.com. You go there right now. Mostsuccessfulagents.com. Let's go there.
Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's do it. So I'm pulling it up right now. I'm going to go there.
Mostsuccessfulagents.com.
Yep. Everybody see that? Mostsuccessfulagents.com, mostsuccessfulagents.com. When you log in to mostsuccessfulagents.com, okay, this is what you're going to see.
So you enter your name and your email address. So we ask you easy questions. What's your name? What's your email address? And when you sign in, you'll see the Platinum Agreement.
Yep. And let's walk through the paperwork. So you guys can see clearly how this lays out, what your investment is, and everything's backed up in writing.
Yeah. It's very similar to the coaching agreement that you all signed.
Yes, we just got to set up on DocuSign. But please understand, your credit card is not going to be processed today. Catherine's very good about going through these agreements just to make sure we talk to the coach. Like it's a
Yeah. And if you apply for this and my wife says, okay, look, I think you should hold off and stay in coaching for a few more months, don't get offended. She's doing this for you. She wants to make sure that you're like ready for this and that you've got some of the basics in. So you've got nothing to lose by applying. If my wife looks at the application and thinks, you know what, you should stay in coaching for a few more months and get a few things implemented, then that's what we'll do. That doesn't mean you can't join coaching or Platinum later on. It just means let's wait and get some stuff implemented in coaching and make a bit more progress before you go to Platinum. But there's no downside to apply. Or we look at this, we go, you know what, you are like ready to ascend to this, and we really feel comfortable that you're going to be all in and be a lifetime customer.
Yep. So here we are at mostsuccessfulagents.com. The first thing you're going to see is just a brochure so that you understand you're getting the plan, you're getting the system, the model, the mentors, the culture, all in one place. Okay. And it is about increase. Okay. We're not working to stay the same. Okay. And we break it down. Remember what you're getting from coaching. Here's a summary of what's being handed to you now. Okay. Plus a lot more. We've got the business growth guarantee. Your business will go up if you copy and implement the systems.
But you got to show up to go up, Mr. Walters.
That's right, buddy.
Got to show up for the game.
Yep. Engagement leads to progression. Lack of engagement, all bets are off. Okay. Titanium is an option for you, but that's another application. Okay. But we lay it out here. We're not fully transparent on what we're doing. Okay. So there's the Platinum brochure. Okay. There are the details on your income will go up. And we're quite clear on it. Look, you've got to do the work.
Right. So how can we guarantee this? You got to do the stuff on the checklist, right? If you don't do what we coach you to do, if you don't do anything, then obviously nothing's going to change. Yep. You can't join the gym and then not show up to the gym and say, yeah, going to the gym doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And here it is right here in writing. Craig's saying, hey, look, if you prepaid for coaching, we're going to give you a credit on the unused portion. If you check the monthly payment plan, it'll be applied monthly. If you check the pay in full option, it'll be applied that way. All right. So everybody see that? It's right there in writing, done automatically. Here is the actual Platinum agreement. So we're going to walk through this. So those of you who are in, you want to do this, follow along, and it'll be the easiest way to gain clarity on next steps. Okay. So we're going to walk through this right now. So we've got our commencement date, but again, your credit card is not going to be charged until we have a look at this first. We're asking for a 36-month commitment. Okay. You should know why by now. We do give you an out though. Okay. If you want to cancel and quit and go away, we've given you a 60-day, just give us a heads up, give us a notice. Something's not right. If people want to quit and go away, why? Just give it a chance to fix it, help you. We're here to help you. We don't want people to go away. We want you to stay and grow. So 36 months, we made that obvious. On average, it takes about that much time for someone to go where they are right now to $1 million or more in commissions. That's the reason we've got a little bit of a commitment term in there.
Well, look, if you're not going to commit to your business, that this isn't right for you. But maybe your problem is lack of commitment to your business, right? Like we could flip it around that way. If you're not doing as well as you were hoping to do, maybe you've got a lack of commitment to your business. So we're saying, go all in on this, commit to this for 36 months, follow all the steps. You know what this is all about now. Then there's 3 different payment options, A, B, or C.
Yep. So option A is a great deal. It's 3 years for the price of 2. Okay. That's
really like an awesome deal. Like you're getting 3 years of platinum, the whole 3 years to get you to that $1 million level. You pay for 2, you're getting 1 year for free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's $39,990, and we make it easy to pay. That's payable in 3 equal installments. Okay. The first installment, $13,330, is due when we pull the trigger on this. Okay. And that happens within a few days. Okay. If everything's good for you, $13,330, and then every 60 days, the next 2 payments will be taken out. So $13,330 when we get rolling, $13,330 60 days from then, and then another 60 days after that, which would be 120 days from commencement date, another $13,330. And again, if you have a credit for the unused portion of prepaying in full for coaching, it will be automatically applied to each payment. So if you've got $3,000 credit, that means you're gonna get $1,000 knocked off each payment. Okay, so your credit will absolutely be used to help to offset this even more. Okay, so there's option A. Now, what we've discovered is about 15% of everyone who does this actually chooses option A. Okay, so because it's a great option. All right,
yeah, it's the best deal.
Option B, you can save an additional 10% over the monthly pay-as-you-go plan. Okay, and it's pretty simple. It's just 2 payments, $89.95 when we get rolling here, and $89.95 60 days later. Okay, so everybody see that? So that's a 10% savings over the monthly. So if that's more your style, choose option B. Okay, and again, first year, second year, third year, just 2 payments a year. Yes, if you got into this and you wanted to change your payment option, go up or down, of course we'll work with you on that. Look, we're here to help you, not hurt you. Okay, we're very clear on that. Okay, and option 3 is the monthly installment plan. Okay, so when it's $25, the first payment's $2,500, and then every payment after that is $1,590. The first payment's a bit more money for obvious reasons. There's a lot more work. We've got to get you set up. There's a whole team of people here at the Platinum headquarters that you get as well. That's working with you, and a lot of moving parts to hit the ground running properly. So a little bit more money. So when we said that, hey, look, Platinum is essentially about $590 more a month than coaching. That's where that is right there. If you're paying $997 a month for coaching, Platinum is $1,590. That's roughly $590 or so dollars more than what you pay monthly for coaching. How much you say it was, Craig?
I don't know. It was something like $140 something a week, or I don't know what it was per hour. But look, the point is this, honestly, it's not the expense that's the problem here for most of you. You don't have an expense problem. What you have is you have an income problem. Okay, you have an income problem. If you were making enough money, you wouldn't worry about the extra $500 a month, right? Like your concerns are your car lease, your mortgage, your kids' tuition. So let's identify the real problem here. It's not what this costs. You don't have an expense problem. You have an income problem. So that's the reason why you want to do this, is so we can solve your income problem. Mm-hmm. If you've got enough income, if you're making $1 million a year, you're not worried about the extra $500 a month this is. You're not worried about your car payment, or you're not really worried about buying anything, right? Because you can have what you want. So doing this is about solving your income problem. Analyzing things based on what things cost is that is due to the fact that you have an income problem. So the reason you want to do this is to solve your income problem. Okay. The fact that money might be tight is not the reason not to do it. It's the reason to do it.
Yep.
Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Having problems implementing. That's why you need to do this. I'm not generating enough business. That's why you need to do this. I don't quite have the cash flow that I would like to be able to.
Right. That means you've got an income problem.
Yes. So whatever the reason is, or excuse rather, that's why we want you to invest more here, and we promise you, we're going to help you.
Okay. So Todd, I'm going to give you the objection, and I want you to answer. That's why you want to do this. So Todd, I would love to do this, but money's really tight.
Well, that's why you need to do this, Craig.
I would love to do this, but I haven't even implemented like half the stuff that's been thrown at me yet.
That's absolutely why you need to do this, and you need to do it now.
Todd, I'd love to do this, but I'm already working like crazy hours. I don't see my spouse. I'm working so hard. I'm really frustrated.
Well, the fact that you haven't done it yet comes as a bit of surprise. Let's do this now.
Right. So that's how the paradigm works. All the reasons you have for not doing it are, ironically, the reasons to do it. So if money's a problem, it's just, we got to solve this for you, right? So creating massive income is the solution, right? Then you don't have to worry about how much things cost.
Yep. Okay. So choose your payment option, A, B, or C. Okay. Discounted lump sum, 3 years for the price of two. 2 payments a year of $89.95. Okay. One now, one at 60 days. Or go monthly, pay as you go. But pick a payment plan and get rolling. Now, remember that after 36 months, this thing just keeps rolling. Okay. We hope that you're here forever. Look at this like a franchise, and you're like the rest of us, like we're here for lifers is what we call it. And again, we don't want you to be in a prison or feel like you're stuck here. If you get into this and it's not working, we'll just get you right back to coaching. Okay, if you feel like it's
right. So here are the steps. To be clear, if you're interested, if you're happy where you are, you don't do this. If you're interested in this, you apply. Your application goes to my wife. My wife, Catherine, will look you up in our system. She'll probably talk to your coach, make sure you're progressing, make sure that this looks like, from our end of things, it looks like a good thing for you to do. If she doesn't think you're like ready for this, or we have this criteria, she'll contact you. That doesn't mean that you can't do platinum at a later date. We're just maybe saying to you, okay, let's woe down. Let's work on some stuff right now to get you in a position to do it. So there's an application. Don't be offended by that if we feel like you're not ready. We're doing this for you, okay? Everybody else would just like take your money. We're doing this for you because we want you to be ready for this. And so the first step is apply. Then we accept you into this. And now we know that you've met the criteria. And we go into this. Now, Todd's saying, if you go into this and you think, well, you know what, I want to go back to coaching, that's fine. We just move you right back to coaching. You don't lose anything that you've got in coaching. So in other words, there's no downside to filling out the application here. There's no downside to doing it. If you do it, you get accepted. You don't like it, you can go back to where you are right now in coaching. We just don't think that's going to happen. You know, we've never met people that like go into this and they're successful and they want to go backwards. Everybody wants more of the thing that's working. That's why we have these different levels. And like, don't be surprised that maybe in a year or a couple of years, we may invite you to come to Titanium. If you're really hitting the ball out of the park, it's by invitation only, but just know that we have other levels for you as you progress, right? Mm-hmm. These are options. You can stay where you are. You can check out these other options. Whatever you ascend to, if it's not for you, you can move back You can move back from titanium to platinum. We have people that sometimes do that. We have people that go back from platinum to coaching. So these are just all options for you. But there's no downside to applying if this sounds like it's something you want to do.
Yeah, I would expect that just about everyone here should be applying if you're a pro-growth person. Okay, start the conversation. So you're going to fill out the form. Okay, it's pretty simple. It's a DocuSign after you pick your pay plan. Okay, remember that your coaching credit, if any, if you paid in full, is automatically applied. And then we put the terms and conditions, okay, which you should be very familiar with from your previous coaching agreement on this page as well. And you just finish by signing this digitally and click finish. That'll get emailed over, okay? That'll get forwarded on to Craig's office. Okay, these terms and conditions are here for your protection. Okay, you're being licensed these materials. They're for you. They're not for other people in your marketplace that are not Craig Proctor system members. So that allows us to take good care of you and by buttoning it up that way. Okay, so terms and conditions. And there you go. So if you guys can do that now, mostsuccessfulagents.com. I want to encourage you to go there if you haven't already done it. Complete the DocuSign Platinum application, and let's get moving. So don't procrastinate now. There's no reward for that. Okay? We don't get rewarded for procrastination in life. At least I've never been rewarded for procrastination. I don't know about you guys, but it doesn't really work for me. Okay, so a couple of points as you go to mostsuccessfulagents.com and do this, so we can move forward. All right. As a business owner myself, like I've had many projects that I've started with the best intentions as well, that I never really got to at times. And I want you to know that Craig has them. I have them. Okay. I got a long list of to-dos all the time. Craig, I was sending you stuff the other day, some additional swipe files, and Craig loaded me up with a long list of things to do. My list continues to grow. Okay. We all have them. Okay. So a lot of people say, well, I've got so much that I haven't gotten to or that I haven't done yet. Certainly understand that. Okay. So we were clear on it. Like, that's why you want to do this. Like, we're here with you. Okay. So we want to go on this journey together. I'm here to help you, guide you. We're on the same side. We're on the same team. That's why we put together all of this fast start materials and implementation systems and business plans and set up the consult this way, is so that we can get onto the finish line much, 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 much faster. Okay, so here's your instructions. Go to mostsuccessfulagents.com, just fully execute the agreement. Okay, there's no need to keep the pink copy because we're not at a live presentation. There's nothing to tear off. Your copy will be emailed to you. Okay, and as soon as you're processed and everything's good, we're gonna flip the switch, man. Okay, so I'm pretty happy about that the way this has been working all of these years. So additional $590 a month, I think you said, Craig. Is that right?
Yes, sir. You know what? It's just like one house. We got to sell one house. We got to solve the income problem. Okay. Solve the income problem. Get back your confidence, get back your stride, get you in a group of people that are successfully doing the thing that you want to do. Overcome skepticism. This is all part of the deal. So you've had 2 days now to check out more of what the Craig Proctor system is about. Mm-hmm. So you want to do this, you apply, paperwork goes to my wife, she checks you out, she talks to your coach, we go through some questionnaires. We're going to, after the application process, if you're accepted and you're ready to go, you go over to Todd for onboarding, and we are ready to rock and roll. You're a platinum member.
Mm-hmm. So some of the questions that we're getting and makes sense, is I haven't implemented the basics yet. Okay, well, why?
Well, we're going to find that out. My wife Catherine is going to look at your profile, and we're going to find out what you've done, what you're not done. Again, we're going to talk to your coach. We do a bit of digging here, and we want you to be ready. We're not going to set you or I up for failure. That's why we go through an application process. She's in chat right now. Her chat is blowing up. People are asking questions. So like, we're going to look at you on an individual basis. If we think this is right for you and we can help you, we feel 100% confident we can help you, we're going to do it. If we feel that there's issues or you need to wait a bit longer to do it, then we're going to hold you back a bit. But that doesn't mean you can't reapply in a month or 2 months, or once you've met the once you've solved any issues that may be holding you back.
Amen. So whenever I've had questions or uncertainties, I just weigh the pros and cons on this, and you can see Craig's made a pretty good case of there's lots of pros. Okay, reasons not to apply. Well, we understand this is not the cheapest thing in the world. What if it doesn't work for me? We've answered that one. What about my time? I'm really busy right now, Craig. I'm really busy. I don't even have time to get on the sessions that you're doing.
That's why you want to do it. If you don't have any time, you don't have any money, you don't like what you're doing, and all the other reasons you have for not doing it, ironically, is the reason to do it.
It is interesting how that works, right? Okay. And look, we want you to be successful, and we're here to help you with that.
Okay. Hey, my man, we're at the 5 p.m. hour. So let's talk about what's going to happen tomorrow, and let's wrap this thing up over the next few minutes. Okay.
Yep. Let's do it. So first of all, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank you for making the commitment to be here over the last couple of days. And
there's over 900 that were on today. Should we thank them by name?
Well, let's start reading now. We'll be here for a bit. But seriously, thank you. Like, that puts gasoline in Craig Proctor's tank. I know personally. He loves.
Well, this would be no fun, Todd, if it was just you and I on YouTube and nobody watching, would it?
We've tried it, but you're right. We got bored pretty fast. So, but look at seriously, I want to thank you for doing that. That is a great move. Those who show up typically almost always go up. And that's sort of the starting point. Investing in yourself like that, that's amazing. So, and we want to do a good job by helping you. So just want to say thank you for that. I want to thank you too for the opportunity to have a shot at being able to help you and influence you, push you along, nudge you, share with you my experiences of implementing what Craig gave me so many years ago, as well as the best of member implementation. So I'm grateful for all of that.
It's pretty cool that we get to get up every day and help people with something that's really positive, which is growing their business and having better lives, and have real estate agents come back to us and say, hey, this is the difference you made in my life. This is what it used to look like, and here's what it looks like now. So we actually get paid to do that, which is very cool. So, but we paid our price. Just know that Todd and I, we were in the trenches. We paid our price in the real estate industry. Between Todd and I, decades of toil and suffering to figure this out. Todd's worked really hard at perfecting the Platinum system. It is the natural evolution in the Craig Proctor system. Some of you came from conferences, some of you came from one-on-one consultations, however you found your way to Craig Proctor coaching. And eventually, all of you that are into the Craig Proctor coaching, that you're into this and you're loving it, you will be Platinum members. That's just the way it works. Just like when you went to elementary school, eventually you went to high school, and then you go on to college. That's just the evolution of how this thing works. So tomorrow morning, we're starting at 10 a.m. East Coast time, which is 7 a.m. Pacific time. And Todd's going to take you through what we're going to learn tomorrow, because we want to get you excited, because we want you to show up so you can go up.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to start right out of the chute with our mindset on working with sellers. The entire day is about working with sellers.
Yep. This is where we're going to pop your head off your neck, clean out all that old stuff that's in there, program your brain with better ideas when it comes to working with sellers. Mm-hmm. Put your head back on your body.
Yeah. So, and we're going all day. We're going from 10 o'clock Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay. 7 a.m. Pacific to 2 p.m. Pacific time. Now, look, tomorrow afternoon, there's breakout sessions again. Platinum members will be working with each other. With
Laura Peterson from Orlando, Florida, 10 tips on highly successful presentations. And Bill Watson from the Denver area, the ultimate seller benefits presentation.
Some of our great coaches. We will talk about commissions again, so be prepared. We would like for you to earn more. Okay. Then we're going to break the room out at 3 o'clock. Coaching members will all stay here. Platinum members will be from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock tomorrow on the closed group Platinum Facebook page with Vinny and Britt. Okay. On selling and servicing our clients using some of that exclusive Platinum materials. So that's a full day tomorrow. Okay. So yeah, you guys are right. We've got to get rolling. So I want to thank those of you.
But hang on, before we do that, did everyone have a great day today? Let us know if you enjoyed the last couple days, knowing that we've got one more day. So let us know that you're going to be there tomorrow as well. Go to bed early, especially if you're on the West Coast. Don't go out partying or anything tonight because 7 a.m. Pacific time comes real early. Todd, that goes for you too. Don't go out in the town tonight. Go straight home, have dinner, go to bed.
It's funny. We were talking about that the other day. Like these virtual conferences are in some way, we get a little bit more tired.
That's right. You texted me. You said like, why am I so tired doing a virtual conference? Because I'm literally just sitting there. But yeah, I guess our brains are working. But look, it's been a great day here. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as Todd and I have. Thank you so much for being part of the Craig Proctor system. We'll see everybody at 10 a.m. East Coast time. That's 7 a.m. Pacific time or whatever time it is for you in your part of the country. Thank you, Todd Walters, for another awesome day. Thank you to our panelists and our award winners. And we're going to wrap it up. We'll see everybody in the morning.